Quilltree Books and Harper Audio present Dreams Lie Beneath by Rebecca Ross. Performed by Chloe DeLandis. Part 1. Magic of Old. 1. September's new moon waited for the sun to set, and I found myself trapped in Mazarine's library, drawing her 12th portrait by candlelight. For as long as I had known her, she had never left her house during the day, and she kept her curtains closed while the sun rained. She liked to summon me every few months for various things, the foremost to commit her face to paper with my charcoal stick, as if she forgot what she looked like, the second to read to her from one of her leather-bound books. I was eager to do both because she paid me well, and I liked the stories I could sometimes coax from her. Stories that came from the mountains. Stories that were nearly forgotten, turning into dust.
"Do I look the same as I did the last time you drew me?"
she asked from where she sat in a chair, its armrests carved as roaring lions. She was wearing her usual raiment, an elegant velvet gown the shade of blood, with a diamond necklace anchored at her neck. The stone caught the firelight every time she breathed, winking with secrets. "You look unchanged," I replied, thinking that I'd drawn her only 3 months ago, and I continued with my sketch of her. She was proud, even with her multitude of wrinkles and her age spots and her strange beady eyes. I liked her confidence, and I drew it in the tilt of her chin, the hint of her knowing smile, and the waves of her long quicksilver hair. I wondered how old she was, but I didn't dare ask. Sometimes I feared her, although I couldn't explain why. She was ancient. I had rarely seen her move from the furniture scattered about this gilded, shadowed room, and yet something pulsed from her. Something I couldn't identify, but all the same cautioned me to keep my eyes open in her presence.
"Your father does not like when I summon you here," she drawled in a smoky voice. "He does not like you alone with me, does he?"
Her words unsettled me, but I concealed my feelings. The dimness of the room was like a cloak, and while it seemed impossible to draw a portrait in such poor light, I did it well. "My father simply needs me home on time today," I said, and she knew what I implied.
"Ah, a new moon awaits you tonight," said Mazarine. "Tell me, Clementine, have you read one of my nightmares recorded in your father's book?"
I had not, because there were no recordings of her nightmares in the book my father filled and guarded. I didn't want to confess such to her, for fear it might upset her. And so I lied. "My father doesn't let me read all his recordings. I'm only an apprentice, Miss Thimble."
"Ah,"
she said, drinking from a sparkling glass of wine.
"You are an apprentice, but you wage war beside him on new moon nights. And you are just as strong and skilled as him. I have watched you fight in the streets on the darkest nights. You will surpass him, Clementine. Your magic shines brighter than his."
I finished with her portrait at last, partly because her words fed a hungry spirit within me that I strove to keep hidden. "Your portrait is done." I set down my charcoal, wiped my fingers on my skirt, and walked the paper to her. She studied it by the candlelight that burned from iron stands around her, wax dripping like stalactites. She was quiet for a long moment. A bead of perspiration began to trace my back, and I felt anxious until she grinned, her yellow teeth gleaming in the firelight.
"Yes, I am unchanged. What a relief."
She laughed, but the sound was far from reassuring. My blood hummed with warning. I gathered my supplies, tucking them into my leather satchel, eager to be gone. I couldn't judge the time of day since Mazarine had the curtains drawn, but I sensed that afternoon was waning. I needed to get home.
"A magician and an artist,"
Mazarine mused, admiring my sketch of her.
"An artist and a magician. Which one do you desire to be more?"
Or perhaps you dream of learning Devaya magic and combining the two. I would indeed like to see an enchanted drawing of yours someday, Clementine." I hefted the satchel strap onto my shoulder, standing halfway between her chair and the double doors. I didn't want to say that she was right, but she had an uncanny sense of reading people. She had also watched me grow up in this town. Since I was 8, my father had instructed me in Avertana magic, a defensive magic that lent its strength to spars and duels. We often faced spells bent by malicious intent, which made for dangerous and unpredictable situations, such as the new moon nights. And I liked Avertana more for those things, but I also had started thinking of the other 2 studies of magic, Metamara and Devaya, but Devaya in particular. To take one's skill and create an enchanted object was no simple feat, and I had read of magicians who had devoted decades of their lives to reach such achievement. I needed more time to hone my craft of art before I tried to layer magic within it. I had taught myself how to draw and had gradually become proficient with charcoal, as art supplies were hard to come by in this rustic town. But I knew my experience was lacking, and there were many other branches of art waiting for me to explore. "Perhaps one day," I replied. Was all Mazarine said. She at last rose from her chair with a slight grunt, as if her bones ached. I always forgot how tall she was, and I waited while she crossed to the other side of the room, where a bureau sat in a darkened corner. I listened to her open the drawers. I listened to the chime of coins as she gathered them in her hand. "You claim I am unchanged," she said, coming to meet me where I stood. "And yet you are not, Clementine. Your skill is improving in magic as well as art." And she extended her fist, knuckles like hills, veins like rivers beneath her papery skin, fingers full of coins. I turned up my palm, and she paid me double, more than she had ever bestowed upon me before. "This is very generous, Miss Thimble. Your father and that housekeeper of his who looks after you may not like me, but you are the only one in this town who does not fear me, and I reward such valor." I held her gaze, hoping my wariness wasn't shining like ice within me. "Let me walk you out," Mazarine said with a sweep of her arm. "The day grows old, and you must prepare for tonight." But she didn't move, and I sensed she wanted me to precede her. I led the way to the double doors, and she remained 2 steps behind me. We passed a mirror hanging on the wall, which I had never noticed before. Its frame was golden and elaborate, fashioned as vines and oak leaves. I saw my reflection, a girl with a smudge of charcoal on her chin and thick copper hair that refused to be tamed by a braid. My gaze began to shift to the doors when I caught a glimpse of what walked behind me. Not Mazarine. Not the elderly woman I had drawn multiple times. She was something else, tall and broad-shouldered, her face creased and jagged like rocks, with a long nose that hovered over a thin, crooked mouth. Her skin was pale, and her hair was still silver, but it was long and wiry, and threaded with leaves and sticks and thorny vines as if she had risen from a forest. 2 horns crowned her head, small and pointed, gleaming like bone. Her eyes, large and dark and glittering with glee, met mine in the mirror for a fleeting moment, and I knew that I had just beheld her true nature. She knew it too, and yet I didn't react. I told myself to walk no faster, to breathe no deeper, to remain calm and poised. I swallowed the urge to bolt, and I paused at the doors to give her time to open them for me. "You can find your way out from here?" she asked. I smiled. My face felt strange, and I imagined I was grimacing. "Of course." Once more, she appeared as the elderly woman that I had always known. But her eyes. I saw a trace of the wild being that she truly was, flaring like embers. "Good.
Until next time, Clementine.
I slipped past her and made my way down the curling stairwell, my boots clicking on the marble in a measured pace, because I knew she was listening. Her butler, an old, craggy man dressed in livery of a lord long dead, was sitting in a chair by the front door, snoring. I tried to sneak past him, but he startled and stood, fumbling for the door handle.
"A good day to you, Miss Clem,"
he said in a raspy voice.
"And may you be victorious in battle tonight with the new moon."
"Thank you, Mr. Weatherby." While his eyes were gentle and haunted by cataracts, the sort of eyes a grandfather might have, I couldn't help but wonder what reflection he cast in a mirror, if he was the old human man he appeared to be, or if he was something quite different. I passed over the threshold, descending the steps to the gravel path that led to the road. Triangles of shrubs grew in perfect symmetry, and when I reached the iron gate, I dared to glance back at the house. It was a grand manor, built of red brick and 3 stories high, with square windows that glistened like teeth. The first magician of Hearswith had dwelled here, and then her successor. This had always been the domain of the town magician, and one would think magic still lingered in the walls and had seeped into the floors. And yet, Mazarine had lived here for many years, according to the town records, and she was no magician. She was not even human. I wondered how she had accomplished such a feat, hiding her true face, fooling us all. I hesitated, as if to turn my back on the mansion was foolish. But at last, I pivoted away from the gate and began the brisk walk home. Hearswith was not a vast town. My father and I could walk the entirety of it in the span of an hour. It was quaint, if one forgot the curse of the adjacent mountains. Cottages were snug, 2-storied, and built of stone and cob, capped with thatched roofs. Some had little gardens with ivy that attempted to eat the house. Others had brightly painted front doors and mullioned windows blown from an erstwhile era. And then there was Mazarine's mansion, which felt overwhelmingly out of place with its grandness, but still lent character to the town. To me, Hearswith was home, beloved, even as it seemed to languish beneath summer's final days. By late afternoon, when the sun began to set, the shadows from the Saran Mountains would reach us, and the breeze would smell of cold grass and smoldering wood and damp stone. Like old magic. I never wanted to leave this place. With each step I took from Mazarine's domain, the more my doubt began to simmer. By appearances, Hearswith felt idyllic and charming, but I began to wonder if the town was hiding something beneath its exterior. I learned a vital lesson from Mazarine that day, one that made me vow that I would never trust appearances alone. 2. "What is Mazarine?" I asked Imini the moment I returned home. She was exactly where I knew she would be, in the kitchen preparing dinner. My father and I always ate well on new moon nights, just before the streets turned deadly. If it wasn't for Imini, the 2 of us would have been shriveled-up magicians with threadbare clothes and wounds that never healed properly. She stood at the counter, peeling a mountain of potatoes. She was like a grandmother to me, although she was too young to be such a thing. She had never confessed her age, but I guessed she was in her early 50s. She was tall and trim and had threads of silver in her corn-silk hair, and while she rarely smiled, a few wrinkles touched the corners of her eyes. "What do you mean?" Imini asked, her attention devoted to her task.
"Mazarine is a grumpy old woman."
"No, she's not." It must have been the tone in my voice. Imini stopped her peeling and met my gaze. "Did she threaten you, Clem?" "No," I said, despite the fact that there had been a moment when I'd felt afraid of her. When her gaze had met mine in the mirror. "I've told you for years now to stay away from her. She's lonely and she pays me well. She also feeds me stories from the mountains." I intently watched Imini's face, and I noticed how her brow furrowed. She longed to return to her ancestors' home in the Saran Mountains. I could tell you the same stories, Imini said, and resumed her paring viciously. Then why don't you? Because they fill me with sorrow, Clem. I fell quiet, feeling a twinge of regret. But in that silence, I thought of the mountain story she had told me often when I had begged her as a girl. The realm of Azanor had not always been beset with tangible nightmares, although it was difficult to imagine such a world. It was all I had ever known. But Imini had told me the legend that had started it all. Once, the mountains held a prosperous duchy. Magic itself had been first born in the summits, where the clouds touched the earth. But when the Duke of Seren was assassinated by his closest friends, the mountain province had sundered. Well versed in magic, the Duke had cast a curse as he lay dying. No death and no dreams for those in his court who had been touched by the betrayal. They would live endlessly, watching as those they loved grew old and perished without them. And without dreams, their own hearts would become dry and brittle. One does not realize how powerful a dream is, in the sleeping world as well as the waking one, until it has been stolen from them. The Duke had died on a new moon, and that was when the mountains began to spin nightmares into reality, all across the other two duchies of Azanor, the valleys and forests and meadows of Bardillis and Wintroff. No one could escape it, and so magicians had risen to answer the danger, perfecting the Avertana branch of magic, and becoming wardens of intricately mapped territories. Like my father. Imini hefted a sigh, as if she knew the exact story I was imagining. It seemed fitting for a new moon day, though, and she set down her potato and knife, leaning on the counter to fix a firm gaze on me. I can smell her from the road when I pass that ugly manor, she said. Moss and stone and cold winter nights. I waited for Imini to continue, eager to know the truth, eager to know who I had been drawing over and over for months now. But then Imini smirked and asked, "What do you think Mazarine is, Clem?" "I think she's a troll from the mountains." "You're probably right, although I haven't gotten close enough to her to see for myself." "Is she cursed?" "Cursed? I think whatever guise she dons is one of her own making, how she wants to be perceived. For while Hearswith has warmly welcomed those such as me from the Mountain Duchy, do you think the mortals here would be delighted to know a troll dwelled among you?" "Most people would be afraid of her," I confessed. "Although it seems people already are. And perhaps she likes the fear," Imini said. "Just enough to keep people and their suspicions away, so she can live peacefully here." Her eyes narrowed at me. "And how did you come to know her true nature?" "I caught her reflection in a mirror," I answered, and remembered seeing her 2 steps behind, crouching toward me with her bloodied teeth and fierce, dark eyes. Would she have harmed me? I wanted to believe that she wouldn't. I began to consider a spell I might craft to protect myself, sharpen my senses when I was in her presence. "A foolish blunder on her part, then," said Imini. "Actually, I think she planned it," I countered, tracing the bow of my lips. "She wanted me to see who she truly is." "Why?" I realized I still had charcoal on my fingertips, that I must have smudged a mustache on my face. My hand drifted away to hold the strap of my satchel. "I think she wants me to draw her true self." "Of course she does," Imini grumbled, returning to her task. "Trolls are insufferably vain." "Is something burning?" I asked, sniffing the air. Imini went rigid, and then rushed to the oven. A thin plume of smoke rose when she cracked the oven door. "You've made me burn the galettes." "They look fine," I reassured her as she took a mitt and retrieved them from the oven. "Clementine!" my father called from upstairs. Both Imini and I froze. When she looked at me, I saw the worry in her expression. "Is he still sick?" I whispered. "His fever has yet to break," Imini said. "Best you go up and see what he needs. Here, take him this cup of tea. Make sure he drinks it." She took the kettle from the stove and poured a cup of a pungent-smelling brew that made my nose crinkle. But I took it as she ordered, nearly burning my hand on the mug. I didn't realize it, not until I was on my way to the stairs. I set my art satchel down and glanced at the table and saw only one place was set with the fine china. My place. Imani had not set a dinner plate at my father's chair, which meant she believed he was too ill to face the new moon. I had never encountered a new moon night on my own. He and I were always together in the streets, fighting as one. Dismayed, I climbed the stairs and stepped into his bedroom. My father was sitting up in his bed, leaning against the headboard, waiting for me. He seemed to get sick every year, right around this time. When summer surrendered to autumn, my father inevitably fell prey to a fever and a cough, blaming it on a final bloom of some vengeful valley weed. And while he always recovered within a few days, I still didn't know what to do with him when he was like this. "Papa?" I tried to hand him the tea mug, but he motioned for me to set it on the bedside table. "Did you need something?" "I received word of a nightmare this morning," he said. "Whose?" "Spruce Fielding's youngest daughter." "Elle?" "The very one. She had a nightmare last night. According to Spruce, it frightened her so badly that she hasn't spoken a word today." I quirked my mouth to the side, my heart aching with this news. Children's nightmares were always the worst. They were the recordings that kept me up at night when I read them. They were the dreams I dreaded to see stalking the streets on new moon nights. "And you need me to go and record it," I surmised, and a quiet thrill went through me. I had never been the one to divine a nightmare or to record it in my father's book. I accompanied him most of the time, and I observed, and I read his recordings afterward so I could prepare for the new moon, but never on my own. "Yes, Clem," Papa said, and I could not discern if he was proud or nervous. "Don't use the divining spell unless you absolutely must, and if you must, please use my spell, word for word." I nodded and felt his gaze as I moved about his cluttered bedchamber, gathering supplies for the visitation. "I will, Papa." I opened his cupboard, where a hoard of tiny blue vials waited within, gleaming in the light. Remedies. I selected 2, the corked glass the size of my pinky. The dark brew sloshed within them as I hesitated, thought better of it, and grabbed 3 more vials, slipping them into the deep pocket of my charcoal-streaked skirt. "Divining," my father continued, as if he was about to impart a lecture. I inwardly braced myself. "Particularly done with, how do I say this? With precarious intent, can open a door that you might not know how to close." As if to prove a point, I shut the cupboard door, more forcefully than necessary. I could hear the vials rattling in protest, and I met Papa's gaze, swallowing an impatient response. Sometimes he acted like I had no inkling how to cast a charm or divine a nightmare. This was a lesson I had heard countless times from him, before magic had even sparked at my fingertips. "I haven't done anything precarious in months, Papa." And by precarious, I meant spontaneous, when magic came to me in the moment. The sort of magic he was afraid of. That was why he was diligent in studying the nightmares, so he could prepare potential spells. His memory was immense and deep, and while I admired him for it, my strongest magic was forged from intuition. I felt him watching me, thoughts churning. He was stern and imposing, even as he perspired from a fever, bedridden. I favored him in appearance, far more than I did my mother. My father and I were both tall and willow-thin, with square jaws and large brown eyes and wiry auburn hair, lustrous as copper when it met the light. A stranger could tell we were kin from a mile away. But that was where our similarities ended. Our souls were 2 different points on a compass. The intent behind our magic flowed in opposite currents. He was cautious, reserved, traditional, and I wasn't. I knew what he saw in me. I was young and reckless, his one and only daughter who favored the wilder, natural study of magic. My ideas and spells scared him sometimes, although he would never say such a thing aloud, because without me, Papa would never take a risk. "Pack what you need for the divination," he said. Relieved that he believed me capable, I walked to his desk. A detailed map of Hearswith was spread over the wood, river rocks pinning down the four corners. It was a map I had memorized with its crooked, winding streets. Above the desk, shelves lined the wall, burdened with leather-bound spellbooks, stacks of paper, jars brimming with crushed flowers and salt crystals and swan quills, ornate inkpots, cast-iron spoons with jewels embedded in the handles, silver bowls nestled into each other, a potted fern whose wilting leaves dangled like unrequited love. I gathered what I needed: a bowl that shone like a full moon, pink salt, dried gardenias, a spoon with an emerald chip, a pitcher full of water, a swan quill, a silver inkwell that was crafted as an octopus, its tentacles holding a vial of walnut ink. I charmed them all beneath my breath with a shrinking cantrip, a spell my mother had taught me, until the objects could sit cradled in my palm, and I slipped them into my pocket, where the remedies waited. The objects clinked like musical notes when they met, weightless as air. My father made a noise of disapproval. Of course, he wasn't fond of any sort of Metamara magic, which transformed and influenced objects. "Why don't you pack a bag?" He indicated his worn leather satchel, sitting on the floor beside his writing chair, like a sad dog awaiting a walk. "My pockets will do fine." My leather satchel was for my art supplies alone, and I didn't want it mixing with magical ones yet. "Now then, where is the book?" "There will be absolutely no enchanting the book to make it fit in your pocket, Clementine." "Very well. I'll carry it in my arms, like a good Avertana." Papa wasn't amused, but he relented, feeling the urgent pull of the afternoon, the slant of sunlight as it began to shift across the floor. I wouldn't have much time to fetch the nightmare, so he uttered a spell in his storytelling voice, smooth and polished like sanded oak. And the Book of Nightmares materialized. It had been sitting on the map of Hearswith in the center of my father's desk, charmed invisible. Clever, I thought. All these years, I had believed my father had simply hidden the prize ledger in a secret nook. I took it reverently, surprised by how heavy it was. 7 magicians had kept detailed dream recordings before Papa had come to Hearswith, and I had always hoped to become the 9th magician after my father retired. But I felt the weight of those inked dreams of people now dead and buried. I felt them as if I had embraced a millstone. I met Papa's gaze, and he saw my shock. I hadn't realized it until now. The weight he carried as the town's magician. And suddenly, I didn't know if I was strong enough to bear it. "Come here, daughter," he whispered. I crossed the room, the book heavy in my arms, and sat on the edge of his bed. I could feel the feverish heat rolling off him in waves, and it made me worry. "I've taught you all that I know," he said. "You'll do just fine recording this dream, as long as you stick to the rules and predetermined spells." He paused to study me with squinted eyes. "You know, it's not a bad thing to be fearful every now and then. The fear reminds you of limits, of what lines you should not cross, of the doors you shouldn't open." "And what does that sound mean?" I smiled. My dimples I had, stolen from my mother, and I knew my father softened at the sight. "It means I hear you, Papa." "Hear, but do not heed," he countered, but he was teasing. "Regardless, it's time for you to do a visitation on your own. Go to the Fieldings and come directly home. If you're not back before dusk, I will come searching for you, and we both don't want that." "I will return with time to spare," I said, rising from the bed. "And if you're not feeling well by nightfall, then I will be more than fine when the new moon rises," Papa growled. Tell Imini to set me a place at the dinner table. We'll eat before we go, as we always do. There was no sense in arguing with him. No sense in telling him that he might be more of a burden, that his fever would make him and his enchantments weak and frail. Drink your tea, I told him, and slipped from his bedroom. I descended the curling stairwell of the cottage, scaring Dwindle, my old calico cat, on the way down. Did I hear your father say to set him a place at the table? Imini asked, her back angled to me as she tended to meat sizzling in a skillet. I often forgot how sharp her hearing was. She could hear through walls, it seemed. You did, and I don't think he'll listen to reason. I stopped at the counter where the pan of almost burned cherry galettes was cooling. And you should stop eavesdropping, by the way. One day you'll hear something you wish you hadn't. We'll see about that, Imini said with a snort, seeming to answer both dilemmas, my father's stubbornness and her keen hearing. She glanced up at me, a rare smile warming her solemn face. Now, are you going to help me fry this venison, or are you going to tend to that nightmare? Ugh, I'm off, of course. I pushed away from the counter, but swiped 2 cherry galettes. Clementine! Imini cried. But she wasn't surprised as I grinned and shoved one of the pastries in my mouth, bolting out the front door. I lingered by the withering jasmine at the front gate, long enough to tuck the remaining pastry in my pocket and look up to where the clouds were streaked like ribs across the sky, exposing a burning heart of sun. What a strange day. I glanced at the Book of Nightmares in my arms. It was a tome, the sort that could hold back an ironclad door. I had read only portions of it, and some accounts had made me laugh at their absurdity, while others had actually made me fall asleep, only to wake hours later with my cheek pressed against the caramel-tinged pages. But there were some recordings that made me shiver. Dreams influenced by the mountains. They had sparked such fear in my bones that I hadn't slept for a week after reading them, although none of these nightmares belonged to me. No. I studied nightmares, and I confronted them every new moon in the streets of Hearswith, when the magic flowed freely from the mountain fortress and dreams were cursed to materialize. But I didn't know what it was like to experience a nightmare, what it felt like to wake frightened from something that felt hauntingly real. As a magician, I chose to never dream. 3. I walked through town holding the Book of Nightmares on my hip like it was a child, smiling and waving to the people I passed, all who I knew well, by name and by dream alike. I hurried when I reached the market, the heart of Hearswith, where both gossip and activity thrived. I didn't have time to be ensnared by either one, and I followed the eastern road to the lower edge of town, where the cottages became more distant from each other, melting into verdant patches of farms marked by low stone walls. I smelled the Fieldings' sheep before I reached their gate. A black and white collie barked as I approached the front door, which sat ajar. I hesitated on the stoop. I could hear a faint argument just within the cottage. We can't afford it, Jane. Our daughters need bread more than they need dreamless sleep. Look at her, Spruce. Will you do nothing? She won't even speak. The girls have brought this on themselves. I've said this time and time again, and those cards need to be... Those were my grandfather's cards. Spruce sighed. I've summoned the magician. If you won't see the cards burned, what more do you want me to do, woman? I didn't like Spruce Fielding's tone. I knocked on the door, and it creaked open farther, exposing the central room of the cottage. Jane Fielding, a woman whose blonde hair was lank and streaked with gray, sat on a threadbare couch with a bundle of blankets, which was probably her youngest daughter, cradled on her lap. Spruce, a ruddy-faced man with a thick brown beard, who was so tall he had to stoop to avoid banging his head on the timber beams, was pacing until he saw me. "Miss Clem," he said, surprised as he moved to greet me. "Thank you for coming. We were expecting—" "My father," I concluded. "Yes, I know, but he's in bed fighting a fever. I've come in his stead." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," Spruce said, removing his cap to twist it in his hands. "Sorry that I'm here or that my father is ill," I jested, hoping to lighten the mood as well as the dread the Fieldings were expressing upon the realization that I, and not my esteemed father, had come to divine the nightmare. Spruce was speechless. Sometimes the men of Hearswith didn't know how to take my wit. I stepped into the room, my eyes adjusting to the dim interior light. All 5 of the Fielding daughters were present. 2 were in the loft, peering down at me like roosted birds, and the other 3 were on the main level. The eldest was chopping carrots in the kitchen. The second eldest, by the hearth, was trying to make a quilt out of scraps, and the youngest, the one whose dream I had come to glean, was indeed wrapped in her mother's arms. All the girls' names began with an E to my distress. I could never keep any of them straight. Enya, Esther, Elizabeth, Edith, save for little Elle, who had a palindrome name, something I had always wanted. Elle, who was around 7, and far too thin and small for her age, blinked at me from the edge of her blanket. "Hello, Elle," I greeted her. "May I come sit next to you?" The little girl gave a curt nod, and I sat beside her and her mother on the lumpy couch, easing the Book of Nightmares down to rest on my thighs. I detested having an audience, how both parents watched me with wide, dubious eyes, and how the sisters froze like statues, soaking in my every move. Even the collie who had snuck into the house sat in a patch of sun, one blue eye and one brown eye pinned on me. I hated resorting to stagecraft, the sort of magic my mother reveled in. The art of enchanted performance that provoked emotions in observers, whether it was horror, delight, or wonder. But this was a moment for stagecraft, if there ever was one. I could feel it call to me as the tension and worry began to overpower the room. And I was thankful for those early years, for my oldest memories I refrained from rousing too often, for fear they would crack me. A time long ago, when my parents had still been together in the city. All those evenings I had sat on my father's lap in the theater, watching Mama perform magic on the stage. "I have something for you, Elle." The little girl said nothing, only watched me with large, frightened eyes. I held up my palms to prove they were empty, before cupping my hands together. I silently called forth the cherry galette from my pocket, lifting one of my hands up in the air to reveal the pastry. Jane Fielding gasped in delight. Stagecraft did have its perks, and the wonder captured her youngest daughter. The blanket lowered a fraction, then a little more, until Elle's arms were free. She smiled and accepted the galette, and I suddenly wished I had brought more to feed the 4 longing stares of the older girls. The silence was awkward as Elle began to munch on the pastry. I decided this was a good time to prepare for the divination. "Mr. Fielding, do you mind bringing one of your kitchen chairs over here? I need to use it as a makeshift table." He quickly obliged, shooing his daughter Elizabeth, who had been sewing by the hearth, out of the way. Elizabeth left her scattering of quilt and stood near me. That was when I noticed one of the cards on the floor, nearly hidden beneath a square of fabric. Its illustration caught the light, even as the card itself was tattered. I discreetly studied it, unable to quell my interest as an artist. The painting depicted a svelte man with a shock of long white hair, dressed in colorful, ornate raiment. A top hat sat on his head, spilling a shadow across his face. Only his crooked smile and his eyes could be discerned, glinting like 2 emeralds. His title was hand-lettered beneath his feet, the Master of Coin. I wanted to reach for the card. I wanted to hold it and study its illustration, to learn from whoever had painted it long ago. A story caught in time on paper. And then I remembered myself. I was visiting as a magician, not a pining artist. But I now understood the conversation I had overheard on the stoop. The Fielding girls must have played a round of 7 wraiths, and little Elle must have lost, ending up with one of the 7 illustrated cards in her hand. While I had never played this game, as my father and Imani both detested and forbade it, I knew there was great enchantment within its rules. To lose, with one of the 7 wraiths in your possession, meant you would experience a nightmare the next time you lay down to sleep. I withdrew my attention from the card and prepared for the divination. I called forth the trinkets from my pocket, speaking the reverse spell. They returned to their normal sizes without qualm. The silver bowl, which I filled with water from my pitcher and the jars of salt and gardenia, the octopus inkstand and quill, and the iron spoon with the emerald chip. "Did you have to go to school to learn how to cast magic, Miss Clem?" Elizabeth asked. "No, my father taught me most of what I know," I replied. "My mother also taught me a few spells." Elle had finished devouring her galette. I took my time opening the Book of Nightmares, leafing through the fragile pages until I found the latest entry, which Papa had penned 4 days ago. One of Lucy Noren's nightmares, which I often found to be ridiculous on the spectrum of dreams. "Do you want to tell me your dream, Elle?" I asked. Elle shook her head, her curls bobbing. "She hasn't spoken one word today," Spruce said, hovering. "I've tried to get her to describe it, but it was that game, that bloody game!" He pointed upward to the 2 daughters in the loft. "You should have known better than to let your little sister play." "Mr. Fielding," I said coldly, drawing his attention, "it's paramount that the dreamer be calm when I cast a divination. If you can't be quiet, I'll have to ask you to step outside." He was thunderstruck that I had spoken to him in such a way, but he swallowed his retort and silently stewed. I smiled at Elle. "Then I must cast a spell so I can see your dream. Is that okay, Elle?" Elle clung to her mother, fearful. "You won't have to see it again, Elle. Only I will. Okay?" The child buried her face into Jane's chest, and Jane sighed. "Please do, Miss Clem. I know the evening is coming, and we mustn't keep you here much longer." But I waited for Elle to glance at me again, more curious than afraid now. I poured a few crystals of salt in one palm. Next, I gathered some dried gardenia petals in my other hand, extending my palms out to Elle. "Which one do you like more?" I asked, coaxing the opposing fragrances to rise. Elle studied them both, but pointed to the clean rainstorm fragrance of the salt. A girl after my own heart, I thought, as I dropped the crystals into the bowl of water, returning the flowers to their jar. I took my spoon and began to hum my father's divination spell, stirring the water until the salt had dissolved and the emerald in the handle cast a green pallor on the surface. The nightmare still lingered in the cottage. As soon as I found the dream's door, etched in shadows in the center of the room, the Fielding family froze, as if I had stopped time. I knew they were experiencing the opposite from their vantage point. They were waiting with suspended breath, watching a glazed-eyed, entranced version of myself as I inwardly located the lurking threshold of the dream. Focusing on the door, I rose and opened it. I stepped into Elle's dream. Elle is in the market of Hearswith, accompanied by 2 of her sisters and her father. Things feel normal, but the light is gray, and distress ripples at the edges of the dream, like the pounding of a distant drum. The mountains are dark shadows in the distance, but fires burn along their slopes, marking the fortress in the clouds. Night falls, sudden and nonsensical, and the crowd in the market vanishes in a blink. Elle is alone, searching for her father, her sisters. A cold mountain wind blows, rattling shop signs and scattering loose papers on the street as Elle runs from door to door, knocking, begging to be let in. They are all locked, the windows darkened, shuttered. And then comes a different noise, one that pierces Elle's heart with fear. Heavy footsteps. They meet the cobblestones slowly, deliberately, clinking like strange music. At once, Elle's thoughts race. "Hide, hide, whatever it is, don't let it find you, hide!" She runs through the streets, but there is nowhere to hide, and the heavy footsteps faithfully follow her. They grow louder, closing the distance between them, and Elle whimpers as she tumbles back into the market green. She crawls toward a wagon and cowers beneath its bed, crying, although no matter how hard she tries to scream for her father, no sound emerges from her mouth. She finally sees a glimpse of the one who is hounding her, whose tread makes that strange music. A knight is walking to her, as if he knows exactly where she hides. She sees him from the knees down as he approaches the wagon in those measured, heavy steps. His armored legs and feet gleam silver in the darkness, plated steel and rusted with blood. He unsheaths a sword, but he lets the tip of it drag along the cobblestones at his side, as if he wants to hear the tempered steel screech and spark against the rock. He comes to a stop, directly before the wagon. Elle trembles, stares at his steel boots, the edge of his sword, and then she hears the creak of his armor as he begins to bend, to crouch, reaching for her. I jolted. The dream had broken, spitting me back into reality, and I drew in a deep breath. I was sitting in the Fieldings' cottage. The afternoon was warm, the light golden as the family gazed at me, and yet I felt the chill of Elle's nightmare. I could still hear the echo of those strange armored feet that had followed her, the ring of the sword dragging on the stones. Who was he? I wondered, glancing at Elle. But I couldn't ask the girl. Not now, with the dream lingering like smoke in the air, choking us both with fear. I took up my quill and ink and recorded the nightmare swiftly in the book. My hand trembled. My penmanship was slanted and riddled with blots. Papa would no doubt notice later when he read it and asked me why this nightmare bothered me so badly. "Well?" Spruce Fielding prodded, when I had finished the recording, shutting the tome. I looked up. "Well, what?" "What was the dream? Why won't she speak? Was it truly so frightening?" I didn't reply. I began to gather my things, shrinking them back into my pocket, until I remembered the remedies. I had brought 5, and I withdrew the glass vials as I stood from the couch. A swallowed remedy kept dreams at bay for an entire day. The good ones, as well as the frightening ones. If drunk before bed, a person would experience a tranquil sleep. An inner fog, cold of dreams. Like my sleep, every single night. I handed the first one to Elle. Then I moved to Elizabeth and gave her a vial. Next, the oldest sister in the kitchen. And lastly, I enchanted the remaining 2 remedies to float up to the loft, where the roosted sisters continued to observe. They reached out in awe when the vials hovered before them. "I didn't ask for any remedies," Spruce said, wringing his hat again. "I can't pay for them. Why did you—" "I know you didn't ask for them." I cut him off, weary. I smiled one last time at Elle and Jane Fielding before turning to leave. "I give them to your daughters freely, but I would like a word with you, sir." Spruce followed me outside into the yard. The sun had already set behind the mountains, and the shadows were long and cool. Dusk was coming, and I felt the urge to get home as quickly as I could. "I know what you're going to say, Miss Clem," he said. I arched a brow. "Oh? And what is that, Mr. Fielding?" He raked his hands through his thin hair. "My daughters shouldn't be playing 7 wraiths. I know your father disapproves of the game. I know it makes his work that much harder, with nightmares sprouting up like weeds, thanks to the cards being dealt. But I can't keep my daughters from playing it. They're of Seren ancestry. Both my and Jane's families hail from the mountains, and so my daughters will continue to play the game, even with the threat of nightmares, just as Jane and I once did. Because we long for home, even as it lies in ruins, doomed. Even as we have never seen it with our own eyes. Only in dreams do we behold it." Silent, I listened to his every word. I knew the Fieldings were of mountain descent, just as Imini was. I knew they would not be able to return to the home of their ancestors until the new moon curse was ended. But I didn't think such a spell could be broken by playing a game of enchanted cards, which had ironically been inspired by the same curse. In particular, by the 7 members of the mountain court who had each played a hand in the Duke of Seren's assassination. "It's not my place to tell you whether or not your daughter should play the game," I said. "All I wanted to do is to remind you that the new moon comes tonight. Ensure your shutters are bolted, your doors are locked. Your family and livestock are all safe inside tonight, Mr. Fielding." "As I do every new moon, Miss Clem," he said, somewhat indignant. But then he seemed to realize what I was implying, because his scowl and voice mellowed. "You don't think that my little Elle's nightmare will manifest tonight?" I didn't know. But it inspired a tremor in me when I imagined coming face to face with the armored knight who reeked of violence, who had threatened a little girl. I had to confess that Elle's nightmare had felt alarmingly tangible. It had fooled me for a span of terrifying moments when I had been her, believing everything was real and unfolding, as if I could have reached out and touched the cold glint of the knight's bloodied armor. And perhaps it was only due to my inexperience with divination, and perhaps it was only due to the fact that this nightmare had been spawned by a sinister card game. But it felt heavier than the others I had encountered. I glanced at the mountains. If the new moon chose to spin Elle's nightmare when the stars began to burn, the knight wouldn't be a wisp in a dream. He would be flesh and blood encased in steel, and his sword would be ready to cut. I wanted to know who he was, what he wanted, if he was inspired by someone. I bade Spruce Fielding farewell and began to walk home, my gaze on the sunset. But I feared I wouldn't be able to find the answers I sought. Not until I challenged the knight in the streets of Hearswith. 4. "Miss Clem!" I was just coming upon the market, which had become vacant as shops closed early for the evening, when I was intercepted by a frantic Lilac Weston, the revered baker in Hearswith. Flour dusted her face as she all but collided with me. "Miss Clem, there are 2 men in the market!" I blinked, wondering what this had to do with me, whether she was attempting to play matchmaker, which she had woefully done with me in the past. "Are men forbidden from the market these days, Miss Weston?" "If only they could be," the baker countered, but then pondered on such a possibility, and her face creased with a frown. "Although my business would surely suffer for it. But no, there are 2 men, strangers, lurking about town, asking about your father." "My father?" I echoed. "Why would they be asking after him?" Lilac hesitated, and I saw the panic in her expression. Quickly, I moved around the baker and made for the market on quiet tread, hiding behind a stack of empty wire cages at the trader's stall. Lilac rushed behind me, and we stood in the shadows and watched the 2 men drift aimlessly about the market. They were not what I expected. I had envisioned dignitaries sent by the Duke of Guardillas to collect the town's dream tax, milling about with rings on every finger. Or perhaps delegates from the Luminous Society, visiting to ensure my father was adhering to all magical laws. Or perhaps descendants of the fallen mountain duchy, such as Imini and the Fieldings, searching for a safe place to settle. But these 2 men were dressed in dark clothes, finely tailored, with silk-lined cloaks and rapiers belted at their sides. They were too young to be ranked members of the Duke's court, too inexperienced to be delegates, nor did they appear to be seeking sanctuary. But they boasted the air of ones who thought they were important, their posture stiff and proper. They walked past a burning street lamp, and I finally saw it. The men cast no shadows, and I sensed the illumination within them. They were magicians. "How long have they been in Hearswith?" I asked. "For an hour now," Lilac said. "They've gone from shop to shop asking where to find your father. None of us will tell them. And Mr. Jeffries, bless him, agreed to put their horses in his stable but closed the inn early, refusing to give them admittance. So they've been wandering, seeking hospitality and answers." I continued to watch the magicians. One was blonde, his hair trimmed short, his face coldly handsome as he knocked on the Brambles' door. The other magician had dark hair bound with a ribbon, and his face was trapped in a scowl, as if he had smelled something foul. They looked related, one like day, the other like night, brothers most likely. And they could not be here for anything good. They were uninvited, trespassing on my father's territory. "I bet they're vultures," I murmured, thinking of all the magicians who visited Hearswith to glean information about the doomed fortress in the clouds. Vultures was the word we used for such people, because they only wanted stories from us before traveling to the mountain doors, the sole passage to the summit, where Saren's abandoned stronghold waited for someone to arrive and break the curse. One could reach the fortress if they could merely open the mountain doors, which sounded quite simple until one realized the doors were enchanted and impossible to open since the curse first fell 100 years ago. But it didn't deter ambitious magicians from trying and using us along the way. "Miss Clem," Lilac whispered, "if they're vultures, why are they asking for your father?" Her question gave me pause. She was right. When vultures arrived, they wanted to speak to mountain descendants, not the town warden. My voice wavered when I said, "Then they must be here to challenge my father for Hearswith." It had been a good while since such an event had occurred. So long, in fact, that I had almost forgotten it always hung as a possibility. I was 10 years old the first time it happened. 2 older magicians had come to town on the heels of the southern wind, just before the new moon, and had challenged my father for the right to guard Hearswith from nightmares. A year after that, another set of them had arrived, keen to win the town that thrived in the foothills of the infamous mountains. In both instances, the magicians at least had the courtesy to write to my father a fortnight in advance, informing him of their intentions. And while it didn't seem fair, the newcomers could lawfully win the title to become warden of the town and displace my father, but only if they defeated the nightmare before Papa did. He had vanquished the challengers in both instances, but my father was ill tonight. I would most likely face the new moon on my own, and I had never encountered competition when it came to a nightmare's defeat. "Are you going to speak with them, Miss Clem?" I glanced at the baker, who had crossed her arms and was glaring in the direction of the men. "No, I'm not," I said, relieved the Brambles had refused to open the door to them. "Then I will." Before I could ask what she planned to say to them, Lilac marched out into the market and drew their attention with a sharp whistle. I remained lurking in the stall, and while I couldn't hear what the baker said, I saw her point to the northern street, point to where Mazarine's mansion sat visible on the hill, catching the last hue of the sunset. I watched, mouth ajar in horror, as the magicians nodded and began to take the northern road, up to the troll's mansion. I had every intention to go directly home and avoid crossing paths with them. I had every intention to mind my own business and leave the strangers to their fate. In fact, I made it halfway home before I stopped at the crossroads. But I turned north and took a side street, rushing over the cobbles, cutting through a neighbor's garden, jumping a low rock fence to catch the men before they became Mazarine's next unexpected meal. If I hadn't known what she truly was, I wouldn't have chased after them. Or so I told myself as I hurried to meet them on the road. They were almost at her gate, and I had a moment of hesitation, a moment of doubt. "The magician you seek doesn't live here," I announced. My voice startled them. The blonde actually made a noise and jumped, to my immense satisfaction. But the dark-headed one only widened his eyes at the sight of me emerging from the dusk. "Of course the magician lives here," the blonde said with a sweep of his hand. He glanced back to the manor. "This is the finest house in town." "The magician doesn't live here," I said again, sharper. "And I must say it's a terrible night to arrive, gentlemen." The dark-headed one studied me with hooded eyes. I sensed he was not at all impressed until his gaze drifted to the book of nightmares I held. He saw the flame within me then, although the dusk made it difficult to measure my lack of shadow. But he said nothing, only brought his gaze back to mine. The blonde, however, was belligerent. His pride was bruised from being turned away and snubbed by every single resident of Hearswith. "We know which night we arrive, miss, and you are not the town magician." He meant it as an insult. I only smiled. "Indeed not. That would be my father." The magicians exchanged a careful glance. "Then you must be Clementine Madigan," said the dark-headed one. I had to swallow the shock of that. To hear my name flow from a strange magician's mouth. I hoped that I didn't flinch, that my smile didn't falter. "I am, And you're both lucky that I've chosen to aid you this night, despite the fact that you've arrived unannounced. Come, you can sup with my father and me, and we'll put you up for the night, since the new moon is rising, and you need to be off the streets." I turned and began to walk home, listening as the magicians scrambled to follow me. Imini heard us coming, long before I even laid a hand on our gate. She heard me and the tread of unfamiliar boots in my wake, and she threw open the door with a murderous look on her face. "You're late, Clementine." I came to a stop on the stoop, narrowing my eyes at her. "Yes, well, I ran into these two magicians on the street." She scrutinized them over my shoulder. A long, uncomfortable moment passed. "I see that." She brought her eyes back to mine and said, "Go and tell your father we have company." I did just as she bade, and found my father still in bed, flushed from fever. "Who did you bring home?" he croaked at me. I stood in the center of his chamber and stared at him, realizing he was worse than before. Dread unfurled within me, and I set the Book of Nightmares back on his desk. "I found two magicians wandering the town seeking you. I brought them here so they're off the streets tonight." "You what?" He was suddenly ripping the quilts away, stumbling to his feet. I reached out to steady him because he looked like he was a breath from fainting, his eyes unfocused until they found me. "Who are they?" "I don't know their names yet." "Are they from the Luminous Society?" "No, they're not." Papa stared at me, but he was not seeing me. His gaze was very distant, and he was suddenly shaking. "You need to lie down." I tried to direct him back to bed, but he broke from my grip, lumbering to his wardrobe and drawing out fresh clothes. A long-sleeved linen shirt, a green waistcoat with golden embroidery, a white cravat, a black jacket. "Papa." "Go and change, Clementine, and then return to me here," he said, pausing to lean on the wardrobe. "We both must look our best tonight." He must sense it then. He was being challenged by upstarts for his town, for our home. I left his chamber and shut the door, tarrying in the upper hallway, listening. Imini was setting two more places at the table. She set the china down with clinking intensity. The magicians were quiet, but I heard them walking in the room beneath me, the floor protesting their elegant steps. I slipped into my bedroom. A few candelabras were lit, casting uneven shadows on the walls. My window was closed and shuttered tonight because of the new moon. The desk before it was messy, crowded with my journals of spells and illustrations, a tray of pastels and charcoal and half-drawn imaginings. Imini had already laid out clothes. My favorite black and white striped skirt with pockets, my weapon belt, a stark white chemise with billowy sleeves, a velvet bodice that laced up the front. But I chose not to wear any of it. I poured lavender-steeped water into my basin and washed my face and arms. And then I went to my wardrobe and found the dress I wanted. A long-sleeved gown made of black velvet. I had only worn it once before, to a winter solstice party that my father didn't attend, and the looks I had drawn made me so self-conscious that I decided I wouldn't wear it again. But this night seemed to call for it. I undressed, remembered I still had tiny trinkets in my pockets, and returned them to their proper size. I drew the black dress on, pulling the golden ribbon at the bodice tight. I brushed my hair but left it down, and I fastened my leather weapon belt to my waist. Two small daggers gleamed at my hips as I walked back to Papa's room. The belt had been his gift to me on my 15th birthday 2 years ago, when he had at last allowed me to join him in fighting on the new moons. In my mind, it marked my coming of age. He was sitting in his chair this time, dressed in his finest and out of breath from the effort. This was truly going to be a disastrous night, I thought, and watched him frown at my choice of clothes. "Where did that come from?" he asked. "It's one of Mama's old dresses," I said. "She sent it to me last year." His frown deepened, but then he coughed, and it seemed he forgot about the gown. I poured him a cup of water, which he drained, and then he stood and motioned for me to come closer. "How are your stores, Clem?" I knew he was asking about my reserve magic, the amount I had available to burn. Magicians could fuel their spells in one of three ways: body, mind, or heart. Depending on what energy force the magicians preferred to cast with, we needed things like food, drink, sleep, good company, books, art, music, and solitude to refill, or risked burning ourselves into oblivion. I often cast with my mind and my body, and while the dream divination had drained a portion of my reserves, I measured myself and found that I still had plenty to give. "My stores are good." "Then I need you to glamour me." "Glamour you? This fever must truly be making you senseless." "Yes, just a little, to hide that I'm ill." He waited for me to do something. I merely gaped up at him. "Papa, I don't think—" "This is a good idea," he said, reading my mind. "Please, daughter, this night is important, and I must make an appearance with the arrival of these visitors." "But I don't think you should fight tonight," I said. "You're far too sick for it." "We'll see. Perhaps I'll feel better after dinner." Unlikely, but he was right. These magicians had come all the way to Hearswith to see him, and he looked terrible. I drew in a deep breath and worked a gentle charm over him. Another spell of my mother's, one that brushed away his paleness, the perspiration on his brow, his glazed eyes, the lankness of his hair, the uneven tilt of his shoulders. But the glamour wavered, and I saw a much different version of him. There was no gray at his temples, no hollowed cheekbones, no furrows in his skin. It was like catching a glimpse of him from the past, when he had been younger, before I had been born, and it rattled me a moment. As soon as it came, the vision was gone, and I thought it must have been influenced by my glamour. He now looked vibrant and hale, just as I knew him to be, and I exhaled a soft sigh. My father rushed his palms over the front of his jacket, which was already pristine under Imini's care. He was nervous, I realized, and I reached out to take his hand. The fever still burned beneath his skin. I felt a stab of fear for him. "Whatever the reason they've come," I began, "I'm sure it's not as terrible as we both imagine." He only smiled at me, tucking my hand into the crook of his elbow. Together, we descended. 5. The blonde magician was beside the hearth, where the shelves overflowed with books. The dark-headed one was standing on the threshold of the solarium, gazing into the small glass chamber, where Papa and I grew an array of plants. The magicians reeked of curiosity and judgment, as if our provincial lives were something they would later spin into a joke they told at court, and I stiffened the moment they both turned toward my father and me. Imini had already taken their cloaks, and I could see they were dressed in the latest fashion. Cream cravats, waistcoats embroidered with moon phases and stars, black jackets with coat-tails, trousers with silver trim running up the sides, knee-high boots that only carried a hint of dust from the road, and belts with rapiers sheathed at their sides. I sensed their weapons were not intended to keep them safe on their travels. "Mr. Ambrose Madigan," the blonde greeted Papa with a sharp smile. "It's an honor to meet you. Allow me to introduce us. I'm Lennox Vesper, and this is my brother Phelan." "You're the Countess of Amorous' sons," my father said, and while he sounded polite, I heard the cold shift in his voice. "You're also a long way from home and the luxuries of your court. What brings you to the border?" Lennox was still smiling, but it was stretched far too wide, and he reminded me of a puppet in a child's nightmare. "We've come to see Hearswith, to go as far as we can before stepping into the Mountain Duchy." "The Mountain Duchy is no more," Papa said, "and Hearswith would have been better prepared if we had known of your visit." "Yes, well, it was a sudden change in plans," said Lennox, and he glanced at his brother. Phelan was silent, but his eyes were on me, dark and inscrutable. On the gleam of weapons I wore at my hips. "Come then," my father said, indicating the table, where Imini had just finished setting down dinner platters. Eat with us tonight. Refresh yourselves. You must indeed be weary from a long journey." "And we thank you for your generous hospitality, Mr. Madigan," Lennox said, and unbuckled his belt, leaving his rapier by the door. Phelan followed suit, but I was not about to shed my weapons, even if it went against all manners to partake in a meal armed. The four of us arrived at the table, and an awkward moment passed. The guests were to take their seats first, to lower themselves in gratitude, but the magicians were not sitting. No. Phelan was staring at the meal that was spread between us, and Lennox was staring at me. "Forgive me for asking, Miss Clementine," Lennox drawled, "but do you always take part in a meal with weapons on your belt?" "It depends on the night," I replied, "and the company." Lennox laughed, a garish sound that instantly set me on edge. Like Mazarine's laughter had. I felt my hands gripping the back of my chair, my knuckles draining white, and I wished I had let them knock on her door. Phelan finally broke the tension. He drew back his chair, sitting with an elegance that was reminiscent of a waltz. My father and I waited for his brother to also relent, and then we were gathered at the table, ready to eat. My stomach was wound in a knot, but I put a proper amount of food on my plate. Venison with currant jelly, rosemary potatoes, glazed carrots and beets, boiled eggs, and a cold salad of fruit and toasted nuts. Imani was pouring ginger beer in our glasses when Lennox sniffed his napkin, studied the water stains on his fork, and then cleared his throat. "Do you mind if I cast a cantrip, Mr. Madigan?" My father sounded wary. "What sort of spell is necessary during dinner?" "To see what ingredients are in the food. I have a delicate disposition." I snorted, only to draw everyone's attention. I raised my glass to them and drank, to hide the curl of my lips. "Just eat the food, Lee," Phelan murmured with a twinge of mortification. "You should cast too, you know," Lennox whispered in return. And that was when I realized why the magician wanted to sift through the food. He thought we had poisoned it, which was irrational since my father and I were also eating from the same platters. Papa came to a similar conclusion. "If you fear an upset stomach, don't worry. We have plenty of herbs to calm it. If you fear poison, then let me reassure you, Mr. Lennox. It's bad fortune to harm a guest under one's roof, and I don't intend on bringing terrible luck upon my household." "What a reassurance," Lennox said, and he continued with his cantrip, searching the food on his plate and the ginger beer in his cup. Imani stood beside the china cabinet and watched with a flat expression, but her eyes shone like obsidian. I forced myself to eat. I was sitting across from Phelan, and I noticed how he cut his meat into proper bites, how he handled his fork and knife. I made a point to be his opposite. My cutlery screeched against my plate, provoking winces from the men, and I put a hunk of meat in my mouth, my fork upside down. Phelan watched in shock, as if he couldn't believe my manners. Lennox looked disgusted. I smiled as I chewed, close-lipped and full of terrible thoughts. My father cleared his throat. "May I ask how long the two of you plan to stay in Hereswith?" "It could be a short visit," Lennox said, dragging his disbelieving gaze from me. "But then again, we might decide to stay for a while." "Could you please provide me with the date you'll be departing then?" Papa continued, and from the corner of my eye, I saw his hand was trembling as he speared a potato with his fork. "We have no definite date as of yet." Lennox sounded smug. "But as it is the new moon, I was wondering what sort of nightmares haunt your town, Mr. Madigan. Are they indeed vicious, since you dwell so near the mountains and the accursed Serenduchy? What sort of terrors stalk the streets on the darkest of nights?" My father was silent, but he stared across the table at Lennox Vesper, and I felt the chill in the air. A chill that expressed how angry my father was, even as he secretly smoldered with a fever beneath the glamour. "The nightmares are mine to keep, Mr. Lennox," Papa said. "I'm the warden of Hereswith. These streets are mine to guard, these people mine to honor and protect. Despite your education and polished upbringing, You seem to have forgotten the most basic of laws and respect when it comes to the magic of dreams and guardianship. Lennox chuckled, reaching for his ginger beer. I've not forgotten it all, Mr. Madigan. My memory is rather sharp, and I do nothing without thought. Then let's not dance around the bear, I said, impatient. What do you want? Lennox glanced at me, fair brow arched. I believe that is something I need to discuss with your father, since he is the magician of Hearswith. Despite my confidence, I felt my cheeks flush from the way he made me sound of little consequence, as if I were no one and nothing important. For one brief, terrifying moment, I imagined Lennox had come to ask my father for a partnership, to have the opportunity to be warden of Hearswith alongside Papa, to uproot and replace me. I knew from my brief upbringing in the capital that nearly all warden magicians took partners, because the collection of dreams was a cumbersome task, and nightmares had the capability of being anything. It was always best to have someone guarding your back on the new moon, to grant you aid if a violent dream unfolded. My daughter is my partner and has vast knowledge of magic, my father replied, as if he shared the same worry. My posture softened, relieved. Although I was not his partner yet, only his apprentice. Whatever you have to say to me can also be said to her. Yes, of course, Mr. Madigan, said Lennox with a forced smile and a graceful motion of his hand. I suppose there is no sense in delaying since night has fallen. But he glanced at his brother as if seeking reassurance. Phelan was silent, staring into his goblet. He eventually lifted his eyes and nodded, and my dread rose, threatening to drown me. Lennox stood. He set his gaze on my father, and it seemed like the firelight dimmed and the shadows deepened around us. He withdrew a red silk handkerchief from the inner pocket of his jacket and dropped it onto the table. I watched the fabric flutter down, resting on the wood like a patch of blood. Sever Occhesio Lordania. I have come to challenge you, Mr. Madigan. I have come on this new moon in the month of September to win the right of guardianship and the title of Warden of Hearswith. Lennox's announcement rang in the chamber, reverberating off the walls and windows and the roof of my childhood, sundering my peace. The challenge teemed about us, shimmered in the air like rain and sun. I breathed it in, felt the incantation lock about my heart, like an iron cage. Sever Occhesio Lordania. My father and I sat frozen, staring up at the young magician. Lennox waited, shifting his weight as the heavy silence continued. Did you hear me, Mr. Madigan? I said I challenge you. My father rose. The chair nearly overturned in his haste, and my heart was pounding, my hands shaking as I also stood. Papa had not won the wardenship of Hearswith. It had been passed down to him when the previous magician had retired 9 years ago. He had never stood in the place of Lennox Vesper. He had never stolen territory from another magician. I heard you, Mr. Lennox, said Papa, and his voice was hoarse, his distress making my glamour waver on him for a breath. I accept your challenge. You have an hour to make it to the market green of Hearswith, where Clementine and I will meet you for the challenge of the new moon. Lennox bowed. He left his red handkerchief on the table as a mark of contract, and retrieved his cloak and weapon, Phelan following him. I held my breath as I watched them depart. Even Imini seemed unable to breathe as she stood in the kitchen, staring at the table, the dinner half-eaten on the plates. The cottage was quiet again, a quiet that wanted to crush my heart. I turned to look at Papa, my glamour melting away from him. It should have held for at least another hour, but my magic turned brittle in that moment. Here, Papa, sit. He allowed me to ease him back into the chair, and he sat with a groan. Imini? I glanced at her. Some warm wine with clove and honey for Papa? She began to move to the wine cupboard until my father spoke. No, he said. We never drank before battle because it dulled the senses, and I knelt at Papa's side, my thoughts whirling. You're too ill to accept this challenge, Papa. Let me answer it for you, I've no choice, Clem, and I won't let you face them alone. He looked at me, his eyes bloodshot. I've no choice, he repeated in a whisper, and rubbed his brow. We didn't have much time, and I cracked my knuckles, anxious until Papa took my hand. We have the advantage, he said, and Imini rushed to make him a warm cup of tea since he would not take the wine. We know the nightmares that might appear tonight. The magicians of Amaris don't. Yes, but we'll treat this night no differently, daughter, my father said. Let me rest for half an hour and then we'll go. He leaned his head back against the chair and closed his eyes. Imini set the cup of steaming tea down on the table. She looked at my father before she pinned her gaze on me. This is your night, Clementine, Imini said. Your father will accompany you, but you'll have to be his strength. You'll have to defeat this dream before that upstart does. Be patient. Be shrewd. I nodded. She spoke those 4 words to me. Be patient, be shrewd, every new moon, just before I went to battle. I think she worried about a nightmare getting the best of me. I had a tendency to rush through things, although I had never been badly wounded before. My courage wavered, but only for a moment. I met Imini's stare and offered her a tilt of a smile. Any other words of advice, Imini? She snorted, but it was impossible to decipher what she was thinking. Don't underestimate these magicians, particularly the quiet one. He was watching you very closely tonight. I remembered the way Phelan had regarded me, the way he had spoken my name, and all I could think was, I should have let the troll devour them both. 6. The night was cool and quiet as my father and I walked to the market. Every door was bolted, every shutter closed. It never ceased to surprise me how different Hereswith felt on new moon nights. Desolate and achingly silent, menace chilling the air like fog. It felt abandoned. I dwelled on the legend of Saren's fall, like I did every new moon, my gaze drawn to the dark shadow of the mountains. The fortress in the clouds had been abandoned when the curse had been set a century ago, and yet I wondered what phantoms walked those mountain passages. What joy and light and friendship had once crowned the summit, before the Duke's assassination, before everything fell apart. Some legends claim the Duke had been a cruel man, passing harsh judgments on his people. His sadism had been the reason why the 7 members of his court were driven to kill him. But other stories depicted him as a gentle ruler, claiming his court plotted his demise because of their own desire to rule. I wondered which one was true as I slowed my pace to keep in stride with Papa. His breaths were labored, his steps arduous. We were almost to the market. The constellations teemed above us like sugar spilled across black velvet, and I drew in a deep breath. You never told me about Elle Fielding, he whispered. Fetching Elle's nightmare already felt like a week ago. I had to divine the dream. It was unusual. How so? Papa came to a stop and turned to face me. The setting was here, in the streets and market. She was being pursued by a knight. By night? He indicated the celestial sky above us. No, a knight. An armored person of prowess. I paused, remembering the heavy cadence of his feet as he walked, the rust and blood on his steel, the sparks of his sword. He was a threat, but I couldn't see his face. I couldn't discern what he wanted, but it was very sinister. The silence roared between us. I glanced up to see a flicker of fear in Papa's face. What did the armor look like? He asked sharply. Was there anything strange about it? I tried to describe it, but I had only been afforded a glimpse of his legs. And what weapon did he carry? A sword, I replied, frowning. Have you seen this knight in a dream before? I asked, which was a foolish question, as I had read all my father's nightmare recordings, every single one, unless he had some entries hidden from me. And I inevitably recalled Mazarine's words spoken earlier that day. Tell me, Clementine, have you read one of my nightmares recorded in your father's book?"
I had never read an entry of Mazarin's, which meant she either drank remedies and kept dreams at bay like me, or she did dream, and my father had broken a sacred law of wardenship by refusing to record her nightmares. I wondered why Papa would do such a thing, willingly omitting a nightmare from the ledger, and yet I couldn't find a good enough answer. The possibility made me tense, and I stared up at my father, measuring his expression by starlight.
"No, I haven't seen a night like this before in a dream. Come, daughter. The sons of Amorous are waiting. It's time to send them home."
My father's swift dismissal only fueled my sudden reservations. "You don't like their family?" I asked, remembering the ice in his voice when he had heard the brothers' names.
"Their mother is an old acquaintance of mine."
That was all my father would say, and I was too hesitant to pry for a better answer. Lennox and Phelan Vesper were waiting for us in the center of the market. They stood like statues as Papa and I approached. They stood like they belonged here, like they had grown roots in Hearswith, and I inwardly despised them for it. Papa and I came to a stop a good distance from them, a safe stretch of grass between us.
"Are you certain you know what you're doing, Mr. Lennox?"
my father called to him.
"There is still a chance to recant your challenge and suffer no humiliation from it."
Lennox grinned that terrible puppet smile.
"I know what I do, Mr. Madigan, and there will be no humiliation on my part."
His confidence was unnerving, but I thought I saw Phelan roll his eyes, as if annoyed with his brother's theatrics. I watched the quiet brother closely, limned in starlight, seeking a weak point in his spirit. Phelan looked at my father and said,
"We don't want any bad blood between us, Mr. Madigan, nor do we want there to be any unnecessary injuries tonight."
He is noble of heart, I thought, or considers himself to be, which almost made me laugh, because there was nothing honorable in arriving to another magician's territory unannounced and seeking to steal it.
"Do you want me to surrender without a fight, then, Mr. Phelan?"
Papa countered, his voice edged with ire.
"Do you want me to surrender this town and its inhabitants after I have given years of my life protecting it? Is that how wardenship works in this city you hail from?"
Phelan had the decency to appear briefly shamed.
"Of course not, Mr. Madigan,"
Lennox rushed to say.
"And besides, you are here with your daughter, and we are ready to play out the challenge. Whoever defeats the nightmare will win the right to Hearswith."
"Win the right," Papa murmured, and I knew the words galled him, because they certainly irritated me.
"Very well then, Mr. Lennox. When the clock strikes 9, the new moon is announced, and your challenge will begin."
All of us glanced at the market clock, whose face was illuminated by lantern light. 3 minutes remained, and they dragged by like years. I fought the temptation to pace, to fidget. I made myself stand like stone, just as the two upstarts did, and waited for the clock to strike 9. Finally, the chime sounded, and the mountain wind blew through the streets, sweet and dark and full of magic. Lennox frowned as he glanced about the market, waiting for the nightmare to materialize. Sometimes the dreams were born quickly, as if they were ripe and bursting, eager for the mortal world. Sometimes the dreams arrived gradually, shade by shade, like an artist painting a canvas. Sometimes they were easy to defeat, and Papa and I would be home within the hour with only a few rips in our garments. Sometimes they lasted until dawn, stubborn and vicious and crafty. As I waited to see whose nightmare greeted me that night, I noticed Lennox and Phelan were rigid, and I knew this victory was ours. Papa was right. We had the advantage. We possessed the knowledge, the experience. I knew every nook and cranny of the streets of Hearswith, every garden, the slant of every roof. This town was my home, and I would defend it. I noticed the rain before the men did, before Papa even. A drop fell in my hair, then on the back of my hand, the moisture gleaming like a jewel on my skin. I resisted the urge to look up at the sky,
because I didn't want to tip off the magicians, but I took hold of Papa's arm and began to guide him away from the market. "Papa, let's go," I whispered. Lennox's eyes bugged at the sight of us retreating. I sensed he was tempted to follow us, to mimic everything we did, but Phelan had the same idea as me. He drew Lennox to the protection of one of the market stalls, and they melted into the shadows. It was wonderful to no longer have to look at them. It was also unsettling, because now I wasn't sure where they were or what they were doing. But I inwardly shook myself alert, giving my focus to the nightmare that was coming to life. Papa and I stood in the eastern street beneath a hanging shop sign as the rain began to fall thick and hard, drenching us within moments. "Do you recognize this dream, Clem?" Papa asked me, bending close to my ear so I could hear him over the melody of the rain. "I'm not sure," but I had an inkling. I looked down to the cobblestone street, where puddles were beginning to deepen, iridescent. And I knew it then. This was Archie Kipp's dream, a little boy who had almost drowned earlier that summer, and now was terrified of water. A child's nightmare, and they were always the hardest ones to champion. Papa recognized the dream when the puddles became ankle-deep within a moment. "We need a boat," he murmured. I nodded, but waited, holding my magic on the tip of my tongue, where it crackled like salt as Papa strove to build us a boat. The water was rising quickly now. It was almost to my knees, and I felt my first true pang of trepidation. "Papa?" He was taking too long. His magic was weak and dim, beating like a faint pulse. I saw that he was attempting to build something infallible, a small boat of tin and wood, and while I admired his sense of grandness, I knew the flood would rise swiftly, and once it did, the serpents would also arrive, slithering in the water. "Let me," I said. Papa glanced my way, and I saw how he trembled with exhaustion. The waters were mid-thigh now, and I didn't want to drown tonight. My father reluctantly nodded, and I felt the shift of power flow from him to me. This battle was not ours anymore. It was mine. I called to the stray pieces of nature around us. Stalks of hay, threads of grass, feathers from nests, lichens from roofs, smoke from chimneys. I sensed I needed more, so I reached farther with my magic and gathered the distant sound of an argument leaking from a threshold, the wail of a baby, the song of a mother, the sting from a skinned knee. I wove everything together, and I made a small boat, rough-hewn and narrow, but sturdy. It bobbed on the water as Papa lifted me up and set me within its frame. I helped him next, and the boat nearly tipped as he hefted himself up and over with a groan. But we were safe from the flood. I quickly created a paddle from a few floating sticks, propelling us along the streets that had transformed into canals. The water was deep, lapping at second-story windows, and I wondered how much deeper it would become. Would it continue to rise until it reached the mountaintops? Until it reached the stars? "Look for the key, Clem," my father said. I didn't need his reminder, but I held my retort. Every nightmare had a key that could appear in a number of forms and be physically claimed. It was the way to break a dream swiftly. If the dreamer could recognize and claim the key while the nightmare was ensnaring them, then they would wake. It was a similar experience on the new moon. I needed to find the weak point of the dream, locate the key in whatever form it took tonight, and wield it before the Vesper brothers. "First the flood, then the serpents," I reminded him, because the key to the dream would not appear until all the elements of the nightmare manifested. And so I navigated the boat, and wiped rain from my eyes, and waited for the snakes to arrive, my body tense as a coil, ready to spring into action. My boat hit resistance. Frowning, I tried to paddle with deeper strokes, but the boat was hung up on something in the water. "Can you see what's impeding us?" I asked Papa, since he was sitting at the bow. He carefully shifted to peer over the edge. "Lily pads." I sighed. Of course, I had forgotten about that one element of the nightmare. Archie was afraid of drowning, afraid of snakes in the water, and afraid of lily pads. I quickly began to paddle us backward, and I could see the thick knot of lily pads on the water as we retreated. They seemed innocent, perched on the surface with their green leaves and blossoms, but I knew better than to trust them on the new moon. I rode to another street, my eyes constantly searching the water, awaiting the serpents. I imagined I saw something slithering through the depths, but it was difficult to tell for certain. The rain eased, the flood line coming to rest right at the eaves of roofs, and the lily pads were multiplying. I bumped into another nest of them and had to reroute yet again, and my shoulders were beginning to smolder from the effort. My hands were pruned. I had nearly forgotten about the Vesper brothers until I caught a glimpse of them farther up the street, paddling in their own boat. They rounded a corner, slipping away from sight, and I had a strange urge to follow them. "Don't lose focus, Clem," Papa said, and I had to swallow another quip. My attention was drawn to the water beneath me, where a small golden light trembled beneath the surface. I leaned closer, the boat rocking, and realized it was a coin drifting through the water, as if someone had cast a wish into a pool. "Do you see that?" I cried, and rose with haste, handing the paddle to my father. "Clem, wait!" But the coin was the key, I thought urgently, and it was about to fade away. I jumped overboard and let the water close over my head as I swam after that tantalizing gleam of gold. It led me through the streets, and I had to surface twice to gulp in fresh air. My father was close behind me, paddling the boat in my wake, and I descended into the water again, chasing the key. I'm not sure what happened first. The water around me turned bitterly cold, and I lost sight of my quarry. Pausing, I treaded in place and felt the corresponding tug in my lungs. I needed air, and I rushed to swim up to the surface. Only I couldn't find it. I was suddenly entangled with lily pads. I couldn't break through them. I couldn't reach the surface. In my panic, I couldn't recall a single convoluted spell for breathing underwater. I fought and pushed and kicked. The more I resisted, the more I became entangled. My lungs burned. I was overwhelmed, fading in my own skin. Something slid past my leg. One of the serpents. My heart leapt in fear. I'm about to drown. I quit trying to breach the surface and grappled for one of the daggers hooked to my belt. Be calm, I commanded myself, as I methodically hacked at the lilies, hacked at the serpents that were gathering and weaving a net around me with their thin, long bodies. I was nearing the surface, and I saw the shadow of a boat nearby waiting for me. Papa. I kept my focus on it, and broke the surface with a desperate gasp of air. My eyes stung, and I clambered for the boat, hefting myself up into its safety. Sprawled within its hull, I sputtered and coughed. I was trembling, and my head was throbbing, but a sharp sting on my left calf snagged my attention. I drew up my dress to my knees, exposing a serpent latched to my leg, its fangs buried in my skin. It didn't feel real, even as my eyes smarted from the intense pain, and I merely gaped at it a moment, struggling to remember where I was, what was unfolding around me, my mind foggy from the lack of air. A blaze of light shot like an arrow, striking the serpent dead. Its writhing body instantly went limp, but its fangs were still caught in my leg, and a hand I didn't recognize carefully unhinged the serpent and tossed it overboard. My gaze rose. Phelan Vesper. I had climbed into Phelan Vesper's boat. For a moment, all I could do was pant and stare at him in numb shock. I coughed again, my lungs burning vividly. I wiped my face and pushed my dress back down, hiding my legs and the blood that was trickling out of the fang marks. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," I wheezed. I closed my eyes and leaned back in his boat until I felt steady again. A foolish thing, as I shouldn't trust him, particularly since I had no idea where his brother was. I listened to the sound of his paddle dipping into the water as he rowed us away from the lily pads. I could have lain there, limbs melted like wax, for hours, but I forced myself to sit up and take in my surroundings. I saw Papa farther down the street, the lilies blocking him from reaching me. But our gazes crossed, and he hurried to angle his boat into a side street. I knew what he wanted me to do. The roofs around us bloomed like mushrooms from the water, and when Phelan rowed us close to one, I leaned toward him. My graceful motion had him instantly wary, and he stopped paddling, his eyes glinting with a dark warning to maintain my distance. I ignored it, and I dared to touch his face, a fleeting caress that seemed to enchant him into stone. "Thank you," I breathed. My hand slipped from his cheek and promptly shot a hole in the boat with a beam of magic. He startled as the water began to surge around our ankles. I leapt to the nearest roof, struggling to find purchase in the thatch. I scrambled up to the apex of the roof and glanced back to see Phelan furiously trying to mend his boat in vain. It was a moment from being completely submerged, and he glared at me. "Your gratitude is noted, Miss Madigan," he said, and jumped onto the same roof as me. I gave him a mock curtsy before I hurried down the other side, where Papa sat waiting for me. I settled into our boat and whispered, "Hurry, Papa." My father paddled us away, and I glanced over my shoulder to see Phelan standing on the thatched roof, stranded. But I felt the bite of his gaze until we turned onto a different canal, and he was finally lost from my sight. Shuddering, I sat back and took a fortifying breath. "I told you to wait, Clementine," my father growled. "I know, and I'm sorry," I said, my attention straying to the challenge. "Have you seen Lennox?" "He's in the water." I looked over the edge of the boat, where serpents slithered just beneath the surface, and I saw the gleam of the key again, drifting and taunting me to pursue it. A splash sounded behind me, and I turned to see Lennox cresting the water, slipping back into its domain, effortless as a fish. He swam alarmingly fast. He must have enchanted himself. I stood in the boat as he passed by us, so swiftly not even the serpents could entangle him. "Don't forget there's a cost to every charm, Clem," my father said, reading the anguish in my eyes. "Yes, and we're about to lose this town, Papa." I watched as Lennox rose from the water again to breathe before diving back beneath the surface. I remembered how it felt to nearly drown, how the water tried to sneak into me and weigh me down, and yet I couldn't bear to face this defeat. To have my home stolen from me by a magician like him. I inhaled and spoke a long, twisted charm, wild and spontaneous magic that lurked in my bones. I called upon the last of my reserves, and watched the sadness overcome my father's face as gills blossomed in my neck, and I struggled to breathe in the air, gasping. I tumbled back into the water and filled myself with it, my gills flexing in relief. I found my second dagger on my belt, and I took it in my hand, swimming and cutting through the serpents. I discovered that if I swam deep, where the cobblestones lurked like a riverbed, the snakes would not bother me. And so this was my path. It was dark and cold and quiet, but I could see the golden shine of the key up ahead. Lennox hovered near the surface, struggling with a patch of lily pads. He had charmed his feet into fins. That was why he was able to swim with such agility. I neared the key, and my heart lifted as I anticipated ending this challenge. It had at last found its resting place on the street. I swam slow, but steady, drawing in water, letting it wash through me, my hair streaming like a fiery pennant. I realized, upon closer examination, the key was a golden rock the size of my palm, wedged into the cobblestones, and I saw Lennox cut himself loose far above me. He noticed my presence then, and began a furious descent. I quickened my strokes, but my left leg was aching, the serpent's venom affecting how strongly I could kick. I was reaching for the lambent stone when Lennox's fingers closed about it. He tugged, but the rock held fast, and he frantically worked to uproot it with his dagger. I knew his air was wearing thin. His face was mottled, and I wondered if he was about to drown himself, all for pride. I wondered if I should interfere, if I should stab him, and the mere idea drummed an ache in my stomach. So I waited for his lack of air to force him back to the surface, for him to abandon the key. But his dagger found the root of the stone, and he worked it free from the ground. Instantly, the nightmare broke, and the flood began to drain into the hole the rock had left behind in the ground. I felt the water swirl around me, the pressure ease in my ears, My gills flutter in desperation. The serpents turned into silt, the lily pads into pollen. It was over. I was vanquished. And through the eddy of draining water, Lennox grinned at me. 7. "You dear, foolish, reckless girl," Imini said to me, but there were tears in her eyes as she eased my head back beneath the water. I was sitting in the tub, my left leg hanging over the side so she could tend to the serpent bite. But my gills had yet to fade, and I couldn't breathe air. I was confined to the bath, where my gills would allow me a minute or two above the surface before they screamed for water. There's a cost to every charm. My father's words haunted me. Perhaps my gills would never fade. Perhaps I would be doomed to live the remainder of my life in a tub or a lake. I sank into the water and breathed it in, suddenly thankful that it muffled the sounds of the world. Sounds of Lennox speaking to Papa just beyond the closed door. Sounds of townspeople ringing the bell, distressed to hear that there was a new warden in Hearswith. Sounds of Imini simultaneously scolding and praising me as she cried. I had lost the town, our home, and the guilt weighed heavily in my chest. I remained beneath the surface, my heart broken. I felt as if I had been turned inside out of my own body, like I had been split open and I didn't know how to hold myself together. I was uncertain if it was due to the shock I was feeling, to acknowledge I had been defeated by Lennox, or if it was a side effect of my rash enchantment. I knew a few fundamentals of Metamara magic, which studied the transformations and adaptations of nature and objects. I knew enough to get me in trouble, and it made me think of my mother, of what she would say to me if she saw me in this moment, half girl, half water creature. Imini's hands were gentle as she drew the poison from my wound with a salve, and when her ministrations were done, she left me alone. I remained in the water for another hour, until I felt the painful shift in my body. My gills closed, forcing me to sit up, to return to the air. I coughed up the last bit of water. My skin was pruned as I carefully climbed out of the tub and dried off. I pulled the cork and watched the water swirl and drain until the tub was empty. I had hesitated. That was why I'd lost. I should have stabbed him. I shouldn't have waited for his air to run out, allowing him the chance to win. There was no one to blame but myself, and I longed to turn back time, to change my actions. The mirror hanging above the wash basin drew my gaze, and I stood before it as if I had forgotten my own face. The gills had left behind scars in my neck, 3 thin slashes on each side just beneath my jaw, catching the light like iridescent scales. I gently touched the scars, surprised by their tenderness. They would remind me of my loss, of my foolishness, and yet I didn't feel the urge to hide them. I stepped into the dining room. Lennox was sitting at the table, papers spread out before him, spectacles perched on his nose. My father sat across from him, bleary-eyed and still running a fever, drawing up the contract for the new warden. Phelan stood before the bookshelves, reading the illuminated spines and holding a cup of tea. Imini was bustling in the kitchen, cooking away her distress. All 4 of them stopped their tasks and looked at me. I stood on the rug in a slant of morning sunlight, my black dress still wet from my long submersion, my hair a snarled copper mess around my shoulders. "Well met, Miss Clementine," Lennox said in a cheerful voice, holding up his glass of mulberry wine. "I must say you were a worthy opponent." I said nothing, staring at him until his smirk eased and he returned his focus to the papers. My father's gaze lingered on me the longest. He was noticing my new scars, how they gleamed every time I breathed, and he sighed as he resumed writing the document, his quill scratching over the paper. I walked past Phelan to the kitchen counter, where the teapot was still warm, and poured myself a cup. Imini set down a pitcher of cream and the honey pot, as she knew my preferences, and I put far too much into my tea, stirring it around and around, my thoughts far away. "How is your wound?" I turned, startled to see Phelan was standing close to me. Imini made a sound of dislike, but the magician didn't notice. "I would say it's in the same condition as your boat, Mr. Vesper," I replied, and took a loud sip of tea just to irritate him. "Then it must be in shambles." An adequate word to describe it. I knew he was asking after my leg, but I spoke of the wound in my spirit. He didn't glance away from me as I expected. It was rude to stare too long at someone in court, where he no doubt had grown up as a countess's son, and I wondered what he saw in me. I dropped my gaze first, unable to hold his uncanny stare. "And when can we expect you to vacate this cottage, Mr. Madigan?" Lennox was saying. "We'll be gone tomorrow," my father replied, without hesitation. I set my teacup down on the counter with a hard clunk. Tomorrow? The disbelief swelled within me, and I bit the inside of my cheek to hold back the torrent of words I wanted to spew. "Excellent," Lennox said. "I do believe this cottage will suit me very well, although there is that rather nice house on the hill." "Yes, that's Mazarine Thimble's mansion." Papa's voice cracked with exhaustion. "It's her property, and will most likely remain that way." "Of course." Lennox's gaze drifted to the kitchen, where Imini was banging pots in her fury. "And the housekeeper? Will she remain behind?" "No," my father replied swiftly. "Imini will be going with us. If you want a cook or a housekeeper, you will have to find one on your own." Imini pretended she had not heard as she began to knead dough, but I felt the indignation for her, that this upstart would assume she would stay and work for him. "And what of the dream tax?" Lennox asked. "How much does the town pay you for your services?" "They pay us what they can, Mr. Lennox," I said, unable to remain silent a moment longer. "Sometimes with bread, sometimes with coin, sometimes nothing at all if their crop or craft has suffered a bad year." "Nothing at all?" Incredulous, Lennox looked at my father as if he was fervently hoping I was jesting. "And you still guard them from their nightmares, despite the fact they cannot even pay you a penny in gratitude?" "We do," I said. "Then how do you pay your dream tax to the Duke?" Lennox asked, glancing between my father and me. "You do pay it, I hope?" My father nodded. He looked tired, so weary. My heart ached. "We pay what the Duke requires," I said, and I thought of Mazarine and her trickle of coins, which had kept us afloat more times than I could count. "But this is a rural town, Mr. Lennox. This is not the pampered city life you know and are accustomed to. All of us work and pull our weight. Sometimes a person cannot pay in coin, but we still record their nightmares, and we still protect them. Now that you've been informed, you'll have to figure out a way to ensure the Duke gets his taxes on time, and if you can't, then perhaps your mother can pay them for you." "Mr. Madigan," Phelan said in a desperate tone, purposefully interrupting Lennox and me, sensing that we were about to strike up another duel. "Please don't feel as if you and Clementine and Imini must rush away. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need." "We'll be gone tomorrow," my father reiterated, and he set his glassy-eyed stare on me. "It would be a good idea to begin packing, Clem." "But where are we going to go?" I left my tea on the counter and ascended the stairs. Dwindle was curled up on my bed, purring, and I sat beside her, my hand stroking her calico fur. Eventually, my damp gown drove me to the wardrobe. I shed the black silk and changed into a simple blue gown. I set to work packing my things, only to realize I had far too many books. I needed to give some of them away, and I began to make piles. I was halfway through my endeavor when Papa stepped into the chamber, instantly casting a protective charm on the walls, the window, and the door, to keep our voices from being overheard. "Make sure you pack everything, Clementine," he said. "Leave no trace of yourself behind in this house. No hair ribbon, no letters, no drawings, not even an old pair of shoes." I gaped up at my father. "You're worried." "I'm not worried," he insisted. But I knew when he lied. His nostrils tended to flare when he spoke falsely. "But nor do I want to give anyone the chance to track where we go,
or even summon us, if they were so bold to do so.
I tried to imagine Lennox taking an old ribbon of mine months from now and using it to cast the spell of summoning. It was a dangerous enchantment, one that would draw me into his presence whether I wanted to answer him or not. And I almost laughed at the absurdity until my father's scowl deepened.
You need to take this seriously, Clem.
I am taking this seriously, I snapped, and indicated the scars on my neck. I never wanted to leave this place. Our home, Papa. He flinched as if I had struck him. At once, my temper faded. It's a great misfortune, and I'm sorry, daughter. I'm sorry I was not strong enough to help you last night. I glanced away, unable to bear the sorrow in his eyes. My guilt flared again. If I had been craftier, bolder, I wouldn't have lost. Where are we going?
I'm still considering our options. The most important thing at the moment is that you pack everything.
I was planning to give some of my books away to the town girls. Could I still do that? His eyes flickered to the piles of books I had made on the floor. I read his mind. Books were heavy and cumbersome to move with, even if one enchanted them into tiny charms.
That would be fine, he replied, so long as you erase your name on the cover and any notes you may have written in the margins, and ensure none of your bookmarks are in the pages.
I nodded and watched him leave. And while I wanted to act as if I was not rattled by his worry, I was. My hands shook as I went through the books I planned to donate, uttering a charm to vanish my handwriting. Because, of course, I was the sort of person who marked every book I owned. And as Papa knew well, I made my own bookmarks. I ended up recovering 3 of them, lost in the leaves of thick novels. By the end of my scouring, there were 11 volumes that I wanted to give to the Fielding girls. I gathered the books into my arms and decided I would deliver them now. The main level of the cottage was quiet. The Vesper brothers were gone, to my immense relief, and my father was in his own bedchamber, packing. Imini was at the china cabinet, wrapping the porcelain in newspaper, but she didn't stop me when I slipped out the door into the warmth of late morning. The last thing I desired was to be seen and stopped on the streets. I cast a simple Avertana charm, one that would make me unnoticeable, and I walked the streets of Hearswith. Everyone was speaking of my father's displacement, because rumors traveled like wildfire here, and everyone had seen the Vesper brothers wandering about the evening before. Most of the talk was hinged on disbelief and devastation, for my father was sincerely loved in this town. But there were a few conversations I heard, words that were hopeful for the new warden. My father was getting old anyway. It was good to change magicians every now and then. I reached the Fieldings' cottage. With a deep sigh, I loosened my charm so I could be noticed again, and was approaching the door, preparing to knock, when a sweet voice called my name from above. "Miss Clem!"
I glanced up at the apple tree that flourished in the front yard. Elle was perched in its branches, harvesting the fruit, and I walked to stand among the roots, gazing up at her.
"Have you come to see my papa?" the girl asked, as she began to descend the tree.
"No," I replied. "I've actually come to see you and your sisters."
"Me?"
She dropped to the grass and set her basket of apples down.
"What for?"
I extended the stack of books to her, watching as her eyes turned to light.
"I fear that I'm leaving Hearswith, but I wanted to give these to you and your sisters before I departed. They were some of my favorite books when I was your age." Her mouth hung agape as she took my books. I didn't realize I had accidentally put one of my art portfolios in the stack until she opened it and leaves of my most recent illustrations began to flutter, threatening to fly away on the wind. "Oh," I said, and reached for it. "Sorry, these need to stay with me." Elle handed me the portfolio, and I held it close to my chest as she continued to admire the books. "Thank you, Miss Clem," she said in a reverent tone. As she hurried inside to share the news with her sisters, Spruce Fielding appeared on the threshold.
"I'm afraid we cannot pay you for the books."
"I don't want payment," I replied. "I give them freely to your daughters."
when Spruce merely stood there, blank with surprise. I bade him good day. I was striding to the gate when he hurried after me. "Miss Clem, wait a moment, please." I tarried, wiping a smudge of charcoal from the cover of the portfolio. "Yes, Mr. Fielding?" "We're very sorry to hear what happened last night," he said, and removed his cap, wringing it in his hands. "Your father is an excellent warden, someone we trusted, and we're sad to see both of you go." "Thank you, Mr. Fielding." "Must you leave? You can continue to reside here," he said. "In fact, we could build you a cottage on my lands if you like." This caught me by surprise. It only made my tears surge, and I at last realized why my father and I couldn't stay in Hearswith, why Papa wanted to leave so swiftly. "That's very kind of you, Mr. Fielding, but my father and I feel it's best to leave at once, so Mr. Vesper can begin to settle in and get to know all of you." Spruce nodded, but he didn't look convinced. "I understand. But if you do change your mind, you and your father and Imini will always have a home here." The emotion welled in my throat. I smiled at him as I passed through the gate. It took me a moment to cast my charm again, to go unnoticed as I walked through the heart of Hearswith, back through pockets of gossip and dismay and curiosity. I had just come upon the square when a strange long scuff on the cobblestones caught my attention. It was a thin mark, as if caused by the tip of something sharp, and it led to a wagon parked not far from me. I paused, chilled when I recalled El's nightmare. The knight had let the point of his sword drag over the stones. He had walked to the wagon where El had been hiding. Surely the scuff mark was just a coincidence. I crouched down to study it closer, rushing my fingers over the mark on the cobbles. I looked at the wagon, and I began to imagine perhaps the knight had been here last night, walking the streets and hidden beneath the water. But that would mean 2 different nightmares had descended last night, Archie's and El's, and that had never occurred, at least not as far as I knew. Before I could let that revelation unfold, someone tripped over me. The impact knocked me down, and my charm of stealth broke as my portfolio went flying. Leaves of my drawings danced on the breeze, and I rushed to gather them before they were carried farther into the market. And through the cascade of parchment, I saw him kneeling on the cobblestones, also hurrying to gather my stray illustrations. Phelan. My face warmed when I saw him holding my drawings, these intimate pieces of my heart. He paused to study one, transfixed, and I snatched it from his hands. He scowled, lips pursed, as if he wanted to say something snide, until he realized it was me, and his expression softened. "Forgive me, Miss Madigan. I didn't see you." I made no response, but folded my now wrinkled papers back into my portfolio. When I continued to walk up the street, he rushed after me. "May I walk with you?" "I suppose," I said, and quickened my pace. He noticed, and kept perfect stride with me, and all the people of Hearswith seemed to freeze, watching the 2 of us pass by. "I know you must think very ill of my brother and me," Phelan began, slightly out of breath as the street took a steep turn. "But I do hope in time that you will come to understand why this happened." His words infuriated me. I halted and spun. "I think I already understand, Mr. Vesper. You and your brother were raised wanting nothing, 2 rich, spoiled brats of the aristocracy. And now that you are grown, you wanted a town to be warden of, so you rolled a die and landed on Hearswith. Quite a challenge, I might add, since it's rather far from your home and resides in the shadow of mountains. But I commend you both for your noble sense of duty and obligation, and while I don't think you will fit in well here, I hope I'm wrong, for the sake of the residents." The shock in his eyes and the flush of his face were delicious to behold. I smiled as I continued on my way, thinking he would leave me alone. But he was far more stubborn than I anticipated, and caught up to me again. "I'll have you know, Miss Madigan, that I'm not staying in Hearswith." "Oh, I see. So you assisted your brother in stealing the town, and now you are abandoning it?" "I have responsibilities elsewhere," he said in a near growl, as if I should care.
"Then don't let me keep you from them," I said, my father's cottage coming into view. Phelan relinquished me, coming to an abrupt halt in the street, and I walked the rest of the way home on my own. But it felt like I was treading an endless nightmare, and it would end if only I could wake. 8. I didn't know where Papa planned to take Imani and me, and the uncertainty gave me a stomachache as I waited in the yard, holding a mewling Dwindle in my arms. The wagon was parked at our gate, packed to the brim with boxes and crates and burlap sacks of our possessions. Most of the furniture remained behind in the cottage, as did the framed artwork and the endless pots of plants, all of which Papa used a scouring charm over to ensure no trace of us remained. I had ensorcelled nearly everything from my room into one bag, using Mama's shrinking spell. A crowd had gathered to see us off, most of them dear friends who had known me for half my life. Lilac Weston brought a bag of pastries, her eyes rimmed red. The Fieldings were there, the girls holding my books. And to my great shock, Mazarine. The disguised troll wore a modest dress of thick brocade and wielded an umbrella to shield her skin and hair from the sunshine. Papa was the last to emerge from our cottage. He carried the Book of Nightmares, and I watched as he delivered the tome to Lennox Vesper, who waited by a patch of daisies in the yard, Phelan at his side. My father gave him the book and the key to the cottage, and it was officially done and over. Papa was no longer warden of Hearswith, and we were homeless. I buried my face in Dwindle's fur to hide the tears that burned my eyes. I felt Imani's hand on my shoulder, and her attempt to comfort me only made my emotions spin harder. I could feel the weeping in my chest, threatening to rise. "Oh, gods," I thought. "Please don't let me cry here. Let me at least get out of sight of the Vespers." Despite my resolve, a sound slipped from me. The strangled sound of a girl trying to swallow a sob, and halfway succeeding. Dwindle let out a disgruntled meow. I was squeezing her too hard, and when I lifted my face, my nose was running. A few tears had escaped, and I hurried to dash them away before anyone but Imani could notice. "And where will you be heading, Mr. Madigan?" Lennox was asking. He was a blurry shape at the corner of my eye, but I saw how he cradled the Book of Nightmares in an awkward stance. The weight of the book had caught him by surprise. "Wherever the wind blows," Papa said. He helped me and Imani settle in the wagon bench before he climbed up himself. His hands trembled as they took the reins, and he clucked to the horse, urging the gelding onward. I wanted to look back at the cottage, at our friends one last time, but I didn't, because I feared I would break into hundreds of pieces if I did. We didn't talk until eventide, each of us lost to our own thoughts, until Papa drew the wagon off the road, and we chose to camp in a copse of oak trees. Imani built a fire and made a quick stew of wild onions, potatoes, and some summer sausage, and we gathered around the light and ate, our mood somber. I had noticed the mountains were growing distant. My father was taking us east, and it made me feel lost. I wrapped a blanket around my shoulders as Dwindle curled up on my lap, and I looked for something I recognized, something to ground me. I found it on the dusky horizon, where the fortress in the clouds was carved into the mountaintop, so distant now I could hardly discern it. But it was a familiar sight and made me feel less adrift. Weary of the silence, I asked, "What do you think is up there, in the fortress?" Imani was sitting in the grass, knitting a shawl. "Nightmares, and the lost one." "The lost one?" I echoed. It had been a long time since she had told me a mountain story, and she knew I was playing innocent in order to draw that tale out of her. She was quiet for a moment, her focus seemingly on her knitting. But then she began to speak, her voice rich and vibrant. "Over 100 years ago, there was a woman who lived in the mountains, alone in a small house in the city of Ula. In her younger years, she was a faithful lady-in-waiting for the Duke's sister. But as she grew older, she preferred solitude, and she listened to the wind that blew in the morning and the evenings. Stories were wrapped within such gusts, and they kept her warm on the darkest of nights. She lacked for nothing, and wanted nothing more. But a rap sounded on her door one summer midnight, when the moon was full and the wind was quiet and the air was warm. When she answered it, no one was there. No one until she heard a wail and realized a large basket had been left on her stoop. And in the basket was not one baby, but two. The woman had never cared for children. They were loud, messy, fragile, demanding. They were wholly dependent on their caregiver, and she did not want to be fastened to such responsibility. But nor could she be heartless and leave the babes on her porch. She brought them into her home. Two boys, perhaps only a month old. Ugly and floppy, and she did not know how to hold them. But hold them she did, and their weeping eased. She spoke to them, and they smiled at the sound of her voice. When they grew hungry, she filled a bottle with goat milk and fed them. For months she sought their parents. For months she tried to find a new home for them. But in the end, she chose to keep them with her. They were identical twins, she swiftly discovered as they grew. It was nigh impossible to tell them apart, and many days she confused them, until she came to learn their personalities. One was intelligent, drawn to books and quiet spaces, and the other was wild, adventurous, a boy who wanted to roam the mountains and drive stakes into rabbits. The quiet one she could raise, but her wild boy... The woman did not know how to tame such a heart, if such a heart could be tamed without breaking. For all their differences, they both held a vein of craftiness. This she learned when they began to play each other's roles. Her quiet boy would deceive her, acting as his wild brother to take his punishments. And the wild boy would act as his quiet twin, to avoid her wrath when he strayed too far. The woman had no choice but to send them both away to school in the city after a decade had passed. Let one become a warrior, she thought, and the other a scholar. And maybe when they grew into men, they would serve the duchy in mighty ways. But even if they did not, she would be proud of them, and she loved them each for their different strengths. Grow into men they did. They visited her often in the beginning, after their schooling was complete. Her quiet boy was devoted to his books and knowledge, and her wild one had fallen prey to love, wedding a beautiful girl of the summit. It was good in those days, and then her boys forgot her, distracted by the allures of life. A storm brewed on the horizon. The Duke was a cruel ruler, oppressing his people. And it did not matter how much the woman prepared for it. The storm broke, and with it the duchy, and her home, her land, was shadowed by the curse. She had no choice but to leave. All the people of the mountains, they could not stay there. The nights were treacherous, their dreams woven with terror. No one could step foot in the fortress where the Duke had been slain. In the pandemonium of leaving, she could not find her boys. They are wise and shrewd, she thought. She made it to the mountain doors, where the summit opens into a valley, and she waited for her boys there. Soon they came. One passed over the threshold freely, into the grass. The other, however, could not. The mountain held him captive, and he could not leave its shadow. When the mountain doors began to close, the woman wept and rushed to her son who was bound to be lost to her, only to be held back by his twin. They watched the mountain doors close and seal, devouring brother and son. Those doors have not been opened since, nor will they until the remaining wraiths, the heiress, the lady-in-waiting, the adviser, the guard, the master of coin, and the spy mistress, all who once planned the Duke's demise, return as one to break the curse. I was silent, soaking in Imini's tragic story. When she did not speak again, I realized she was done with her tale, and it left me hollow. I should have asked for a happier story, and I lay down in my bedroll, listening to the wind rake through the grass and the crickets chirp their starlit lullabies. "Clem!" Papa's voice caught my attention, and I turned to see he was holding a remedy vial out for me to take. I reached for it, the glass cool against my palm, but I hesitated. Do I still need to drink this now, since we're no longer wardens? That had been Papa's reasoning as to why I shouldn't dream at night. It would be difficult indeed to face my own nightmare in the streets of Hearswith. Dreams often revealed one's greatest vulnerability. Dreams were doors that led into hearts and minds and souls and secrets. "Best you do," my father replied, and I watched as he drank one himself before settling in for the night. Even Imini took a remedy. I followed suit, uncorking my vial, and letting the bittersweet liquid rush over my tongue and coat my throat. A familiar taste, one I had been drinking every night since I could remember. I lay down in the grass, my eyes growing heavy with exhaustion, and I looked to the mountains, now darker than night against the constellations. And I wondered what sort of things would haunt my sleep, if I ever gave my mind and heart the chance to dream. Travel was miserably slow. My father was in no hurry. Dwindle meowed the entire time, and our horse and wagon took a plodding pace as we traveled across the Bardillis Duchy. But all too soon, the mountains faded away, and we were surrounded by crop fields still golden with summer heat, pine forests, and rings of small villages reminiscent to Hearswith. We passed over the Starling River, and I noticed the shift. The dirt roads became cobbled. The forests surrendered to chains of houses. The quiet fragrance of the country gave way to the sounds and smoke and smells of habitation. I could see the haze of the capital in the distance, the sprawling and overwhelming city of Endelion, the seat of the Duke's sovereignty, and I suddenly knew exactly where my father was taking us. I turned to look at him, and his profile was set like granite, his eyes carefully avoiding mine. He was taking us to my mother. 9. My mother's townhouse was in the northern quadrant of the city, in sight of the river that flowed through the capital like a silver vein. The last time I had been here to visit her was 3 years ago, when I was 14, and I had longed for Hearswith the entire summer I had spent with her, longed for the mountains and the meadows and the slower pace of a country town. My mother had sensed the homesickness within me, and I think that was why she failed to invite me the following summer, or the following. We had gradually grown apart when I had chosen to study my father's way of magic instead of hers. I felt a twinge of apprehension when I approached her door, and I could only imagine how my father was feeling as he waited in the wagon with Imini, the afternoon beginning to melt into dusk. I rang the bell, cleared my throat, and smoothed the tangles from my hair to no avail. I looked like a weary, dust-ridden, and wind-blown vagabond when my mother opened the door. Her shock was tangible. Her eyes widened when she realized it was me standing at the threshold, and her expression softened. "Clementine?" "Hello, Mama." I greeted her with a hesitant smile. I was surprised by how much silver now laced her black hair. "Where's your father?" she asked, her voice sharp with displeasure. But she gave me no time to reply. She glanced over my shoulder to see Papa sitting like a defeated warrior on the wagon bench. "Ambrose? Ambrose, come inside. You look weary. And Imini, come, the two of you." My father eased down from the wagon, assisting Imini. They began to gather boxes, which my mother rushed to assist with her magic, charming our possessions to glide themselves in through the front door to the parlor of her townhouse. After that, Papa insisted on taking the horse to the closest public stable, a block away. I think he was avoiding the inevitable, which was having to tell my mother we had lost the town and currently had nowhere to go. And so I did. While he was tending to the horse, I sat in my mother's opulent den that smelled of gardenias and patchouli. Dwindle rubbed up against my legs as I took the cup of tea Mama offered me, and I told her everything. Imini sat beside me, adding a snort here and there in agreement, particularly when I relayed the arrival of the two magicians. "The Countess of Amorous' sons," Mama echoed, and her eyes slid to Imini's. The two women seemed to hold a private conversation, which irked me. I paused, uncertain. "You know of them?" "Doesn't everyone in Endelion?" she replied carefully. I couldn't judge her opinion of them, not like I could with Papa. "Her lands lie south of here, but the Countess primarily resides in the city, where she has great influence. Her husband, the Count, passed away years ago. But since then she has become a close confidant of the Duke, in fact." That only made my indignation flare. Why, then, would Lennox need to uproot my father and me? Why Hearswith when he could have chosen any town, any village, any slice of the city to be warden of?
"So the sons challenged you and your father?" my mother prompted. I nodded and continued with the doomed tale, and my mother listened, her gaze resting on me and the scars that gleamed at my neck. She was quiet when I was done, and her silence made me feel uncomfortable, as if she was weighing what she wanted to do with us and our predicament. "Will you let me and Papa and Imani stay here for a little while, just until we can find new work in the city?" I asked, because I didn't know if she lived alone. If she had a lover or a companion, even though her house felt empty and quiet, full of golden trim that glittered in the shadows. "Of course, Clementine," she replied, a lilt of offense in her tone, as if I were being absurd to assume otherwise. "It'll be like old times." It would not be like old times, and we all knew it. Papa arrived, letting himself in the front door. His footsteps were heavy as he approached, and he stood awkwardly on the threshold of the den, trying not to look at my mother. She rose from her settee, elegant in her lavender gown, her black hair swept back in a loose chignon. "You haven't aged a day, Ambrose," she said to him. Papa at last looked at her, unguarded, and I thought I saw regret in his eyes. They had parted ways 7 years ago. I remembered how they had reached a point when all they did was bicker and argue. They held different ideologies about magic and the intent behind spells. My mother studied Metamara and used its whimsy on the stage, captivating audiences as she transformed one thing into another. She believed magic should be fun and entertaining, and my father, with his rigid Avertana opinions, believed magic should only be used in logical, practical ways, as a means to guard and defend others. "Same to you, Sigourney," he said. "If Clem and Imani can reside with you, I'll find lodgings elsewhere." "Don't be ridiculous," my mother replied. "I live here alone, and this house has far too many empty rooms. Stay here for now." He nodded, but still seemed frozen on the threshold. I suddenly felt exhausted by the weight of everything. Worry as to where we would go, what we would do now, and the sheer amount of homesickness that pinched my lungs every time I drew a deep breath. That first night in my mother's townhouse, I lay in bed and relived my new moon battle with Lennox and Phelan, over and over in the dark. And I finally let myself cry. Imani merged into city life with ease, tending to the house and cooking for us. But my father and I were stricken and lost, perusing the classified column of the daily paper for possible work. There were no openings for a dream warden in the city, which seemed unbelievable to me, given how vast Endelion was. So many people, so many nightmares, so many streets. But I swiftly learned that territory was divided into small segments, and there were far too many magicians and not enough positions. A dream warden was a highly contested profession, my mother said, when she saw both Papa and I were helplessly searching the ads. "We could challenge someone this upcoming new moon," I said to him after dinner one night, when he and I sat alone by the fire. "We could win new territory here in the city." My father studied the dance of the flames. "No, Clem. I won't do what the Vespers did to us." And I understood why, yet I wanted to regain my position. I needed to be doing something here, for fear I might dissolve into dust. "Then why don't we return to Hearswith and challenge Lennox? We would still have the advantage, Papa. We know the nightmares." But even as I said it, the words sounded unfeasible, desperate, dishonorable. I couldn't envision my father lowering himself like that, even if I could, somewhat, see it of myself. "I think it's time to put away nightmares and dreams and new moons," he said to my dismay. When he looked at me, I saw that he had fully accepted defeat, that he was done as warden. "We're here now. There are many new avenues to take in the city. Let's put the past behind us and start a new life." "A life without magic?" I asked, and I could scarcely comprehend it. That he would want to let all his skill and diligence go to waste until his spells sank into the darkest place of memory, rusted from disuse. Perhaps it would be best, Clem. I buried my opinions, but I was angry. At him, at the Vespers,
at myself for losing a challenge I should have easily triumphed. And the anger smoldered in me like a star. "Come, you need a walk," Imini said to me a week later. "I'm heading to the bakery and could use the company." I hadn't left my mother's house in days, so I set aside my book and laced my boots, following her out the front door. It was a cloudy, somber day. There was no wind, and the air sat heavy in the streets, stale and warm, even with October's approach. I was still adjusting to the noise, for it seemed like the city never slept, and I tried to find comfort in the bustle of carriages, buggies, and people hurrying on errands, but I only felt more isolated and out of place. Imini and I took a side street. We had been walking for nearly half an hour and had already passed 2 bakeries. "Are you trying to weary me with a long walk?" I drawled. "You know I'm picky about bakers," she replied tersely, and it only made me think of Lilac Weston in Hereswith and her renowned cinnamon rolls. The street spilled us out into a wide thoroughfare. Thin rays of sunlight had pierced the overcast sky by the time Imini found a bakery to her liking. I had spotted an artist's supply shop across the street, and I planned to meet back up with her after a moment of my own perusing. A silver bell rang when I entered. At once, I was transported by the shelves of paper, sketchbooks, and canvases, by row after row of paint tins and brushes and bottles of linseed oil. Overwhelmed, I took my time admiring everything until a girl my age with curly brown hair appeared behind the sales counter. "Can I help you find anything?" No, I'm just browsing," I replied. "Do you paint?" "I draw." "Oh, lovely. You can find those supplies in the next aisle over." I thanked her and decided I should keep to what I knew best, and that was charcoal and pastels. But perhaps one day I would be brave enough to buy some paint and a brush or 2. Eventually, I settled on a new sketchbook, and I made my way to the sales counter, where the girl was perched on a stool, reading a poetry book. I was reaching for my coin purse when the doorbell chimed, and the girl's attention shifted. "Lady Raven," she said, sliding off her stool to curtsy. "I have your order ready." I turned to see a woman of the court, dressed in a dark silk gown. She looked to be my mother's age, with a few wrinkles catching the corners of her eyes, and her blonde hair was swept up in a chignon, a net of diamonds holding it in place. Her lips were painted blood red, and they were pursed, as if she did not smile often. She approached the counter, her heels clicking on the floor as she rudely cut in front of me. She waited, tapping her fingers, as the shopgirl set out a bundle of burlap. Lady Raven proceeded to untie it, her hands hidden beneath 2 lacy gloves, and she closely examined each item. Every brush tip, every tin of paint. I glanced at the shopgirl, who had gone pale. "It's everything you asked for, Lady Raven, just as you prefer." The lady finished her examinations and gnawed at the burlap. "Yes, everything looks acceptable. Thank you, Blythe." Lady Raven turned to depart with her order, and that was when she finally took note of me. I stood, stark and silent, as her cold gaze swept over me. She studied my wild hair, the features of my face, and then she frowned and said, "You look familiar. Have we met before?" "No, lady," I said, but my palms had become slick. She lost interest in me and departed the shop. When I turned to the girl once more, setting my sketchbook on the counter to purchase, Blythe released a tremulous breath. "I apologize for that. She's one of our loyal customers, and my father told me to always give her precedence when she steps into the shop." "It's all right," I said. "I'm Clem, by the way." "Blythe. Will I see you again here soon, Clem?" She handed me the sketchbook as I paid her for it. "Most likely." I smiled and started to leave, but I smelled a trace of Lady Raven's perfume in the shop, roses and lavender, and it reminded me. "By the way, who was she?" Blythe's eyes widened, as if I should have known. "Why, that was Lady Raven Vesper, the Countess of Amorous." 10. "Perhaps you could take a few art classes," Imini suggested as she poured me a cup of tea the following morning. Where? I asked, sitting at the table. An art class was enticing, albeit scary to contemplate, as I had never been instructed before. The university, perhaps? The thought of attending a school full of strangers made my stomach knot. Maybe. Well, you need to find something to keep you occupied, Clem. Perhaps taking a class here or there might help you adjust, make some new friends. I sighed, knowing she was right. Papa had already left for his new employment, working in the mines. A laborious task as far from magic as he could find. And my mother was still asleep, but I felt restless, aching for something. The mountains, I thought, and home. I longed for my life before the Vespers had stepped within it, and I wearily reached for the honey jar. I was about to melt a spoonful of it in my tea when the newspaper caught my eye. Papa had been reading it, and there was a smudge of jam on the headline. I reached across the table to take it and began leafing through the classified column. Wanted, a caretaker for an elderly solicitor. Wanted, a tutor in science and literature for a young noblewoman. Wanted, a dancer for the Disillusioned Tavern. I turned the page, my heart heavy with discouragement, until I saw the warden notices. Suddenly my hands were trembling, and my eyes raced across the entries. Wanted, a warden partner for Lydia M. Leary, with the territory of 19 South Elm Street to 25 Reverie West. Experienced magicians only. Contact Miss Leary at the Society as soon as possible. Wanted, a warden partner for Phelan Vesper with the territory of 1 Auberon Street to 36 Euborn Street. All magicians are welcome to audition, and interviews will be held from 8 o'clock in the morning until noontide at the Luminous Society Museum in Old Village, on Wednesday next. Contact Mr. Vesper for more details. I felt heat rise in my face and I read it again, just to be certain it was the right Phelan. The pompous, impolite, selfish, tragically handsome Phelan. The aristocrat who had stolen my home and disgraced me. Bumping into his haughty mother the day before at the art shop had only roused the worst of my feelings. Toward him, toward Lennox, toward a family that felt as if they could take whatever they desired and suffer no consequences for it. My anger burned away to cold guilt for losing Hearswith. And then, an idea came to mind. I dropped the newspaper into the plate of eggs and cheese that Imony had just set on the table. She was already staring at me with a cocked brow. I don't like that gleam in your eyes, Clem. Imony, I said, and my mind reeled with possibilities. I could feel my magic wake, like embers being stirred back to life, and I grinned a slow, sharp smile. Imony, I have an idea, and I need your help. If she had known what I truly planned to do, Imony would have never assisted me. But I saw the longing for the mountains in her every time she glanced out the window and viewed nothing but brick walls, chimneys, and wrought iron gates, and we crafted a plan. She had some estranged family in the city of Marksworth, and she asked my parents for a week's worth of vacation to go and visit them in the neighboring province. I made my case to accompany her, and my parents relented after they argued about me leaving the city. Papa said no, my mother said yes, and she thankfully won that spar. Imony and I bought a passage on a stagecoach, something that would fly along the roads of Azenor, but instead of taking us north to Marksworth, it took us west to Hearswith. Time was the most vital thread of the plan. I had only a week to get to Hearswith and back, before Phelan held interviews for a partner. I wish you would tell me what you planned, Clementine, Imony grunted as the coach jostled us back and forth. I shifted my satchel of art supplies on my lap. You'll know soon, Imony. Your plan doesn't have anything to do with that Lennox Vesper, does it? No. He won't even know we are in Hearswith, and we'll be back in Endelion on Tuesday if everything goes smoothly. I'm not going to like this, am I? She narrowed her eyes. I honestly don't know what you'll think, but I ask you to trust me. She was quiet after that, watching the land pass by in a blur. We reached Hearswith in only 3 days. I had to pay the driver extra to let us disembark before we reached town, and then Imony and I carried our satchels and walked through the valley into the forest that crowned Hearswith. Evening was falling, and the air was cool and sweet with the promise of autumn. the mountain wind rushing to greet us among the pines. Imini was savoring the fragrance, the gentle sway of the trees, until her nostrils flared and she stopped upright. "Clementine?" I stopped to look at her in the starlight. She must have smelled it on the wind, the place I was guiding her. "Don't worry, Imini. Whatever you plan to do upon coming here, you should change your mind. This is reckless, dangerous. What would your parents think if they knew?" I didn't know what they would think about my decision, what they would do once they discovered what I had done. The uncertainty churned my stomach, but I had lost too much and come too far to turn around as a coward. "I'm not changing my mind. I need you to wait here for me. I'll return shortly." She didn't like that, but she heeded me, settling down on a log with the wind for company, and I continued to weave through the woods. Soon, the pines grew sparse, and I could see the lights of Hereswith, shining like fallen stars. I arrived at the mansion's backyard, a verdant garden meticulously maintained by one of the town boys, and I walked the gravel path to the back door. My heart was hummingbird swift within me, and a tremor shook my bones as I arrived on the porch, as I lifted my hand. I had a piercing moment of doubt, but I saw myself and who I wanted to become, and my confidence returned, limbing my resolve. I knocked on Mazarine's door. She was exactly where I knew she would be, sitting on a plush divan in her library with the curtains drawn, candlesticks burning and dripping wax onto the floor. She was dressed in black velvet with an amethyst hanging at her throat, and she smiled when she saw me enter the chamber.
"Clementine Madigan," she greeted me. "I did not expect to see you again so soon, although defeat does not suit you."
I wondered if anger had grown a film over my eyes, something I could not blink away, and I suddenly felt a sting of vulnerability. Her comment unsteadied me for a breath. "I have a question for you, Miss Thimble," I said, finding my courage once more. "I seek your knowledge."
"Do you? Sit and tell me what knowledge you hunger for."
I sat in my usual chair, the one where I had drawn her human face countless times. I kept my art satchel on my lap, feeling safer with something between us.
"What do you seek, child?"
the troll whispered to me in a soft, enticing tone. I studied her guise boldly. It was so skillfully rendered. She looked every bit of human as I was. Only the mirror had given her away. Only her reflection had betrayed her. "The magic of disguise you're wearing," I began, and my heart was beating again, so fast it turned my voice into a wisp. "How did you weave it? How did you cast it? Is it Metamora magic?" Mazarine's grin widened.
"And you desire to know this why?"
"Because I want to cast it on myself."
"Defeat does not suit you, and yet you think deceit would, Clementine?"
Her words provoked me, but my silence only amused her more. She leaned closer to me, her amethyst necklace swinging with her languid movements.
"You want revenge, young one?"
"I want what is mine," I said. "I want to regain what was stolen from me." And I had no doubt that one day I would win back Hereswith and call it home again. But I needed to bring the Vesper family to their knees in order to do so.
"And you believe disguising yourself will enable you to attain such things?"
"Yes." She sat back, but she was reveling in my answers.
"Do you know where I was born? I come from the mountains, from a duchy you can only imagine, despite the fact that you lived for so long in its shadow. The magic I wear is not something you have ever encountered here, Clementine. It is old, ancient. I created this enchantment of disguise long before the cruel Duke was assassinated."
I had always wondered how old she was. To know she had been alive before the Seren Duchy fell apart informed me that she was well over 100 years in age, and I shivered. She had lived in an era that was nothing but legends now, and I sought to rectify it. Perhaps trolls had longer lifespans than humans, but even as I tried to convince myself, something didn't feel quite right, as if time had turned sour in the room, as if Mazarine had stopped the hours from touching her somehow.
"My magic is very dangerous, and it will require a great cost," she continued. "And I do not know if a human girl is strong enough to bear such a price."
She's trying to frighten me, I thought. She's testing my mettle. Don't back down. Don't be afraid.
"Then I suppose there is only one way to discover if your words are truth, Mazarine," I said.
"Perhaps. But I also do not give my knowledge and magic away freely," she countered, lacing her long, gnarled fingers together. "And I do not think you have enough gold or bone marrow to satisfy me."
"No, I don't," I agreed, choosing not to dwell on the bone marrow part.
"But there is something I have that I think you will want."
She waited, watching as I opened my leather satchel. I withdrew a fresh sheet of parchment, a stick of charcoal, and she laughed.
"You have drawn me so many times, Clementine. Why would I want another portrait?"
"I have drawn you in disguise, Mazarine of the Mountains. This time, I will draw your true face." Her humor melted, replaced by longing and the glitter of vanity. I had her, and I concealed my smugness as I continued to hold up the paper, waiting to be marked.
"But then again, perhaps you don't want any evidence of your true nature on paper," I said, and began to pack my supplies away.
"Wait, Clementine."
I paused, and she fought a war within herself.
"The portrait of my true face will be enough for payment," she eventually said. "But now the question I must ask is if you are willing to pay the cost of my disguise."
"Tell me the cost, then." She poured a glass of wine.
"I will take half of your heart and turn it into stone. It will divide you, and you will turn colder. Because half of who you once were will be no more. You will need to surrender half of something you love to hold the spell. Your art or your magic, most likely, since those are two things that have always been with you, growing alongside you year by year."
She took a sip of her wine, but her gaze never left mine.
"So, what will you choose to give up, Clementine Madigan? Your art or your magic?"
I didn't want to relinquish either one. For the troll was right. Magic and art had been with me always. My two constants, my two greatest achievements. Both light and fire in my imagination, growing year by year alongside me, deepening and flourishing even in the hardest moments of life. And my dream of mastering Devia magic, when my magic and my art would coincide as one beneath my prowess, slowly began to die. "My art," I whispered. "I will give up my art." Mazarine nodded, but she wasn't surprised. She had known my decision and my weakness, as I had known hers.
"Then let it be done,"
Mazarine said, and rose from the divan.
"Come and draw my portrait, and I will grant you my magic, a disguise of your choosing."
I still had one more burning question to ask her, but I held it on my tongue as I followed her to the mirror. She stood before the glass, and I brought out my board and clipped the paper to it, sitting close enough so that I had a clear view of her reflection. The sight of her was chilling. Terrifying and magnificent, the elements of a nightmare. I began to draw her true face. I soaked in the wild silver of her hair and the traces of forest that grew within it, the rocky plains of her face, the sharp crookedness of her blood-stained teeth, the shining slant of her horns, the unquenchable pools of her eyes. She was fierce and terrible, and yet wholly tame in that moment as I strove to bring her to life on paper. My hand was aching when I was finished. I stood and unclipped the parchment and set it into her waiting palms. Mazarine's delight was nearly overpowering as she studied herself. She said nothing, but her eyes were like dew, and she eventually looked at me again. She reached out and brushed my cheek with her cold knuckles. "Wait here," she said. "I need to fetch a few things for your disguise." I nodded. My voice hung in my throat, and I watched her depart the room. Thankful for the time alone, I resumed my seat and procured a new sheet of parchment and a fresh stick of charcoal. I began to draw my final piece of art. I designed my disguise, how I wanted to appear after Mazarine took half my heart away. An unexceptional face, an ordinary girl who would not garner a second look on the street. A few freckles because I liked them, and bold brows because I had always wanted that in my own face. But the rest was plain. I traded my wild copper hair for sleek long tresses the color of summer soil. A medium brown shade that was rather dull indoors, but boasted a hint of gold in the sunlight. No more gill scars in my neck, or dimples in my cheeks. My eyes molted their dark brown for a shade of hazel. I gave up 2 inches of my height. The square cut of my jaw was narrower, and my skin would retain its pale shade. I finished my sketch long before Mazarine returned. I was exhausted, so I closed my eyes and leaned my head back, resting until I heard the doors groan. I rose to meet her. At once, I was overcome by the stench. She was holding a goblet of something foul-smelling, a cloudy liquid that made my stomach roil. I didn't want to know what she had cooked and blended to make it. She seemed unperturbed by the smell, interested by the sketches I had made. "Ah, your disguise," she said, admiring them. "Although I must say I am surprised." "Why is that?" I asked, breathing through my mouth. "I thought you would want to enhance your beauty," she said, arching her brow. "Most of your kind chase after such things. They want an attractive glamour, something to draw the eye and admiration to them. But not you." "No," I whispered. I wanted to be unremarkable upon appearance. I wanted to be underestimated, overlooked, on the verge of being forgotten. I wanted a trustworthy face that inspired friendship, a face that could draw out a secret, a face that one would never assume hid something vengeful beneath it. It was time to speak my burning question, one forged from my greatest fear. "How long will this magic of disguise last?" "The longevity of this spell depends on you, mortal girl," Mazarine replied. "On how well you guard the stone half of your heart. Be vigilant, and your disguise will last unto death. But should the stone within you crack, the rest will soon crumble, little by little, until your disguise falls away." I dwelled on that for a moment. "But you said this enchantment will make me colder, so the chances of me cracking any time soon are slim." "It will make you colder, but even the deepest of ice eventually gives way to fire, Clementine." Her answer satisfied me, and I nodded. I wasn't worried about my disguise failing me any time soon. "Although, do keep in mind," the troll added, "mirrors are your greatest enemy. They will not lie for you, and your true reflection will always shine brightly upon them." "Yes, I will be careful in their presence," I whispered. A quiet moment pulsed between us. Mazarine extended the goblet, waiting for me to accept and drink. My mouth went dry as I took hold of the cup. She murmured an incantation, one that was unfamiliar to me, a guttural language. The room was suddenly too warm. My heart was fighting vibrantly in my chest, hammering against my bones. The pain of it breaking was harrowing, and I gasped, falling to my knees. It felt like I was drowning again. It felt like I was being cloven by an axe. I couldn't breathe, and tears were streaming down my cheeks. But through the haze of my anguish, I saw Mazarine clearly.
Her face was stark and amused as she held the rim of the goblet to my lips.
"You must take 3 swallows, Clementine."
I took the first, forced it down like the bittersweet remedies I had drunk all my life. I took the second, and my heart was an instrument being strummed one final time. The melody trembled through me, a sorrowful ballad that echoed through every bend and corner of me, one that begged me to reconsider. I took the third swallow, and the pain bloomed unbearable in my chest. I felt heavy, as if I had been filled with molten gold. I was both burning and freezing, and I quivered. A moan escaped me. The pain was too great, too bright. I could not withstand it, and I surrendered to the embrace of darkness.
11. I woke to something tickling my face. It felt like cold dirt was on my skin, on my chest, weighing me down. Annoyed, I began to lift my hand and brush it away. But my limbs were heavy, prickling with pins and needles. My eyes fluttered open, but there was a film over them, a transparent material that moved when I breathed. I should be panicking, I thought. I should be alarmed. But my heart seemed unmoved, beating a steady pulse, and I calmly lifted my hands from the dirt and began to tear away the gossamer that was layered around my face. I was lying in the forest. Moss, dirt, pine straw, and twigs clung to my half-buried body. I rose from the earth and stood shakily on my feet, brushing my clothes clean. It took me a moment to remember what had happened, to recognize where I was. I could see a glimpse of Mazarine's mansion through the pines. My leather art satchel was at my feet. I lifted my hands, studying them. They trembled, but looked no different. I noticed my hair, long, sleek, and brown, flowing down my shoulders. I wrapped a tendril around my fingers, marveling at the sheen of gold that lurked within the threads when the sun touched it. I rushed my hands over my face, felt the slope of it, the thick brows I had created, the thin lips. Then my neck, where the gill scars were gone. I laughed, a raspy sound, and I wondered, how long had I been lying here, sleeping, transforming in the shadows of the pines? I quickly knelt by my satchel and opened the buckles. I sifted through the leaves of paper and found the sketch of my disguise. I would keep it, to remember what I now looked like, since a mirror would be of no help to me. I rolled up the drawing and tucked it into the pocket of my skirt, and then I buried my satchel. The art supplies were worthless to me now. I walked through the quiet light of the forest, searching for Imini. She was where I had left her, although she was pacing, frantic. I stood between 2 trees and watched her for a moment, her distress so keen that she had not heard my approach. She was muttering a prayer, wringing her apron in her hands. "I will kill that child," she said. "I will kill her whenever she returns to me." "Imini," I said, my voice deep and scratchy, and yet still my own. I would have to remember to disguise it later, when I saw Phelan again. Imini startled and whirled, yanking a slender dagger from her belt. I didn't know she even owned a weapon, and the steel glinted in the light as she glared at me. "Who are you?" she snarled, and I was briefly taken aback by her tone. "Imini," I said, and I took a step closer to her. "Imini, it's me." She recognized my voice. Her mouth fell open. The knife tumbled from her grip. She suddenly looked grieved, like she wanted to weep. "Clementine?" I didn't respond, but I was satisfied. If the woman who had raised me had failed to identify me, then no one would. The mountain wind rushed through the pines, tangling my hair, and I smiled. Part 2. Heart of Stone. 12. I stood on the marble steps of the Luminous Society Museum, staring at the elegant colonnade. It was 1/4 till noontide, and the sun was high in the cloudless sky above me. I had just returned to Endelion, and I was wearing my black and white striped skirt, my white chemise, my velvet bodice, the traditional clothes I once wore on new moon nights, when I had fought beside my father in the streets. It felt right to wear my old armor in this moment, even if the fit was slightly off now, and the style was 5 years out of fashion by city standards. I ascended the stairs to the heavy wooden doors, knowing I was almost out of time. I had sent Imini on to my mother's townhouse. She was still upset by my disguise, and I made her swear not to say a word to my parents. The confrontation would soon come, but I would think about it later. The museum greeted me with a wash of cool, musty air. My boots clicked on the floor as I walked to the receptionist, a young magician decked out in a top hat and a brown jacket with a daisy tucked into one of the buttonholes. "I'm here to be interviewed by Phelan Vesper," I said. "You just missed him," the receptionist replied, frowning down at the schedule spread before him. "He finished early for the day." "Did Mr. Vesper find a suitable partner, then?" "On the contrary, he was woefully unimpressed." I wasn't surprised to hear this. I remembered the way Phelan had first regarded me in the street of Hearswith, when he had narrowly avoided becoming Mazarine's dinner. He had been underwhelmed by me, or so he had appeared to be. I had spent many hours thinking about how I would snare his attention in this interview, hours I had spent jostled in the stagecoach, suffering Imini's glares. And I knew his respect for me had not sparked, until I had sunk his boat during the New Moon Challenge. "Will you call him back?" I asked the receptionist. "The ad said he would be conducting interviews until noontide, and I'm here with minutes to spare. I think he will want to see me." "Well, I suppose I can send word to him. Can you pay for a runner?" I procured a silver half-coin from my purse. The receptionist wrote a hasty message on a slip of parchment and hailed a messenger boy from the streets. "It might be a while," he said, motioning for me to follow. "You can wait in the gallery." He led me down a corridor into a spacious room with a sad echo. The gallery was empty save for a table and a chair, set in the center of the chamber. The floors were checkered, and the walls were crowded with framed artwork. I stood in awe, craning my neck to study the paintings on the highest row. An unexpected pain shook me. I fell prey to longing for what I had surrendered. I reached out to trace a gilded frame. My talent was gone, and I felt the aching pit of its absence. I gave myself a moment to experience the pang of regret, to study the beautiful muses of the paintings that surrounded me, whispering their stories in rich oil and sweetened shadows and careful brushstrokes. Paintings of monsters and magicians of old, of creatures and places and landscapes that appeared so vibrant I longed to step within them. This regret would consume me if I wasn't mindful of its sharp edge. It would chip at the stone within my chest, and so I buried the feeling beneath the ice of my intention and stood in a patch of sunlight, waiting for Phelan to arrive. It seemed like I waited an hour for him. At last, I could hear sounds in the corridor, just beyond the gallery. 2 sets of boots approached, and one belonged to him. I reached out with my magic to catch the low conversation in the hallway. "Who is this person?" Phelan was asking. "Do I know her?" "I'm not sure, Mr. Vesper," the receptionist stammered. "I've never seen her before. Forgive me, I didn't think to ask for her name." "But you're certain she's a magician?" "Yes, sir. She casts no shadow. I did make sure to check that." "Well, I hope she proves me wrong. I fear my expectations are rather low after this morning." The gallery door opened. I stood like a statue, my breath suspended, as Phelan stepped into the chamber. He was dressed in a black jacket with coat-tails and a matching top hat, a pheasant feather tucked within its band. His waistcoat was crimson, embroidered with golden flowers, and his boots were spit-polished, reaching to his knees. There was no rapier sheathed at his belt this time. The only thing he carried was a book. His dark hair was captured by a ribbon at the nape of his neck. He took 2 steps into the chamber, and then stopped, his gaze finding me at once. I felt a bead of perspiration trace down the curve of my back. Why was he looking at me like that? I wondered if he saw through my guise, if he knew it was me. Although, how could he? Not even Imini had recognized me. "Mr. Vesper?" I asked, pitching my voice deep. "Yes, forgive me. I thought you were someone else for a moment." He gave me a disappointed, close-lipped smile and walked to the table and chair. The receptionist hurried to place an inkstand on the desk before departing the chamber, and Phelan sat and opened the book, taking a quill within his hand. "Do you have any experience? Have you ever fought on a new moon before?" he asked, marking a new entry on the page. "No, I haven't," I lied. "But I've always wanted to be a dream warden." "Very well," he said, and leaned back in the chair, looking at me again. Dust motes spun in the air between us. "Prove to me that you would be my perfect accompaniment." I had expected more questions from him. His lack of them was telling. He didn't expect me to last 2 minutes into this interview. He found me unremarkable, underwhelming, a face that melted into all the others he had beheld that morning. I turned to hide the emotion that flickered through me. I was fulfilling the very role I wanted, and yet Phelan irritated me so greatly that I wondered how I would be able to work alongside him. How long would it take me to usher his family's downfall? I would need to enact a stellar performance, and I thought about all the things I had learned from my mother, who flourished on the stage with Metamara spells. Once, I had thought her tricks simple and harmless, mere whimsies to delight a crowd. She turned handkerchiefs into doves, pennies into fireflies, a sapphire bracelet into falling rain. She made it look effortless, and I stopped before a painting of ravens perched in a persimmon tree. I suddenly knew what I wanted to do. My Avertana magic, yearning for a spar. I took what I knew best of both threads of magic, and I called the birds to me, coaxed them from the canvas into our realm. They emerged with a thunderous flap of wings, hovering around me like a storm, until I whispered Phelan's name, and they dove to him. Phelan's eyes widened. He rose in haste, the chair flipping over behind him, and the ravens swarmed him, clawing at his jacket, his hair, his face. I heard him utter a curse of surprise, and I watched as he winced and outstretched his hand, cutting through wings and turning the ravens into feathers. They drifted to the floor in sad spirals. I had already moved on to my next painting, one that boasted a knight in plated armor, wielding a great sword. I briefly thought of the menacing knight who had haunted Elle Fielding's dream, and summoned this painted one forward. He was tall and slow at first, as if waking from a long sleep, but his footsteps made the floors tremble, and I urged him to Phelan. The knight did as I wanted. I noticed how Phelan's handsome face drained white, as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes went wide and dark. His hands quivered as he raised them in a defensive stance. The knight swung his sword, and Phelan leapt back, almost a moment too late as my knight cut the table in half. Wood splintered and cracked. The walls shook, the frames rattling in protest. My heart beat cold and swift as I watched Phelan frantically cast a charm that rebounded off the knight's breastplate. The knight grunted and attempted another decapitation, unfazed by Phelan's magic. Phelan was terrified, uncertain how to fell this knight, and he was no use to me, dead or wounded. His fear, though, was intriguing, and the touch satisfying. I curled my fingers and the knight swayed, exposing his neck for a brief moment. Phelan rushed to meet the weakness, his magic slicing the opponent's neck clean to the bone. Down my knight went, in chunks of armor, like a crumbling pillar of stone. I wasn't finished yet, though. I stepped to the third painting, one that depicted 4 wolves running in a snowy landscape. The wolves came to me, docile as pups, until I whispered Phelan's name to them. Their coats were thick, each a different shade of gray and glittering with snow, and they stalked to Phelan on silent paws. He was surrounded, and yet he fought them boldly, even as their claws shredded through his sleeves and pants, and I saw his blood begin to well and drip. Ease, I told the wolves. I permitted Phelan to vanquish them one by one, his magic radiant, growing in strength and accuracy, as if he at last had learned the steps to my dance. And then it was over. He had slain all 4 wolves, and they lay a snowdrift at his feet. Panting and speckled with blood, he looked at me. Between us lay a carnage of magic and charms, black feathers that glistened blue in the light, pieces of armor, an abandoned great sword, icy swaths of snow. Phelan removed his top hat and raked his hand through his hair, and I saw how he bled, how he trembled. He was not badly wounded, his pride and confidence more shaken than anything else. I gave him a moment, and I called the pieces of the paintings back to me. They returned to their frames, as if they had never seen our realm. Phelan watched as I reversed my charm. When the floor was clean, the poor desk would remain splintered, however. He set his hat back on his head, composed. He studied me closely, a furrow in his brow. "Who are you?" he asked. I suddenly was overcome with the urge to leave. How had I thought I could do this? Surely he sensed it was me beneath the guise. Before I could stop myself, I strode for the door. "Please, wait," he breathed. "What is your name?" He reached the door before me, and he laid his blood-speckled hand on the wood. I stared at the brass handle, just out of my reach. Reluctantly, I met his gaze. The words caught in my throat, and I reminded myself to keep my voice low. "Excuse me, Mr. Vesper, but I think this was a mistake." "A mistake?" He chuckled and glanced at the disrepair of his clothes. And then he looked at me, how immaculate I was. "I think you're rather brilliant, and you're not here by mistake." I remained silent, and he shifted his weight, his hand sliding away from the door. "I offer the position to you. Take the afternoon to ponder it, but if you need help in deciding, join me for dinner tonight at my townhouse." "I'll think about it," I said. "Good," he replied with a smile, as if he already knew I had determined my mind. "I live on Auberon Street, House 11, in the south quarter of Endellion, about a 20-minute walk from here. Dinner will be at 6. He opened the door for me. "I only ask one thing of you before you go." I stepped over the threshold into the hallway, but I paused to glance back at him. "And what is that, Mr. Vesper?" "Your name, please." "Anna. Anna Nevin." I spoke smoothly, as if I had said such a name endless times before, as if that name had always belonged to these bones, this spirit, the stone half of my heart. "Then I will see you at 6, Miss Nevin," he said, and I hated how confident he sounded. "We'll see," I countered. I didn't slow my pace until I was back in the bustle of the streets and out of sight of the museum. I stopped by a fountain brimming with wishful pennies and sat down on its stone ledge, pressing my palm to my chest, where my heart beat its new strange rhythm. My plan was simple: deceive Phelan, take advantage of his resources while I positioned myself to uncover dirt on his family, because all noble families had secrets to hide. Set that secret free. Watch the Vespers fall, one by one, into disgrace, including Lennox in Hearswith. I wasn't sure if I would ever reveal my true self to Phelan after it was all said and done, but one thing I knew for certain. Things were going exactly as I hoped. 13. By 5:58 that evening, I was walking Auberon Street, rapidly approaching Townhouse 11. I hadn't gone home that afternoon, but wandered the southern quadrant of the city until I worked blisters on my heels, waiting for the sun to set. I had imagined Phelan's home to be drab and a touch eldritch, with an unpainted door and narrow windows and weeds in the garden. Townhouse 11 turned out to be unfortunately charming. It was 3 stories of gray brick with ivy growing up a trellis. The windows shone as if they had just been washed, framed by dark red shutters, and there was a gate off to the sinister side of the house, which led to a back garden. The shadows were growing hungry on the street, and the lamps were being lit when I made my way to the door and knocked at 6 sharp. It opened instantly, like someone had been waiting just behind the indigo-painted wood. To my shock, it was an older woman. Her thistledown hair curled beneath a lacy cap, and she was dressed in a starched black dress and lace-trimmed apron. "You must be Anna Nevin. Welcome, welcome." She smiled and beckoned me to come inside, as if she had known me all my life. "We're so pleased you are going to be joining us." "Ah, yes," I said, and felt a brief flash of annoyance, because Phelan must have assumed that I would accept his partnership and told his housekeeper. But I swallowed the objection and stepped into the brightly lit foyer. "By the look in your eyes, I don't suppose he told you about me," the woman said with a chuckle, and shut the door behind me. "I'm Mrs. Sterling. I cook and clean for him, and my grandson, Deacon, runs errands." "How lovely," I said, thinking that Phelan didn't deserve such a cheerful woman to do his chores. Although, if I was honest, I did have Imini all my life to wash my clothes and ensure I was fed, so perhaps I shouldn't judge, although I was looking for something, anything, to give me reason to add another mark against Phelan. "And I suppose he didn't tell you that I'm still undecided about my decision of partnership?" "He told me you were in the midst of deliberation, Miss Nevin," said Mrs. Sterling, and her smile deepened, revealing a slight gap between her front teeth. "But after I beheld what you did to his clothes today, I do hope you will accept." I couldn't help but laugh, true and heartfelt, even if there was only half a heart beating within me. "Then I am one step closer in accepting the offer, Mrs. Sterling." "Good, my dear. He needs a magician such as you beside him." A creak on the steps caught my attention. Phelan was descending the stairwell, drawn by the sound of my laughter. But he stopped when I looked up at him, and he seemed hung by uncertainty, to see me standing in his foyer. He had changed since our meeting earlier. His clothes were, once again, finely tailored and cut from the latest fashion, and his hair was damp, tamed by a ribbon. I could smell his aftershave from where I stood, a medley of pine and meadow grass, a fragrance that instantly stirred my homesickness, and I had to distract myself with my own raiment. I had chosen to wear the same clothes from before, and had ensured they were wrinkled, and that my hair was unbrushed and loose, tangled down my back. I was quite disheveled in comparison to him, but it was deliberate. I cast a bet as to how long it would take him to begin purchasing new garments for me. It was my intention to steal from his coffer bit by bit, without him even realizing it, just as he had stolen my home and livelihood, just as he had made me pack up everything in a whirlwind with hardly a day to grieve over what I had lost. "Miss Nevin?" Phelan said, and continued his descent. "Welcome. I do hope you're hungry. Mrs. Sterling has cooked all afternoon to impress you." "Then she is in luck," I said, glancing at her. "I don't remember the last meal I ate." "Oh, dear child, I have plenty for you then, but I need to return to the kitchen. Phelan, why don't you give her a tour, and then bring our guest into the dining room?" "Of course, Mrs. Sterling," he said. We watched as she hurried down the hallway, and then I glanced sidelong at Phelan. "Is this your house or hers?" That coaxed a slight grin from him. "It's mine by law, but it answers to her, I think." He noticed my clothes, wrinkled and gilded in dust, and the long snarls in my hair. I waited for him to say something about it, add another mark against him in my ledger, but he managed to quell his objection, and said in a pleasant tone, "Come, Miss Nevin. Let me show you around." I followed him into the drawing room, a wide chamber with wainscoting and striped wallpaper, a plush rug that swallowed footsteps, a marble hearth, and an assortment of furniture. The tang of lemon haunted the air, as if Mrs. Sterling had just polished all the wood. "This room is for visitors, and most evenings Mrs. Sterling and her grandson Deacon and I like to play a round of cards after dessert. You should join us tonight." He indicated the card table that sat between two couches, and I nodded, thinking I should definitely not play cards with them. My competitive nature would emerge, and who knew what I might do to win. Phelan glanced at me, as if he read my thoughts. "I take it you like cards?" "A little. I don't play very often." He nodded, but seemed unconvinced. I followed him through the drawing room, until I saw the great mirror hanging on the wall, positioned above the game cupboard. I froze, staring at the hungry glass. Why did he need such a large, obtrusive mirror in his drawing room? Thanks to the thick rug, he didn't hear me come to a frantic halt, and his eyes were set directly ahead, where he was leading me to an open archway. I hurried past the mirror, praying he wouldn't turn, and I caught a glimpse of myself in the glass. A reflection of wild auburn hair, and large brown eyes, and pressed lips, as if I were holding a song in my chest. "This leads to the library, where I do most of my work," he said, guiding me through the archway into a back corridor, which wound to a set of double doors with panels of stained glass. I exhaled, following him into a spacious library. The shelves rose from floor to ceiling, carved from mahogany wood. There was a hearth, swept clean of ashes, and a desk in the center of the room, where a tome sat beside a vase of swan quills and an herbarium. His Book of Nightmares, I presumed, and I approached it, measuring its thickness, the tattered edge of its pages, the weight it gave to the room. "How long have you been warden here?" I asked. "For 5 months. So you have faced multiple new moons in your appointed streets?" He hesitated, a shadow in his expression. "Not exactly. I've only faced one of the 5. I was intrigued by his response. "Why only one?" "This most recent new moon, I was away due to travel, so I hired an independent magician to cover the streets for me," he explained in a stilted voice. I knew exactly where he had been that moon, but I maintained my pleasant facade. "And on my first new moon, I was overwhelmed and wounded. It took me a while to recover, and while I was healing, my twin brother fought on my behalf." Lennox, I assumed, and my lip almost curled in disgust. I was surprised to learn they were twins, because they looked nothing alike. An old story came to mind, the one Imini had told me of the Woman of the Mountains and her twin boys. They had been identical, often switching roles to protect each other from punishments. I wondered what it would be like to so seamlessly change places with someone, fooling friends and family alike. "Your brother must deeply care for you," I said. "I assume the two of you are very close?" Phelan was quiet, and it prompted me to glance at him. His gaze was distantly set on the shelves of books behind me. "Our relationship is one built on favors and debts," he replied, still avoiding eye contact with me. "And I swiftly learned that we don't work well together, and I needed a different partner on the new moon nights." He needed someone to guard his back, which I understood. I had once guarded my father's, and he mine. Strange that Phelan didn't want it to be his twin brother, although Lennox was not a likable person. "What were you wounded by?" I asked, my gaze drifting to his chest, to his perfect posture, which betrayed no visage of weakness, even as I knew my own magic had left lacerations on his skin earlier that day, nicks and cuts that now hid beneath his garments. "That I cannot tell you," he replied with a lilt of mirth. "Unless you accept my offer, Miss Nevin." "Touché, Mr. Vesper," I said, and turned my attention away from the intensity of his gaze to the Book of Nightmares. I considered it foolish that he'd left something so vital and important sitting in plain sight on his desk, until I dared to trace its battered cover, and was rewarded with a sting. The shock of it made me wince more than the pain, but I yanked my hand away as blood welled on my fingertips. "It bites," Phelan belatedly said as he walked to me, pulling a handkerchief from his inner pocket. "Here, I apologize. I should have warned you." I nearly accepted his handkerchief, my blood welling like a string of red pearls, but I felt a warning in the pit of my stomach. I needed to be careful and give him no piece of me, no strand of hair, no drop of blood, no breath of mine, nothing that he might use to divine my true nature, should he come to one day suspect I was not who I appeared to be. I set my fingers in my mouth and licked away my blood, to which he arched his brow, as if secretly repulsed. My blood tasted like warm iron, and I cleared my throat, drawing my fingers from my lips and pressing them against my palm, urging the wounds to clot. "How long have you lived here, Mr. Vesper?" "For 3 years." "But you have only been warden for 5 months. How did you come to earn the responsibility?"
The magician who guarded this territory became a madcap, Phelan replied. A madcap? A magician who seeks to find a way into the Seren Fortress and break the new moon curse. Oh, I had come across quite a few of those milling around Hearswith, seeking information. I remembered how Imini Papa and I had called them vultures, and how much we had hated them. I remembered how I had thought Phelan and Lennox had been such people the first time I saw them. "And how many inhabitants do you guard here?" I asked. 6 streets fall beneath my care, a total of 305 individuals. An impressive amount for a young magician, I thought. "And what about you, Miss Nevin?" Phelan asked. "Where do you come from? Where do you currently reside?" "Does it matter?" I countered with a smile. "My life has been rather dull up until this moment. I wouldn't want to bore you with the details." "It matters to me," he said, earnest. "If you and I work together, we can't be strangers." "Of course not," I agreed, but was shifting away from him, my focus attracted to the window of the library, where a vast array of potted plants sat on a table. I recognized all the plants by name, and I brushed the variegated leaves of one. "Do you make your own remedies, Mr. Vesper?" He had no chance to reply. I was suddenly aware of the glint of 2 eyes peering up at me through the tangles of foliage.
"Hello?"
A voice chirped, and I startled, my breath hissing through my teeth in alarm. I watched, astounded, as a boy crept out of the dangling vines, standing before me with a click of his heels. His hair was a mop of tawny curls, his face was freckled, and his clothes were mud-stained. He was missing his front tooth as he grinned up at me. "Deacon," Phelan said with a sigh, "what have I told you about sneaking and eavesdropping?" The boy glanced at Phelan, his smile fading.
"I know, Mr. Vesper. It's rude, and I'm sorry. But you told me it was impossible to sneak up on a magician, and I just snuck up on 2 of you."
"Yes, and that was very dangerous," Phelan remarked. "You took us both by surprise. What if we had responded in another way?"
"Like with magic?"
"Yes. Miss Nevin might have turned you into a mouse." I gave Phelan a flat expression. "Is that the most imagination you have? I wouldn't have turned him into a mouse." And I brought my gaze back to Deacon, softened by his eagerness, his toothless smile. "I would have turned you into a hawk, maybe, a bird who could soar through the clouds, or a wise fox who knows all the secret ins and outs of the house."
"Or a dragon?"
he cried hopefully. "Alas, a dragon would not fit in this library, and you might catch all the books on fire," I said. That made sense to him. He nodded, but his eyes were glazed, as if his mind was whirling with possibilities.
"Have you ever turned a human into an animal, Miss Nevin?"
"No, I haven't," I responded honestly. "That is very risky magic. It's not that difficult to turn a human into something else if the magician has the imagination and the right spell work, but it's far trickier to return the human back to how they once were. A change is made in the process, and it's easy to err."
"That does sound hard,"
Deacon mused.
"Have you done it, Mr. Vesper?"
Phelan shook his head in a negative response and motioned for the boy to come closer. "Why don't you go and see if your grandmama needs help with dinner? Miss Nevin and I will be right behind you."
"All right,"
Deacon said, but he gave me a smart little bow.
"I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Nevin."
I smiled, and warmth began to seep in my chest. It emanated a shallow ache, the sort of ache one feels when they have run too far, or when they are about to be reunited with someone they have missed for years. An ache of stone being shifted, and I couldn't believe it. Not this soon. Not by the kindness I had met here, the welcome and the genuine smiles. Not by the sweet adoration of a little boy and his toothless grin. This would not be my undoing, I vowed, and struggled to steady my heart, dwelling on the fact that I'd once had such things, until they had been taken from me. I drew in a deep breath until the ache eased, but Phelan was regarding me intently. "Are you well, Miss Nevin?" I forced a smile, although I could only wonder what lurked in my gaze when I looked at him. "I think I'm just hungry." "Then come.
Let me take you into the dining room. I trailed him out of the library, down the main corridor, my eyes seeking mirrors of all shapes and sizes. The dining hall was a narrow chamber occupied by a table, velvet-lined chairs, and a marble hearth alight with a fire. Mrs. Sterling was just setting down the last dish. "Oh, good, there you are. Come sit here, Miss Nevin." She indicated the chair across from Phelan's. Wonderful, I thought drolly, as I surrendered to the chair. I would unfortunately have to look at him all throughout dinner. Phelan waited to sit until Mrs. Sterling and Deacon had taken their seats, and then he reached across the table and poured wine into my glass flute. "Potatoes?" Mrs. Sterling asked, offering the warm bowl to me. I filled my plate, and the dishes were passed until everyone had taken a spoonful of everything. We fell silent as we began to eat. There was only the sound of cutlery and the crackle of fire. I relished every bite, eating slowly. The last meal I had taken was dried meat and a plum on the stagecoach hours ago, offerings from Imone's satchel. Thinking of her made me think of my parents, and my mouth went dry when I anticipated telling them what I had done, what I was doing. "The food is delicious, Mrs. Sterling," I said to distract myself from the apprehension. "Thank you." The older woman smiled and waved off my compliment.
"Do you have any siblings, Miss Nevin?"
Deacon asked, after wiping the edge of his mouth with his sleeve. I saw the disapproving look Mrs. Sterling sent him before pointing to his napkin. "No," I answered. Creating siblings, as tempting as that was, would only complicate my story. "Do you, Deacon?"
"I'm the youngest. I have 2 older sisters."
"That sounds fun. I wish that I had sisters."
"What about your parents?"
the boy asked.
"Your mama and papa?"
"What about them?" I didn't like the idea of lying to a child, but he was certainly full of questions, and I felt my cheeks flush.
"Do they live nearby? Did they teach you magic?"
"I think that is enough questions, Deacon," Mrs. Sterling said. "Remember your manners." Deacon looked downcast by the chiding, his attention returning to his plate as he pushed his peas around in a circle. "It's quite all right," I said, reaching for my wine. "I never had the opportunity to know my father. My mother raised me. She was the one to teach me magic."
"I bet she is proud of you, Miss Nevin,"
said Deacon, and I heard the longing in his voice. I had not sensed illumination in him, that unmistakable flame of magic that some of us were born with. But it was apparent that he wanted to become a magician. "She would be, yes," I replied, and took a long sip of wine. Deacon's mouth opened, ready to spout more queries, but Phelan swiftly moved the conversation to other, safer things. I ate my fill, listening more than I spoke, but chiming in when it felt right, and Mrs. Sterling brought out chamomile tea and almond pudding for dessert. I despised almond pudding, but swallowed every bite, washing it down with overly sweetened tea. "Deacon, help me clear the table," Mrs. Sterling said, rising from her chair. Deacon groaned but then asked,
"Can we play 7 Wraiths tonight?"
7 Wraiths, I thought with alarm. That card game my father had forbidden me to play. The one the Fielding girls loved, even with its enchanted consequences. All I could think of was Elle, terrified of a nightmare she had been given by losing the game, a nightmare that had frightened me as well. I could almost hear the heavy clink of the night walking through the streets again. "I think we should," Phelan said, also glancing to me. "Would you like to join us, Miss Nevin?" "I fear I need to return home," I said, standing. "But thank you again for the lovely dinner, Mrs. Sterling." She smiled and nodded, but I could see the tension in her face. I hadn't shared my decision yet, if I was accepting Phelan's offer or not, and Deacon carefully began to stack the plates. When he came to take mine, he begged,
"Please, Miss Nevin, please choose us. Mr. Vesper needs you."
"Deacon!" Mrs. Sterling called to him through the swinging kitchen door, mortified by his outburst. I wanted to smile at the boy, to reassure him, but I worried about drumming up that ache in my chest again, and so I merely watched as he retreated into the kitchen with a pile of precariously stacked dishes. Phelan cleared his throat and rose. "Let me see you out, Miss Nevin." I followed him back into the corridor, where I did find one small mirror hanging in a collage of paintings, gleaming mirthfully on the wall. But I didn't think it would be likely to give me away so long as I ensured no one trailed me into the hallway. Phelan opened the front door. The night rushed in, encircling us with the fragrance of sweet cedar smoke from a nearby tavern. We stepped out onto the front porch, and the lantern light trickled over our faces. "Do you need more time to consider the offer, Miss Nevin?" "No, I've decided. But there is one thing I want to ask you before I give you my reply," I said. "And what would that be?" he drawled, gazing intently at me. I held his stare, even though I felt oddly vulnerable. I didn't know if I liked or disliked the way his attention was so rapt upon me. "Why did you offer the position to me?" I asked. "You must have had plenty of other promising magicians at the interview today." "I did, and yet all of them performed for me, as if they were on a stage. Not a single one engaged me as you did," he replied. "I confess, Miss Nevin, that there was a moment when I thought your intentions were to kill me, and then I realized how absurd that was, and that you were testing me, as I wanted to test you. You challenged me as if you were a nightmare on a new moon, and I knew then that you were the one that I wanted beside me." His confession took me by surprise. "You must have some terrible nightmares haunt these streets." Phelan paused. "I do. I've come to learn that they are treacherous on the darkest of nights." "Every street is treacherous," I wanted to say, remembering the gills that had scarred my neck. I resisted the urge to trace where they had once gleamed. "Then I accept your offer, Mr. Vesper," I said. And before he could respond, I added, "When do we begin?" "Tomorrow," he answered, "at 8 o'clock sharp." "Excellent. I'll see you here at 8. I took another stare down, only to feel his presence follow me. "Wait, Miss Nevin. Let me walk you home." I pivoted and held up my hand. "That's not necessary." Phelan glanced beyond me to the streets, dark patches punctured by the wavering beacons of lamplight. This was a quiet, aristocratic segment of the city, composed of families who were all home for the night. But there were other parts of Endelion that were dangerous to roam alone. I read the lines in his brow. He was worried about this, as well as curious to know where exactly I hailed from. "Then let me call a horse and cab for you," he said. "No, I truly don't need one," I insisted. "I prefer to walk, especially after that rich dinner." I took another step away from him, and he held his ground. "Good night, Mr. Vesper." I strode over the flagstone path to the gate and slipped out into the street. I waited until I was 3 blocks away before I called my own horse and cab. It would have taken me all night to make the walk from the southern quadrant up to the north peak of the city, where my mother's townhouse resided. Alone at last, I relaxed in the coach, the cushion smelling of cheap perfume. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, exhaustion creeping over me. But Phelan's words continued to sound in my mind, like an instrument that would not cease playing. "You challenged me as if you were a nightmare on a new moon." He had no idea. 14. The front door was unlocked. I let myself in, quietly latching the door behind me. I followed the threads of voices and candlelight into the kitchen, where my parents and Imini sat at a table, waiting for me to come home. My mother saw me first. I stood on the threshold, where the firelight could wash over me, and I waited for her to ask who I was, a stranger in her home. She said nothing, but her face went pale. She set her teacup down with a clatter in its saucer, and that was when I realized she knew, somehow, that it was me. "Ambrose," she said. But it was too late. My father was turning in his chair to see what had transfixed my mother's attention. He frowned and instantly rose, scaring Dwindle down the hallway. "Who are you?" he asked, and while he was polite, I saw the gleam of fear in him. He sensed it too, and he didn't want to believe it. "Papa," I said, and he flinched. "It's me." He took a step back as if I had struck him. Imini buried her face in her hands, and my mother was frozen, watching us with bloodshot eyes. "What have you done?" he cried, and his devastation was like a dagger in my side. "Clem, what have you done?" "You may want to live your life without magic," I said, "but I don't. You may be content to live in the city, working in the mines, but I long to go home to Hearswith. I'm not done fighting for it, Papa." My father tore his fingers through his hair. He shot a fierce look at my mother and asked, "Did you encourage this, Sigourney?" "No," my mother said. "Whatever magic she used to transform, it was not mine." Papa paced through the kitchen. Why have you done this?" he asked, coming to a halt before me. "You were perfect the way you were, Clem." "This won't last forever." "How long, then?" "The disguise will break when I want it to," I answered, hoping my parents believed me. I didn't know for certain how easily this magic would relinquish me. If my spirit was cold, then it might take a long time to chip away the stone in my chest. "You still haven't answered me," he said. "Why have you done this?" "I want to know why they chose Hearswith, why they chose to challenge us," I whispered. "I want to know their secrets. I want them to feel the same pain as us, to lose something that means the world to them, to feel the sharp edge of their own selfishness." "Who are you speaking about?" Papa rasped, but he knew. "I've become Phelan's partner. He's a dream warden in the southern quarter of the city." "Phelan Vesper?" I nodded. "He doesn't know it's you, does he?" Papa said, and he chuckled. The sound was familiar. I made the same kind of laughter when I was overwhelmed and furious and afraid. "This is very foolish, Clem. I know what they did to us was agonizing, but you must let it go. This will eat you from within if you don't, daughter." Let it go. He might have found peace by doing such, but I couldn't. "Papa." I reached for his hand, and for an anguished moment I thought he would jerk away from me. But he wove his fingers with mine, fingers that were now smudged and stained from work in the mines. A place he should not be, as if he wanted to forget and hide who he was. "Papa, I know you're worried, but I'm doing this because families like the Vespers need to know they are not invincible, that they cannot just come and steal someone's home for their own amusement." His eyes flared. He dropped my hand and said, "Go to your room, Clem." "But Papa—" "Please go. I need a moment." He had never ordered me to my room before like this, and my face flushed as I spun and hurried up the stairs to my chamber. A candelabra was lit, and I sat on the edge of the bed, exhausted. It had been a long day. When my father refused to come see me, I washed my face and brushed the tangles from my hair, and I dressed in a soft chemise. I climbed into bed and sat against the headboard. Beyond my window, the city still teemed with noises, and I longed for the peace and quiet of the countryside. I stared at the door, waiting, and it must have been some time past midnight when I finally heard Papa softly rap on the door. "Come in." He stepped into the room, haggard and slow, as if his joints ached. I braced myself for the worst until I watched him cast a protective charm around the room, so no one could overhear us. No one, including my mother and Imini. Papa stopped at the foot of my bed. He stared at me a moment, like I truly had become a stranger in all ways to him. "Tell me what spell you have planned to protect yourself," he said. "A spell that will shield you and give you the chance to flee when Phelan discovers it's you, and you've been deceiving him." "He will never know it's Clementine." I swallowed. "I don't have one planned yet." "Then that is the first order of business. I want you to have it prepared by the end of this week for me to approve." "Very well," I said, and my mind reeled with potential spells I could spin for such an encounter. If I was truly in danger of Phelan harming me.
Second order of business, Papa continued in a gruff voice. You will obviously be working with Phelan every day as his partner. How do you plan to move to and from his house and here without him discovering where you live? If he sees me or Imani, your cover will be blown. Yes, and I have a plan, I replied. I knew he wouldn't like it, so I merely smiled. But I realized my dimples were gone, the dimples that he loved, and Papa only scowled at me. Explain the plan. It may take me a few days, but I'm hoping Phelan will give me a room. At his house? Papa demanded. Yes. I don't like this, Clem, not one bit. I know, but I'm a magician, Papa. You have taught me the best Avertana has to offer, and I have faced many types of danger, and this is not something you should be worried about. It's bad luck to harm a guest beneath your roof, remember? And besides, it will give me an opportunity to drain his resources. Where is this coming from, Clem? Draining resources? This isn't like you. He didn't know I had given half my heart away, and perhaps I would have felt shame in the past over his disappointment. But not now. I remained quiet, waiting for his acceptance. He sighed, but when he looked at me again, I saw that I had won this argument, and he reluctantly nodded. You will cast a protective charm on your bedroom door every night? Yes, I said, thinking I still had to somehow convince Phelan to even offer me a room. And the windows? Yes, the windows as well. Don't worry, Papa. I will worry every moment that you're gone, he said, and I felt that terrible ache in my stone heart again. I had to glance away from him and how destitute he appeared. I played with a thread of my quilt until I felt composed. Is that all, Papa? No. Once he gives you a room, you're going to tell Phelan that you will have every Monday night off, new moon permitting, and you are going to use your stealth charm to check in with me here. We'll have family dinner together, so your mother, Imani, and I don't worry ourselves to death. I can do that, I said. And one last thing, Clem. But he hesitated, and I sensed this was the reason why he had charmed the room, so no one could eavesdrop. You mentioned that you're doing all this because you want to know why the Vesper brothers chose Hereswith. I want to know as well. I don't want you to risk yourself, but if the opportunity presents itself for you to uncover this, I want you to share it with me on Monday nights. And if you come across any information about the Countess, I would also like to know it, Clem. The Countess? Why do you want information on her? I asked, remembering the stilted moment I had met her in the art shop. She had studied me with cold reserve and said, You look familiar. Have we met before? She's an old acquaintance, he answered, glancing away. The hair rose on my arms as I wondered what would make a selfish noblewoman interact with a rustic magician like my father. We were never friends. I was far too lowly for that. But we worked together until we had a falling out years ago. Do you think she told her sons to take Hereswith as a way to slight you? I don't know, Papa replied, a bit too quickly for my liking. Now, do you agree to my terms? I nodded. Good. Did you drink your remedy tonight? Not yet, I said, but I reached for the small vial, which sat waiting on my bedside table. You're a warden again, Papa said. It would be wise to continue drinking them every night, particularly since your partner doesn't know who you truly are. I didn't say that I had been taking them every night since we left Hereswith, as he'd asked me to. And because he seemed to be waiting, I drank the remedy. It went down like a secret, and even after all these years of swallowing them night after night, I still grimaced. But I knew what Papa implied. It would be disastrous indeed if I strove to be a vengeful eye in Phelan's house, only to let a nightmare, of all things, betray who I was. 15. Is your book going to bite me again? I asked, standing in Phelan's library. It was my first day of work with him, our first day of tenuous partnership. It was going as well as could be expected.
I had been half an hour late due to a carriage crash on the lower north quadrant, and I had swiftly come to discover Phelan detested tardiness. His back was angled to me as he watered the plants on the table, sunlight gilding his dark hair. "No, not today. But perhaps tomorrow?" He glanced at me, noticing the wrinkles on my plaid skirt, my taupe shirt with brass buttons gleaming up the front. My hair was braided, at least, and he returned his gaze to the plants. "You should begin to read. You have much to catch up on." I sat at his desk and carefully opened the Book of Nightmares. I sifted through the most recent of entries, and quickly realized that some of them were written in dark gold ink, while the majority were in black. "Do you have a reason for using different colored inks?" I asked. "Yes. The gold entries are the active ones, dreams of people who currently reside here. If a resident happens to move away or dies, I charm their records into black ink, so I keep track of which dreams to study." He pruned a few wilted leaves, and then went to work making a remedy. He chopped and scraped an assortment of leaves and petals into a glass flask, where it bubbled over a flame, casting an astringent aroma in the office. "I suppose it's hard to keep track of everyone who comes and goes within your territory," I said, after I had read a few of his entries. "The city is such a fluid place." "Yes," he agreed. "Some nightmares, unfortunately, escape my records." I left him to his task of straining and bottling the remedies, and I read through page after page of golden-hued nightmares. I began to jot down ideas for spells to counter them. The hours crept by. We worked in companionable silence, interrupted only by Mrs. Sterling bringing us a lunch tray of sliced rye bread, cold slabs of roast beef, cheese, and pickles. Phelan and I sat across from each other at the desk, but I was too focused on eating and reading to attempt a conversation with him. "Do you have dinner plans, Miss Nevin?" he eventually asked. "No." I kept my eyes on the page. "Would you like to have dinner with me and two of my friends tonight? We can walk the streets this afternoon, so I can show you the territory boundaries, and then we can go eat with Nura and Olivette." Nura and Olivette? I reached for my lukewarm tea, suddenly stricken with nerves. He had friends, which meant they would most likely ask me an endless stream of questions. "I'm not sure." "Do you have elsewhere to be tonight?" he asked, and I heard the curiosity in his voice. He wanted to know more of my history, and was too polite to directly ask for it again. I sat back, my fingertips stained gold and black from turning the inky pages. "I'm not a very social person, Mr. Vesper." "Neither am I," he quipped. "But I should warn you that if you put Nura and Olivette off tonight, they will insist on meeting you tomorrow night, and the night after that, and the night after that." "All right," I said, waving my hand. "If your friends are so persistent, I'll join you." "Excellent," he said, rising from the desk. "I have a few deliveries to make, but I'll return soon." I watched him quit the library, the stained glass doors latching behind him with a quiet click. I waited a full 10 minutes before I began to search through the drawers. I hoped to uncover correspondence, letters between him and Lennox, or perhaps him and his mother, and sifted through reams of blank paper, corked inkwells, bundles of quills, sticks of wax, candle tapers, a bronze stamp, an amethyst cluster, a sack of lemon drops. And then my fingers caught on a sharp edge of parchment. A square calling card. I drew it into the light. By the 17th of November, it read, in elegant handwriting. I held the card against a page in the Book of Nightmares, to compare it with Phelan's handwriting. The script was similar in slant and embellishment, but there were a few differences. I didn't believe Phelan had written this mysterious date down, but perhaps his mother had? I returned the card to its place in the drawer, but my mind hummed with questions and thoughts. After a while, I decided to return to work. The next new moon was only 8 days away, and I still had volumes to cover, new spells to forge in preparation. I turned a crinkled page in Phelan's recordings, skimming until my attention was hooked by a particular nightmare. Stunned, I leaned closer, until I could taste the dust of the pages, and I read Phelan's account. Knox Birch is standing in a great hall of shadows. At first he does not know where he is, but by the creeping cold on his skin, he feels like he has been here before. When the sunlight begins to flood through the windows, he sees the banners dressing the stone walls, blue banners emblazoned with stars and moons, and he realizes where he stands. The fortress in the clouds. He can feel the great depth of the mountain beneath him, and it is strange how at home he feels in Seren, even though he has never stepped foot in the mountain duchy. Something evil happened here, he thinks. But his memory wilts the more he attempts to remember why this place is cursed. And soon, he forgets those feelings altogether when the Duke's throne catches the sunlight. Knox is alone in the hall, and suddenly, he desires to claim the empty chair. He takes the first step, believing that he will restore whatever has broken by making himself Duke. He takes the second step, and then the third. And that is when a shadow emerges, hissing like wind through cracks in the mortar. The shadow fights him, impedes him. Knox has no choice but to take the rapier that blooms in his hand and cut the shadow down. It lies limp at his feet, and he steps over it, his eyes on the throne. But another shadow interferes, wailing with such intensity that he cannot bear to hear it, and he pierces its heart. The second shadow crumples, and he steps over it, nearly to the dais steps, where the throne waits. And yet a third shadow rises. It screams and fights him. He cleaves it in two, and it lies at his feet. At last, he thinks. He has defeated the challenges, and he alone has earned the throne. He claims the chair. As soon as he is seated, the rapier in his hand vanishes, and the shadows who are crumpled on the floor are exposed for what they truly are. His wife and his 2 daughters. They lie dead in pools of blood, destroyed by his hand, and Knox lets out a wail that never seems to end. He wants to claw out his own eyes. He wants to cut out his own heart. If only he had seen them, he cries. If only he had seen their faces, and not their shadows. The nightmare captured me, and I was shaken, desperate to escape its icy hold. Of all the dream records I had read in Hearswith, no one had dreamt of the fortress in the clouds. And yet I could still taste the brisk air of the mountain castle, feel the cold flagstones beneath my feet as if I had walked Knox Birch's nightmare. I closed my eyes, and I saw a glimmer of blue on the walls, and I could hear the distant echoes of lives long lost. I wondered what it had been like before the curse. Why had the 7 members of the Duke's court killed him? Had one of them desired to take the throne from the Duke of Seren? Was the Duke cruel as some of the legends spun him to be? I couldn't bear to read another word, and I shut Phelan's book. Later that afternoon, I walked beside Phelan, learning the winding bends of the streets he guarded. The townhouses were well maintained. Some were extravagant with their ornate window casements, and gates with finials dipped in bronze, and lush gardens in the front yard. I wondered about the inhabitants who lived behind each door. The mere notion of trying to learn a horde of new names and faces was overwhelming, and I eventually looked upward, to the reassurance of the sky. It was overcast, threatening rain, and there was a slight chill on the breeze. I imagined Hearswith would have felt her first frost by now, and the leaves would soon change. "Do you ever dream, Mr. Vesper?" The question slipped from me, soft and genuine. "Do I ever dream?" he repeated, amused. He walked with his hands in his jacket pockets, and the wind stirred his hair. "You mean if I've experienced my own nightmare, Miss Nevin?" "Yes, I suppose that is the better question." He was quiet, and when he slowed his strides, I slowed mine to keep in pace with him. "I've never dreamt," he replied, meeting my gaze. "But then again, I've never given myself the chance to." I hated how his words resonated within me. I hated how his words could have been my own. I hated how they made me want to ask him more questions. "You've taken remedies all your life, then? Even before you were a warden?" He nodded, and a line creased his brow.
I know that must sound strange to you, but my mother, the Countess, never wanted my brother and me to dream at night." I drew in a deep breath, a vain attempt to quench my interest. "And why would she desire that, if I may ask, of course?" "You may ask, Miss Nevin," said Phelan, "and I will answer only if I may ask a question of you, which you must likewise answer." I grimaced, loathing myself for letting him play me into a corner. "Very well, Mr. Vesper. You can ask 2 questions, and I will choose which one I want to respond to." "Fair enough," he said, and guided me around a street corner. "My mother didn't want Lennox and me to dream because it meant we would need a warden to record our nightmares down in their book." "And that's terrible, in her eyes?" "Not terrible, but a vulnerability. A weakness," Phelan replied. "We would be dependent upon another, who would then know our dreams. And sometimes dreams are ridiculous. But most of the time, they reveal our innermost pieces, our desires, our fears, our ambitions, our plans, our past even." I mulled on that, thinking his mother must be very shrewd. If there were no dream records of their family, then I might have a harder time uncovering their secrets. "Now," Phelan said, and I could hear the smile in his voice, "you must answer a question of mine." "Go on," I said, bracing myself. "Do you have any family in the city, or have you ever dreamt, Miss Nevin?" "I've never dreamt either, Mr. Vesper." That surprised him, and he glanced at me. "Really? Why is that?" "Actually, let me take back my words for a moment. I have dreamt, once. I lied, and I was amazed at how smoothly it rolled off the tip of my tongue. When I was a little girl, I had a nightmare that frightened me so badly I was afraid to leave my room. So my mother began to give me a remedy every night, promising the monster in my dreams could never find me again." He guided us down yet another street. I admired the old oaks that grew along the sidewalk, their gnarled roots working their way up through the cobblestones. "And does your mother still give you remedies, Miss Nevin?" "No," I whispered. "She passed away last spring." "I'm sorry," Phelan said, and I was surprised to hear how contrite he sounded. We fell silent again until he stopped before a grand townhouse built of whitewashed brick. I gazed up at its navy shutters and crimson-painted door, its lintel made of carved marble. "I wanted to show you this house in particular," Phelan said, reaching out to touch a wild tendril of ivy that grew on the iron gate. "Why is that?" I asked. "The Duke lives here." I examined the home with an attentive eye. "I thought the Duke lived in the Blue Mansion, in the Eastern Quadrant." "He does," Phelan replied. "The mansion is his primary residence, but he has other homes located throughout the city. He never sleeps beneath one roof more than a week at a time." "That's absurd," I laughed until I saw the arch of Phelan's brow. "It's wise," he amended, glancing back to the townhouse. "Remember what I told you about my mother, and how she ensured my brother and I never dreamt? The Duke has a similar dealing with nightmares. He doesn't want one magician to know all his dreams." Rain began to fall. I watched as Phelan withdrew a tiny umbrella from his jacket pocket, and with an elegant flick of his wrist, the umbrella grew into its normal size. "Shall we go to dinner?" he asked, opening the umbrella and holding it between us. I hated that he stored tiny trinkets in his pockets, but hate could only last so long in the rain. I stepped beneath the umbrella, and we hurried to reach the tavern, elbows bumping in a stiff attempt to keep from touching each other. The fabled tavern was 3 blocks away, a narrow building wedged between a tailor shop and a jeweler. It was easy to overlook, built of drab gray stone, with an arched entryway choked with wisteria. The corridor ushered us into a courtyard, whose open roof was charmed to catch the rain. Phelan left his umbrella by the coat stand, and I admired my surroundings. There was a reflection pool at the center of the courtyard, and fruit trees grew along winding stone paths. Cushions were spread out on the grass,
and couples lounged with cups of tea and wine, listening as minstrels played stringed instruments from a pergola. This was a watering hole for magicians, I swiftly realized. Good food, tea, wine, conversation, friendship, music, beauty. All the things needed to restore magic of mind, heart, and body. "Follow me," Phelan said, and led me through the courtyard to an archway that swallowed us into the tavern's indoor seating. It was a crowded, vibrant place, humming with conversations and laughter. Tables and chairs were arranged over the blue-tiled floors, and booths were carved into the walls. A host of lanterns hung above from the timber beams, bathing the tavern in low, warm light. The air smelled of herbs and sweet wine, and I noticed with alarm that there was a mirror behind the bar. But there were so many people gathered, and the light was romantically dim. I didn't fear my reflection, and I followed Phelan's winding path through the tables to one of the booths. I saw Nura and Olivette before they saw me. The girls were sitting side by side, their faces tilted close as they spoke to each other. One had a bob of white blonde hair, a rosy complexion with a sprinkling of freckles across her nose. Her companion had brown curly hair that brushed her shoulders, red-painted lips, and light brown skin. They were both dressed in bright colors, and my anxiety soared when they caught sight of our approach.
"Phelan!"
the blonde cried with enthusiasm.
"Hurry and introduce us! We've been longing to meet the magician who nearly killed you in the interview."
"Of course you are," he humored her. But I saw a flush stain his cheeks as he turned to me. "Anna Nevin, this is Olivette Wolfe and Nura Sparrow. Olivette and Nura, allow me to introduce you to my partner, Anna Nevin." "A pleasure to meet you, Anna," said Nura. Her voice was deep and smooth compared to Olivette's high pitch. "Come, join us." I slid onto the bench across from theirs, and Phelan settled beside me.
"I want to know what inspired you to use the paintings in the gallery,"
Olivette said in a rush.
"It was ingenious, but also very risky. How were you able to command someone else's art, Anna? Are you well versed in Metamora?"
And so it begins, I thought, with a twinge of fear. It was the same fear I felt when I saw a mirror, a cold shock that made my spirit coil. And yet, I smiled and scrounged up an answer. "It was risky. I won't pretend otherwise. But I've long been an admirer of art, and since I had heard that Phelan was very unimpressed with the other interviews he had held that day, I knew I needed to take a dangerous leap in order to catch his attention." Olivette grinned, glancing from me to Phelan.
"She knows you quite well, my friend."
"He's easy to read," I said, with a nervous chuckle. "Am I?" he countered, and I felt him look at me. "Yes," I said, grateful that the waiter arrived, filling our goblets and setting down a platter of sliced bread, squares of cheese, olives, and an array of colorful jams. "Your eyes betray your thoughts sometimes." "If that is so," Phelan said to me, his voice low with offense, "then read my eyes now. Tell me what I'm thinking." I took a sip of wine before I met his stare. His eyes were dark, like new moons, and for all my bluster, I had no idea what thoughts haunted him. "You're thinking that you're hungry, and the noise in this tavern is too loud for your liking," I teased, and lifted my goblet to him. Phelan begrudgingly clinked his glass against mine, and the tension between us melted as we began to eat. "Are you an artist yourself, Anna?" Nura asked. "No," I replied swiftly. "I unfortunately have no such talent, but I love the work of others." And it was time for me to turn the conversation toward them. I smiled and asked, "How do you know Phelan?" Olivette and Nura exchanged a glance. "I've known Phelan for years," Olivette eventually replied. "We went to school together." "And I met Olivette 2 years ago," Nura said, "when she was looking for a partner. She introduced me to Phelan not long afterward." Olivette slathered honey butter onto a slice of bread.
"Our territory is next to Phelan's, in case he hasn't told you yet, and we have a tradition of eating here at least once a month before the next new moon."
"A lovely tradition," I said, and I meant it. I longed for this sort of camaraderie. Our second course of food arrived, distracting us, and slowly, I became more comfortable. But I never let my guard down. If I was honest, I enjoyed Nura's and Olivet's company. Perhaps more than I should. "You'll give us a warning if Phelan decides to go madcap, won't you, Anna?" Olivet asked suddenly. From the corner of my eye, I watched as Phelan nearly choked on his wine. "I'm not going madcap, Ollie," he said tersely, as if they had argued about this before. "I told you, I'm not leaving Bardillas or my streets for a long time." Madcap. Vulture. I slid my gaze askance to look at him. "You say that now, but you hear the gossip among our kind," Nura said. "The curse of the Serenduchy has stood for a century, tempting every warden in the realm. An empty throne, a fortress cursed full of nightmares. Which of us wouldn't want to experience it?" "It sounds dreadful," Phelan said in a flat tone. "And if the curse breaks, we'll all be without a job, won't we?" The new moon curse dictated so much of our lives it was almost impossible for me to imagine living in a realm where nightmares didn't hold such power over us. But Phelan was right. If someone managed to open the mountain doors and ascend to the fortress in the clouds, and then furthermore break the century-old curse, the new moon would become a peaceful night. There would be no need for wardens. "How can the curse be broken?" I asked. Not even the mountain descendants in Hearswith had truly known themselves, and their stories had been passed down to them from ancestors who had lived through the Sundering. "There are only rumors," Nura said. "But most madcaps believe it will come down to defeating a nightmare in the fortress." "Phelan, I'm telling you," Olivet warned, pointing a speared olive at him. "If you so much as dare run off to the mountains without telling me and Nura, I'll kill you." "You have nothing to worry over," he said. "You talked about it once." "Yes, once, when we were 10 years old, Ollie," Phelan countered. "Do you even know how impossible it would be to reach the mountain summit? The doors are enchanted and no one has been able to open them." "It would be an adventure." "That would see us all killed," Phelan concluded. "Anyway, Anna," Olivet said with a sigh, "you'll let us know if he changes his mind?" "I promise," I said. And to her great delight, I clinked my goblet to hers and Nura's. When Phelan and I left the tavern, it was 8:30 and deeply dark. And while the storm had ceased, the streets were slick with water, shining like obsidian in the lantern light. A chill had crept into the air. It finally felt like October. "Are you cold, Miss Nevin?" Phelan walked in stride beside me. He kept his gaze fixed ahead of us, because the streets were still busy, but I sensed that he missed nothing, not even a slight shiver of mine. "I'm fine," I said. We continued onward in awkward silence, but I was pleased to discover that I was beginning to recognize the cross-hatching of streets. We took a turn onto a quiet lane. Oak trees stood as sentries along the curb, and it smelled like moss and damp leaves and musty stones. We were nearly to his townhouse. "May I walk you home?" Phelan asked, just before we reached his gate. He finally looked at me. A thread of dark hair had escaped his customary ribbon. I wondered how he would look with his hair loose, unbound. As if he knew my trail of thoughts, he frowned. I smiled in return. "No, but thank you, Mr. Vesper." I took a step backward, but my eyes remained on his. "I'll see you tomorrow, then?" He said nothing, but the rain returned, a cold whisper through the oak boughs. I was 7 full strides away from him when I heard his boots on the cobblestones, chasing after me. "If you won't let me walk you home, take my jacket, or let me call you a cab," he exclaimed, and I pivoted in surprise. "At least take the umbrella." He withdrew the small trinket from his pocket and uttered the charm to return it to its natural size. And when he extended the umbrella to me, I accepted it, my icy fingers brushing his. I didn't want it. For all I knew, he had ensorcelled it with awareness, and the umbrella would track me all the way home. But nor could I refuse it. Not when the rain turned earnest, drenching my hair and blouse in mere moments. Not when he was staring at me with such intensity, as if he feared I would catch a cold and die on him. "Thank you," I said, clearing my throat to hide how rusted those words sound. "That is kind of you." "If you think I'm kind, then I've fooled you," he said tersely. Shocked by his admission, I watched the rain drip from his top hat. "I'm no better than all the other nobles at court, and all of us play a game, Miss Nevin." For one heady moment, I feared that he had seen through me. I thought I might have fractured due to feeling soft at dinner with his friends. I resisted the urge to touch my face, to ensure my disguise was sound. "I'll see you in the morning," he said in an abrupt tone. I left him standing in the middle of the street, keen to be gone. I waited until I was 2 blocks away before I hailed a coach, grateful to be out of the rain. My mind whirled, off kilter from the strange words Phelan had said to me. "If you think I'm kind, then I've fooled you." I closed the umbrella and propped it against the bench. When the coach was 3 streets away from my mother's home, I disembarked. And just in case my suspicions were true, I left Phelan's umbrella in the cab. 16. Word soon came of a nightmare, something I had been anxiously awaiting as the days were beginning to pass, and no sinister dreams had emerged. I was in the library, watering Phelan's plants, when he brought the letter to me. "Do you feel up to collecting a nightmare, Miss Nevin?" I set down the watering can. "Indeed. Am I to go alone, then?" "It's one of the Duke's nightmares," said Phelan, holding up the letter. Its wax seal was like a drop of blood. "Lord Darren has heard of my new partner, and so this is an invitation to meet you. I would accompany you, but my mother has called me to one of her council meetings on the west side of the city, and I fear it will take me most of the day." "I can collect the Duke's dream on my own," I said. And then I realized that Anna Nevin wouldn't know how to divine a nightmare, and I made myself hesitate. What if his nightmare needs divination? I don't know how to do that yet. "It won't require divination," Phelan replied, leaving the Duke's letter on the tabletop. "His Grace always recalls his dreams with sharp precision. All you need for this visit is the Book of Nightmares, ink, and a quill. Does that sound acceptable to you, Miss Nevin?" "Yes." I started to gather what I needed. My hands trembled, and I was struck with an unexpected bolt of homesickness. I could almost deceive myself, pretending I was back home in Hearswith, packing what I needed to visit the Fieldings. A day that was only weeks ago, and yet how distant it felt now. "As I mentioned," Phelan said, breaking my thoughts and handing me a leather satchel to pack my things. I carefully slid the Book of Nightmares within it. "I'll be gone until dark, but you are more than welcome to remain here and have dinner with Deacon and Mrs. Sterling. In fact, she will probably be offended if you don't." I smiled. "Then I'll plan to have dinner here." I buckled the satchel and slid its worn strap over my shoulder. "Very good. I should go now, but perhaps tomorrow I can teach you how to divine a dream?" he asked. I nodded, and we went our separate ways. The Duke was waiting for me in his drawing room. The chamber was wide and brightly lit. The walls were wainscoted, and thankfully no mirrors were present for me to sidestep around. Spires of golden candelabras were positioned behind couches and chairs. The hearth was cut from blue-veined marble, crackling with a slow-burning fire. Tasseled curtains framed the tall windows, which overlooked the front garden and the street. Busts of heroes sat in corners, and a small olive tree grew in a pot before one of the south-facing windows. I paused to soak in the grandeur, and I smelled the Duke before I saw him. There was a strange scent in the air, like rotting parchment, followed by the sweetness of bergamot. "You must be Anna Nevin," he said. I startled and spun to face him. My old etiquette training surged, and I dropped a proper curtsy, although the weight of the satchel made me look clumsy. "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Darren." "Enough with the formalities," the Duke said with a smile. The sunlight gleamed on his perfect teeth. "I am the one who is honored to meet you today.
Phelan is destined to become one of the greatest magicians in Endelion, and I am pleased to know that he has found a good match." "Destined to be the greatest, was he?" "Come join me at the table," Lord Darren said, ushering me across the room to a round card table. A tea platter was set out for us, with ginger biscuits and small sandwiches. I sat and carefully arranged the Book of Nightmares on the table while the Duke poured us both a steaming cup of tea. He looked to be my father's age, his hair an ashy shade of brown and trimmed short. The silver in his beard caught the sunlight, as did the trio of emerald rings on his slender fingers. He was dressed in black and gold, and beneath the brief flutter of his jacket, I thought I saw a small dagger sheathed at his side. But perhaps I was mistaken. "Have you always been a resident of Endelion, Miss Nevin?" he asked. I took the teacup he offered and busied myself with adding cream and sugar, but my palms were perspiring. Lying to Phelan was not difficult, due to our history. Lying to Nura and Olivette was harder because I liked them, as was deceiving Little Deacon. But lying to the Duke of Bardillus's face? I was weaving a dangerous web, one that might catch me. "I have, Your Grace. My mother was a seamstress in the West Quarter." "Oh, where exactly?" he asked, settling into his chair across from me. He took note of my garments, which made me stiffen. "I am always on the hunt for a good tailor." I swallowed a scalding sip of tea. My toes curled in my boots, and I commanded myself to hold it together, to spin the lie. "My mother passed away this past spring, Your Grace, or else I'm sure she would be honored to work for you. She was of the lower class and was not employed in one shop alone, but drifted to wherever she could find work." "I see," he said, and I thought he was studying me far too intently. "That is unfortunate. And your father? Was he the one to teach you magic?" "I never knew my father. My mother was a magician, and she taught me everything I know." "You must have been very close to her." I nodded and dropped my eyes to my tea. To my relief, Lord Darren ceased asking me any further personal questions, and I prepared to record his dream. "This nightmare occurred last night, Your Grace?" I asked, opening my ink and scrawling the date, his name, and his address on a fresh page. "It did," he said, crossing his legs and lacing his fingers together over one knee. "The dream begins in the Red Room of the mansion. It is spring at midday. The sunlight is pouring in through the windows, and pots of flowers and green vines are flourishing in the chamber, and I realize my brother is standing among the foliage." He paused to give me time to catch all his words on paper. "Do you dream of your late brother often, Your Grace?" I gently asked, thinking of the Duke's older brother, who had died years ago. "I do," he replied softly, as if the memory still ached. Returning to the dream, he asks me to walk the streets with him because he is weary of meetings and councils and being trapped indoors. I agree, and suddenly the room melts away and we are walking Verdaner Street toward the open-air market. That is when I sense something is wrong. There are too many people, too many noises, too much movement. I tell Charles we should return to the mansion, but he is intent on something ahead of us, something I cannot see. I lose sight of him, but then the crowd opens up. I push my way through to step within the empty space, only to find my brother's neck cut open, and he's lying on the stones, bleeding out. I wrote every word, the quill's nib biting into the paper. The ink turned gold as I wrote, some crafty charm of Phelan's, and yet I wasn't moved by the Duke's dream. I couldn't begin to understand why it rolled off me like rain, as this sort of nightmare used to be the kind that roused my compassion. Perhaps it was because the Duke had dreamt countless nightmares of his brother's death before, recorded in earlier entries. Perhaps it was because I had read so many nightmares, as well as encountered them in the streets on new moon nights, that I had begun to learn the slant of them. This nightmare felt fabricated. I didn't believe Lord Darren had dreamt it last night. "I fall to my knees," the Duke continued. "I hold him in my arms as he dies, and I watch as his face turns pale as bone, and he tries to say something to me, but I cannot understand his final words." I finished the recording and gave the ink a moment to dry.
I glanced over the sparkling porcelain of the tea, the untouched biscuits and sandwiches, and met the Duke's gaze. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. This is a very upsetting dream." He bowed his head in acknowledgement, and I sensed the deceit as if it were a diamond hanging from his neck, sparkling with each of his unsteady breaths, giving him away. I closed the book and began to pack, but I waited to rise only after the Duke had stood. "I hope you will be prepared to face the new moon alongside Phelan this upcoming week?" he asked, as he guided me to the front door. "You lack experience, do you not, Miss Nevin?" I gritted my teeth, but managed to smile. "This is my first new moon, yes, Your Grace. But I have been studying and preparing myself." Lord Darren waved his frantic butler away. Alone we stood in the foyer. I was keenly aware that the Duke had positioned himself between me and the door. The cloying fragrance of his cologne washed over me again. Sweet and musty. My head started to ache. "I am reassured to hear that, Miss Nevin, but may I ask you a few questions before you depart?" "Of course, Your Grace." My fingernails dug into the strap of the satchel, marking the leather with crescents. "If Phelan is wounded on the new moon, would you abandon him in the street to save yourself?" "I would never abandon my partner." "Even if it meant your own pain or demise?" My mouth was parched. I drew in a shaky breath, a medley of bergamot, old wet paper, and my intense desire to leave. "Even so, Your Grace, I'm not one to abandon my duties." The Duke took a step closer to me. I resisted the urge to shift backward, but I had a spell ready. One that would freeze him to the floor if he so much as tried to touch or threaten me. "Are you aware that Phelan was wounded a few months ago, Miss Nevin?" "Yes." "Did he tell you what wounded him?" "No." "Perhaps you should discover it then. As you are his partner, he should confide in you." "You don't know what happened either?" "He hails from a very secretive family, but I have no doubt that you will soon be privy to the truth, or perhaps encounter it on the new moon. If you learn of anything, Miss Nevin, you will inform me, won't you? I pay well for information, riches, jewels, prestige, position. If you wanted to be warden elsewhere, I could make it happen for you." Yes, Your Grace," I said, and the words were thick as thistledown in my mouth. I felt numb as I sorted through the tumble of what he was asking of me, what he was offering me. Did he know who I was? But how would he? I had never met or spoken to him before when I was Clementine. And then I realized. He thought I was trying to climb the social ladder among wardens. Becoming Phelan's partner was a swift way to do so, in particular for a homely girl with meager beginnings. At last, the Duke unlocked and opened the front door for me. I curtsied and swiftly departed. I felt his gaze as he watched me walk the stone path and slip beyond the iron gate, but I didn't dare glance behind to meet it. I sensed he was coercing me, lying to me, a game among nobles, and I was beginning to think he knew I was lying too. 17. "You have to stay for 7 wraiths," Deacon begged me after dinner. Night had just stained the windows, and I was anxious, waiting for Phelan to return from his council meeting. Suspicions of the Duke and his fabricated dream continued to roam in my thoughts. I wondered if I should say something to Phelan. "Maybe tomorrow night, Deacon," I said, carrying my plate into the kitchen. Deacon intercepted me. "Please, Miss Nevin." 7 wraiths sounds like a frightening game," I said in a teasing lilt. But my upbringing inevitably reared. All those times my father had told me how harmful the game was, that I should never play it. "It isn't too scary," he insisted. "I promise, my grandmama plays and she doesn't get scared." "Deacon, where are those plates?" Mrs. Sterling called from the kitchen. "Please," the boy pleaded. "All right, but just 1 round," I said, and let him take my plate. "I still need to get home tonight." "You should stay the night here, Miss Nevin. I saw Mr. Vesper had a room prepared for you," Deacon chirped before he slipped into the kitchen.
At last, I thought, weary of all the precautions I had to take in order to arrive at my mother's unnoticed. Weary, and yet something else pulsed within me, similar to the feeling I experienced before a new moon unfolded. I stepped into the drawing room. Mrs. Sterling had already stoked a fire in the hearth and lit the candelabras. The chamber was a dance of shadows, light, and the flash of golden trim, and I looked at the grand mirror hanging on the wall, as if it had set a hook in me. I walked to stand before it. My reflection stared back at me, a face I had nearly forgotten. A face that felt like a stranger's now, as if a girl I had never met stood on the other side of the glass, watching me as I watched her. "You're not trying hard enough," said the girl in the mirror, touching a stray thread of copper hair. "You've been passive here, Clem. Do you expect this family's secrets to rise and meet you on their own volition?" I turned away from the mirror, but my blood was coursing. I sifted through what I had gleaned so far. My father had once worked with the Countess, and there was bad blood between them now. The Countess was an artist. Her husband had died years ago. The Duke was fabricating nightmares, and seemed far too interested in Phelan. Phelan had been wounded by something he was afraid to name, and the Duke was desperate to know. Lennox wanted Hearswith for reasons I had yet to learn. The 17th of November may or may not be a date of importance. But I didn't quite see how this all worked together, or how I was going to regain control over my ability to return home. My thoughts broke when Deacon arrived, wide-eyed with delight. He made a beeline to the game cupboard, rustling around its shelves for a deck of cards. Mrs. Sterling joined us, bringing in a tea tray with sugar cream pie, and the three of us gathered around the card table. I watched as Deacon expertly dealt 5 cards per player between a spoonful of pie.
"Do you know how to play, Miss Nevin?"
he asked, crumbs falling from his mouth. "No, I've never played this game, Deacon. Why don't you explain the rules to me?"
"You know the legend of the Mountain Duchy, don't you?"
"Yes, of course I do."
"Then you know about the 7 members of the court who were cursed when the Duke was killed?" Deacon queried.
"Yes."
"You know what they were cursed with, Miss Nevin?"
"They cannot die or dream," I said.
"Right," he confirmed, with a mischievous smile,
as if this were a delightful fate.
"So we call them wraiths. Anyway, there are 7 wraiths in this deck. They're bad. If you draw one, you'll want to find a way to get rid of it by trading with one of us."
"Why don't you explain the game from the beginning, Deacon?" Mrs. Sterling suggested.
"Oh, yes," he said, sheepish. "You have 5 cards in your hand, Miss Nevin. Don't let me or my grandmama see them. You want to be able to discard one of your cards here, but it has to match in suit or in number. If you can make a match, you don't have to draw from the deck. If you can't make a match, you have to draw a new card, or you can try to trade a card. The goal is to be the first person to get rid of all your cards, but it's tricky because you might have one of the wraiths in your hand. And that's the last thing you want at the end of the round. If you lose, you'll have a terrible nightmare when you fall asleep."
I studied the 5 cards in my hand. 2 diamonds, a spade, and 2 of the wraiths. Beginner's luck, I thought, with a snort. But then studied the first wraith card closer. It depicted a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes. Moons and stars were stitched on the edges of his sleeves. His face was melancholy, his head bent, one hand over his heart, the other lifted as if he were in the throes of making a plea. His hair was blonde until I tilted the card and the color changed to a fiery red. Or perhaps it was a cascade of blood, which began to drip from the ends of his hair, marring his raiment. Breathless, I tilted the card again, and his hair returned to gold, and the blood marks vanished. A Devia magician had created these cards, a magician highly skilled in art, who knew how to layer enchantment within the illustration. Something I once longed to achieve. I felt an ache in my chest, and I quickly tamped it down. The second wraith card surprised me further. It was completely blank, save for the title at the footer, The Lost One. But when I angled the card to the light, a scene bloomed on the parchment.
Stone walls, blue banners, trestle tables. The grand hall of a castle, with an empty throne on the dais. I had read about this place before, in Knox Birch's dream. This was the fortress in the clouds, the holding of the Seren Duchy. A chill snaked down my spine as I tilted the card again, watching the scene vanish once more, as if it had never been.
"Miss Nevin!" Deacon scolded. "Now I know you're holding not one, but two of the wraiths. Me and Grandmama won't want to trade with you this round. You have to keep them a secret."
"Deacon," Mrs. Sterling warned. "Be nice. This is Miss Nevin's first time playing." I was hardly listening. I studied the first wraith card again. Inscribed at the bottom was the cursed man's title, the Advisor. What are the titles of all the wraiths? It's been a long while since I heard the legend.
"The Heiress, the Advisor, the Master of Coin." Deacon began listing them on his fingers. "The Spy Mistress, the Lady-in-Waiting, the Guard, and the Lost One."
And who is the Lost One? I don't see them on the card. Exasperated that I had now informed him of the exact wraith I was holding, Deacon said,
"They are the one who was left behind in the fortress when the duchy fell, as punishment for killing the Duke. Everyone else fled before the nightmares arrived."
I wondered if the Lost One was just a myth, or if they still lived and breathed, alone in the abandoned fortress on the mountaintop. If they had ever stood on the parapets and looked down onto the valley, down to where Hearsworth had resided among lush grass and trees. And I remembered Imini's story, the one she had told me just after we had left home. A legend about the woman with her twin boys, and how one of her sons had been lost to the mountain, unable to leave its shadow. Imini's tale had not stated why one twin was doomed to be trapped, but I suppose that legend complemented the game of 7 wraiths. If the Lost One was the assassin, the curse would not permit him to leave.
"Are you ready to play now, Miss Nevin?"
"Yes, I understand the rules," I said. "Let's play." Mrs. Sterling went first. She set down the 3 of hearts to match the 3 of diamonds that sat face up on the table, which provoked a groan from Deacon. My turn came next, and I laid down one of my diamonds. Deacon did not have a match for the discard pile and asked to trade a card with Mrs. Sterling. A few more turns passed around the table, and then my wish was fulfilled. I drew another wraith card from the deck. The Spy Mistress. A woman whose age was hard to decipher with her smooth, angular face and long white blonde hair. She was slim and sinewy, dressed in black and dark-stained leather, and when I tilted the card, horns bloomed from her head. Leaves grew within her tresses. A trail of smoke escaped her mouth. I froze, gaping at the card. A troll. The Spy Mistress of the Fallen Mountain Court was a troll.
"Miss Nevin," Deacon cried, "you have to guard your face. Now I know you have another wraith card in your hand."
My attention remained fixed upon the card, how the Spy Mistress changed in my grip according to which angle I looked upon her. Human. Troll. Mazarine. I thought of her hoard of secrets, her clever disguise, the old magic she knew. How time seemed to hold no power over her. Deacon and Mrs. Sterling beat me in that round of 7 wraiths. I conceded, with the Advisor, the Spy Mistress, and the Lost One still in my hands. But I gained a morsel of knowledge, something that could only come from defeat. Mazarine had once been the Spy Mistress of the Mountain Duchy. She was one of the 7 cursed, which meant she could not die, nor could she dream. And if she could not dream, surely my father would have known. All this time, a wraith from Seren had been living beneath his watch, in our town, and he had never said a word about it. "Miss Nevin, I have a guest room prepared just for you," Mrs. Sterling said to me after 4 rounds of 7 wraiths. Rounds I had encouraged so I could hold each of the doomed cards, to my own demise and Deacon's victory. "Mr. Vesper asked that I do so in case you wanted to spend the night here." I stood in the foyer. It was late, 10:30, and Phelan still had yet to return. I hoped he would stay away longer still. "I'm not sure, Mrs. Sterling," I said. "I wouldn't want to intrude."
"Oh, my dear, you would not intrude. Mr. Vesper and I both worry about you walking home at night."
I hesitated, but eventually nodded. "I am rather weary."
"Come, let me take you to your room," she invited me, and began to ascend the stairwell. "Take care, though. These stairs tend to be slick on odd-numbered days." The steps were a bit slippery, I noticed with amusement, as I followed her to the second floor. The air smelled like roasting wood and evergreen, like meadow grass and the dust of old books. "I have always loved this room," Mrs. Sterling said with a pleasant sigh as she opened a door, lighting a few candles. "It has a wonderful view of the back garden, and on clear days you can see the sunset." I followed her into the bedchamber. The room was square, its wallpaper printed with climbing ivy. The bed was a good size, swathed in a canopy, and there was an armoire, a writing desk, and 2 windows trimmed with dark green velvet drapes, and an oval mirror hanging on the wall above the wash basin. I stopped before I could pass by it, and Mrs. Sterling finished lighting the candles, reflexively spreading a stray wrinkle from the duvet cover. "There's also some new clothes in the armoire if you would like to change, Miss Nevin," she said. "Where do you and Deacon sleep?" I asked. "Oh, we don't live here. I live 4 doors down, and will be here before first light to get the fire started and breakfast cooked." I hadn't realized that I would live with Phelan alone. I had assumed Mrs. Sterling and Deacon lodged here. This was certainly a detail to keep from my father, and I hoped he would understand that my plan had finally taken root, and not worry when I failed to show up tonight. Tomorrow was Monday anyway. I would have the evening off to go to my mother's and explain the new arrangement to them. "And you're certain Mr. Vesper won't mind me staying here with him?" I inquired. Mrs. Sterling smiled. "Not at all. Unless you feel uncomfortable with the arrangement, Miss Nevin. And if that is so, I will sleep here tonight on the main floor." "No, that won't be necessary," I rushed to say. "Oh, Miss Nevin," she said, as if remembering something important, and reached into her apron pocket. "Best you take a remedy tonight, since you lost at 7 Wraiths." I held out my palm, and she dropped one of Phelan's vials in my hand. I proceeded to drink it, surprised by its sweetness. Honey with a hint of spearmint, and far more palatable than my father's recipe. "Good night, Mrs. Sterling," I said, and waited until she had descended the stairs before I closed my door. I went to the armoire first, curious to see what sort of garments hung within. There were a handful of colorful dresses, white chemises, embroidered bodices with ribbon laces, silk shirts, and skirts that seemed tailored to my size. 3 different cloaks to keep me warm on my walks. He had spared no expense. Pleased, I reached for one of the chemises. It was luxuriously soft against my skin, and I unbraided my hair and washed my face with lavender water before stepping into the corridor. I listened to the strange sounds of the townhouse as Mrs. Sterling and Deacon left for the night, locking the front door. I listened to the walls pop and groan, as if the wood and nails had something to say to me. As if they knew I was here with ill intentions, and they protested my presence. Quickly, I worked to set an alert charm on the front gate, so I would be warned of Phelan's approach when he returned home. I stepped into his room, where Mrs. Sterling had left a host of candelabras lit. His bedchamber was modest, composed of earthen colors, greens and browns and grays. A mosaic of a forest graced one of the walls, and a wardrobe sat in one corner, a writing desk in another. Stacks of books graced the floor, which I found surprising, since Phelan seemed to love tidiness. The curtains were drawn, and his 4-poster bed was spacious, a canopy tasseled to the posts. A mirror hung on his wall above a wash station. I went to his desk and sat down in a rickety chair, proceeding to open the drawers, minding how things were arranged. It didn't take me long to find the stack of correspondence, bound together with a red ribbon. A stack of letters, all of them addressed to Phelan. Ravenous, I read the first one. A letter from the Duke, and his handwriting was surprisingly crooked on the page, as if he had an unsteady hand. "Your debts have been paid. There is no need to thank me, but let's meet for tea this Friday, to talk about the new moon and how we can better prepare you."
succinct and tantalizing. I wish there was more. The date read July 12th. I folded it back into its envelope and moved on to the next. A bill, a receipt, a reminder about the dream tax, and how much Phelan's streets would owe. I passed through them all, the paper rustling beneath my hands. And then I came upon a small portrait. The painting was of Lennox Vesper. He was young, perhaps 13, and he looked morose, as if the last thing he had wanted was to pose for a picture. The tone and style of art was familiar, like the feeling of crossing paths with someone I had met before, unable to recall their name. It tugged at my memory until I tilted the portrait to study it closer, and Lennox morphed into Phelan. I stared at this younger version of him, still poised with the hint of sadness in his eyes, his dark hair bound by a ribbon. I watched him melt into his brother, and then back again, and I wondered what it would be like to have a twin. It came to me then. The same artist who had illustrated the 7 Wraiths cards in the drawing room had painted the brothers' portraits. Phelan must know a Devia magician of art, and I was suddenly hungry to know for myself who created such wondrous portraits. I continued to sort through the letters, sensing what little time I had left. A piece of parchment slipped from the stack, floating to the floor. I stared at it for what felt like an entire winter, and an icy finger traced my spine as I leaned down to recover it. I recognized Phelan's writing. I had been reading it day after day in the Book of Nightmares, and I had come to know it well. Stark and simple, the paper read, "Here's with Ambrose Madigan, warden, Clementine Madigan, his daughter, apprentice, partner." I stared at my name. Trembling, I tucked it away, burying it beneath a sea of wax-sealed envelopes and stray sheets of parchment and the two-faced portrait. I wanted more, though, even as my bones ached, and I was just opening another letter that looked to be from the Countess when a chime sounded. My alerting spell. Phelan had reached the gate. I was robbed of breath as I swiftly returned the contents to his desk, just as I had found them. But my hands quivered, and the tang of iron haunted my mouth as I rose, darting across his room, the firelight the only witness to my ransacking. I shut my bedroom door just as the front door swung open. I was already dressed for sleep. I climbed beneath my covers, sinking into the plush feather mattress. The light, I remembered a shallow breath later, and whispered a charm. The candles extinguished one by one, leaving me in the cloying darkness of an unfamiliar room in my rival's house. Slowly, I slid down beneath the coverlet, my hair pooling beneath me on the pillow. I heard Phelan's heavy footsteps as he ascended the stairs. He paused at the top, as if he sensed me in the guest room. I remembered belatedly that I had promised my father I would cast a ward on my door, on the windows. Phelan retreated to his bedroom across the hall from mine, shutting the door behind him with a quiet click. The house fell eerily silent. My heart would not cease its strange, uneven beat. Was it becoming more stone, or cracking into more flesh? I couldn't tell, but it hurt to breathe deeply. I burned cold with fear and fury, and when I closed my eyes, all I could see was my name, bending to his handwriting in dark, bold ink. 18. "Someone arrived home late," I said, stepping into the dining room the following morning. Phelan was there, sitting in his customary seat. His dark hair was freshly washed and slicked back, and he sipped tea without making a sound, reading the morning paper, while methodically cutting into a wedge of quiche. He was dressed formally, as he always seemed to be. "And someone decided to sleep in my guest room last night," he countered with an arched brow, looking up from his paper. His eyes traced my body. My hair was braided into a crown, and I was wearing one of the dresses he had had tailored. A simple yet elegant forest green dress, with flora and fauna embroidered on the bodice in golden thread. I waited for him to say something, and when he didn't, I sighed and relented to sit, reaching for the teapot. "I won't take advantage of your hospitality again, Mr. Vesper," I said, filling my cup. "It was a one-night-only arrangement."
"Were you taking advantage of it if I offered it to you?" he said, returning his gaze to his paper. But his attention was still preoccupied by me, and I didn't know if that was a good thing or a very bad thing. "You should stay here, Miss Nevin. It would be easier for both of us, I think." "For both of us?" I echoed, cutting a huge slice of quiche. "Yes, I worry about you, since you refuse to tell me the neighborhood you live in or let me pay for you to take a horse and cab home every evening," he said in a flat tone, as if he didn't care that I kept secrets from him, which made me think he did, rather deeply. "And there is that other matter." "What other matter?" I asked. "Are you going to charge me for the wardrobe? You spent far too much on the garments, Mr. Vesper, and I might be indebted to you for years." "No, the clothes are a gift, Miss Nevin. I speak of how you are late for work. Every single morning." I took a long sip of tea to hide my smile. I was purposefully late just to irk him. "I'm afraid I cannot help that, Mr. Vesper. Every morning there is some sort of carriage crash, and every market I have to pass through is so crowded one can hardly breathe, let alone move at a satisfactory pace." "You could either leave home earlier, wherever that might be, or reside here." A difficult choice. "Should we flip a coin then, Miss Nevin?" he said, with a hint of sarcasm, snapping the wrinkles from his paper. That was when the word first bloomed in my thoughts. Exposé. I could write an essay on the Vespers, detailing how horrible they were. I could submit it to the paper anonymously. But I would need more content than just detailing how they had stolen my home. I needed to find the dirt they were hiding beneath their perfect veneer. "What's the cause for that smile?" Phelan asked, and I realized that one had crept over my face. I never had the chance to reply. The doorbell rang once, twice, thrice. A harbinger of an impatient guest. Before Phelan or I could so much as move, the table shuddered between us, and Deacon crawled out from beneath it, leaping to his feet with a flush of guilt. "I'll get the door, Mr. Vesper," the boy cried, and bolted down the hall. Phelan hefted a deep sigh, but remained seated, pouring himself another cup of tea. I was taking my first bite of quiche when I sensed the visitor's presence, like a winter shadow had fallen over the table. And then I saw him from the corner of my eye, standing on the threshold. "Lennox?" Phelan said with surprise, rising to greet his brother. I had thought about the moment when I saw Lennox Vesper again. Thought about it so many times that it often made me feel ill. But in my imaginings, the encounter had always happened in Hearswith, not in Phelan's townhouse, and not so soon. It took everything within me, every breath, every thought, every beat, to refrain from exposing my true self. But my merciless heart grew hungry. I took a long sip of tea, my gaze fixed on the upside-down print of Phelan's newspaper, but I watched the brothers from my peripheral vision. "Lee," Phelan said again, walking to meet his brother on the threshold. "Why have you come? I wasn't expecting you." "Who is that?" Lennox asked, and I felt the prickling of his stare. I had no choice but to glance up at him and smile as if I had never seen him before. "I'm Anna," I said in a pleasant tone. "Anna Nevin." Lennox stared at me for another awkward moment, and then he slid his heavy-lidded gaze to Phelan. "Anna, this is my twin brother, Lennox," Phelan hurried to say, as if he was embarrassed by Lennox's rudeness. "Lennox, this is Anna Nevin, my warden partner." "A word, Phelan?" Lennox said. "In private." He vanished down the hall, his footsteps sounding in the direction of the library. Phelan hesitated, glancing at me. "I'll be fine here," I said. I listened as Phelan rushed down the corridor, waited until I heard the door shut. I tossed down my napkin and rose, following them all the way to the latched doors of the library. I made sure not to stand before the stained glass panels, where my silhouette might be noticed by them. Carefully, I coaxed my magic beneath the doors, where I could glean their voices. "I'm disappointed in you, little brother." "You couldn't find a prettier partner?" Lennox asked. "She's so plain. I would grow weary of looking at her every day." Phelan was silent. When he spoke, his voice was clipped with anger. "Why have you come here, Lee? The new moon is only 4 days away. You should be in Hereswith." "Hereswith," Lennox scoffed. "What a joke of a town." "We have our agreement." Yes, I know. I would take the town, you would continue work in the city. I'm tempted to switch our places." I bit my lip. If the brothers switched places, I would be able to return to Hereswith. I would be home. But my father would not. "There will be no switching places," Phelan said coldly. "You wanted the town, you now have the town. We don't deviate from the plan." "The people despise me. All they do is talk about Ambrose Madigan and his daughter with that fruit name." "Remember your purpose, Lee. You won't have to be there for much longer." "Yes, I know, Lennox barked. "Which is why I'm here, Phelan. There's a problem. Dreams are missing from the Book of Nightmares." "As we expected there to be." "Not exactly." Lennox paced the library. The wooden floors groaned beneath his weight. "The whole purpose of us taking Hereswith was to find the dreamless sleeper. We expected 1 or 2 people to have nightmares absent from the record, an obvious and simple path to follow. But there are 19 residents whose dreams are absent by my reckoning. 19! How am I supposed to find the 1 out of 19 by November? That Ambrose Madigan was a wily one, as if he knew one day we would come seeking the troll. He has protected her well." My mind reeled. By November, my father protecting a dreamless sleeper. Mazarine. I remembered how she had asked me on the last new moon. "Tell me, Clementine, have you read one of my nightmares recorded in your father's book?" Had she been trying to prepare me for this? Had she foreseen what was coming? I sought to understand Papa's motive in protecting her. Was it simply so she could live in peace? Or was someone hunting her? Someone like the Countess of Amaris? The brothers continued to talk. "Honestly, Lee, that's not so difficult, given that one of those 19 was the actual warden. You should be able to discern which of the remaining ones are taking remedies every night, and which one is the actual dreamless sleeper, especially since Mr. Madigan has departed." "Of course I didn't expect Ambrose Madigan to dream," Lennox snarled. "He was a warden, and we do not risk encountering our own nightmares in the streets. But his daughter, whatever her name was—" "Clementine," said Phelan. The sound of him speaking my name was like an unexpected kiss on the mouth. I thought of it written on a stray sheet of parchment, tucked away in his desk like a secret, and gritted my teeth. "Yes, Clementine," Lennox said. "She never dreamt either." "Which is not unusual, given she was her father's partner." "She was not his partner, but his apprentice, Phelan. She should have had a nightmare or 2 in that book, especially since she had been living there since she was 8 years old." A lull in conversation. My breath suddenly sounded far too loud, and I feared the brothers had sensed my eavesdropping. I took a silent step back, my stomach in a knot, when I bumped into something. Someone, I realized, and turned to see Deacon lurking directly behind me, also eavesdropping. I swallowed a curse. But now that I realized he was with me, well, I might as well linger a few minutes longer. I held my finger to my lips, and Deacon grinned, delighted that I was joining him in his crime. We crept closer to the doors. "Perhaps she drank remedies every night," Phelan said. "Her father was a warden, so perhaps he didn't want to encounter one of her nightmares in the streets on the new moon." "Yes, I can see your point," Lennox grumbled. "But still, something doesn't sit right with me, Phelan, and that brings me to the next debacle. I've lost them." "Who?" "The Madigans. I set a charm on their wagon to track where they went, as Mother desired. Ambrose must have sensed it and rerouted my enchantment. All this time I believed they had settled in another town, a place called Dunmore, not far from Hereswith. But they never stepped foot in that village. I've completely lost them, and Mother will have my head for it." "Can you summon Mr. Madigan?" "He scoured the house before they departed, so no. There's hardly a bootlace I can use." Phelan sighed. I was suddenly very thankful my father took such precautions. "I'll see if I can locate them from here," Phelan eventually said. "You should return to Hereswith and gather any information about where they went from the residence." "You're not going to inform Mother, are you?" "No. You will be the one to tell her if we have truly lost them. Fine. If that is the way you want to play this. I should tell you that he was in a Here's With nightmare, and not too long ago either. What? Phelan's voice was sharp. Who? You know who I speak of. What happened in the nightmare? What did he do? Unfortunately, I can't tell you the details, brother. Such are the rules of wardenship, remember? Unless, that is, you want to switch places with me and take this dull little village off my hands. Silence crackled. I resisted the urge to ease my spell further into the room, for fear of the brothers sensing my intrusion. And then Phelan said, Get out. Come now, Phelan, you should get out of my house. I urgently motioned for Deacon to follow me into the drawing room, and we rounded the corner just as the library doors burst open. The mirror, I remembered with a hiss. I dropped to my knees and crawled on the floor, and Deacon mimicked me, thinking I was trying to be covert. I slithered on hands and knees across the rug until the looming threat of the mirror had passed, and then I bolted upright and settled into one of the high-backed chairs, Deacon close behind me. He collapsed on the divan, and we both reached for a book to hold, pretending to read as Lennox and Phelan emerged into the foyer. Lennox opened the door, but paused to glance at me again, and I saw him shake his head, as if disappointed in his twin. My knuckles drained white as I held my book, the words swimming on the page before me. But then at last he departed, and Phelan slammed the door and leaned against it, as if he were overwhelmed. I didn't look up at him until he walked into the drawing room and stood directly before my chair. Is everything all right? I asked. He was pale, and his eyes were distant when he met my gaze. Yes, perfectly well. Deacon, will you go and help your grandmama in the kitchen? Deacon, who was trying to make himself invisible, groaned in protest, but quickly obeyed, leaving Phelan and me alone in the drawing room. I apologize for my brother, Miss Nevin. What are you apologizing for? That he is such an ass. I shut the book and set it aside. Don't apologize for him, Mr. Vesper. Although I suppose I will have to prove my salt then, won't I? On the new moon. Why would you have to prove yourself? Because I think your brother believes I'm destined to be a bad partner for you. I waited for Phelan to make a remark, but when he remained quiet, I added, Why didn't you and your brother become partners? Surely the two of you would make a strong team. On the contrary, Phelan was swift to respond. I don't like working with him. We have fought together a few times before, and I hated every moment of it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, I said. Phelan paced the drawing room and eventually returned to the foyer, where he retrieved his top hat and cloak from the rack. Are you going somewhere? I asked, standing. Yes. I'm afraid something unexpected has come up, and I must attend to it. He knotted the cloak draws at his neck and looked at me. Will you stay here, Miss Nevin, in case a request to record a nightmare comes in the post? With the new moon so close, sometimes the dam breaks and the dreams swarm. I laced my fingers behind my back and nodded. Thank you, Phelan said, his voice soft with relief. I watched him depart, felt the draft of crisp morning float into the house with his leaving, and I sat back down for a moment to gather my thoughts. A slight tremble racked my hands, and I stared at the inner curl of my fingers, wondering what I should do, because I knew why Phelan had left. He was searching for my father and me. 19. I fetched a few nightmares, but the remainder of the day proved to be a boring Monday. Phelan was still gone by the time evening arrived, and I took great care with my stealth charm as I traveled to my mother's townhouse for my first night off. Imony's cooking greeted me in the foyer, and I all but groaned as I shed my cloak and followed the smells into the kitchen. My mother was setting the table, and Imony was stirring a bubbling pot of stew. The warm air smelled of fresh bread and rosemary, and I drew it in deeply. "Ah, there you are," Mama said, rushing to me as if I had been gone for weeks and not a mere day. She framed my face and studied me closely, and I almost blushed beneath her attentiveness. "I presume Phelan offered you a room?" "Yes," I said.
My plan has gone off without a hitch."
"Take care, Clem," Imony said, waving a wooden spoon my way. "Pride always sets a snare." I sighed at her dourness, but nodded, taking my seat, just as I heard Papa descending the stairs. He looked weary, and even though he had just taken a bath, his fingernails were still dirty from working in the mines. I tried to imagine what it would be like, laboring from dawn to dusk, hidden from sky and sun, working by the strained light of a lamp, swinging a pick and forgetting that you had once been a great magician. It is almost like he is hiding from something, I thought, as he sat across the table from me. And while questions swarmed my mind, I held my tongue, waiting. "Is something wrong, Clem?" he asked. He was grumpy, which meant this conversation might go south if I wasn't careful. "No, I'm here for my weekly dinner and check-in, remember?" I replied, explaining that I now had a room. He nodded, and while I talked, Papa noticed my nice clothes. He scowled, but said nothing about them to my relief. Dinner wasn't what I expected. I thought it would feel effortless to return home and be with my family, in a place that felt more familiar than Phelan's townhouse. But to my shock, the air was tense and conversation felt unbalanced, as if the four of us didn't know what to speak of. I waited until dessert and tea before I brought up my news. The Vesper brothers were sent to Hearswith to find Mazarine. Imony nearly dropped the teapot. My mother froze with a fork in her hand, and Papa merely stared at me, as if he had imagined my announcement. "Lennox is currently irritated," I continued, "because you have made it difficult for him to find who he seeks, all due to how you withheld more dreams from your ledger than he expected. 19 dreamers total, in fact." My father raised his hand. I sensed my comment had offended him, and he said, "I have broken no laws of wardenship. I have recorded every nightmare that was dreamt during the time I was guarding the residence." "That may be so, Papa, and perhaps you anticipated this happening someday, and you prepared years for it. But I want to know why. Why are you protecting Mazarine?" "Mazarine Thimble?" "Don't pretend. I know she's the spy mistress of Seren. She's a wraith, and I want to know why you were shielding her." "I was ordered to." His quick response shocked me. "By who?" "That I will not tell you, Clem." I held his stare, suspicious. I had never doubted him before, and my breath turned shallow. "Both Lennox and Phelan are hunting us, Papa, with the hope that we will identify the troll. And I think the Countess ordered her sons to find Mazarine by November 17th, I said. "Does that date ring any bells to you?" Again, the silence was thick enough to drown in. I glanced from Papa to my mother to Imony. Why were they acting so strange? At last, Papa dropped his gaze as he viciously cut into his pie and said, "I have no idea what that date means, but thank you, Clem, for the news. I hope you're being very careful." "Yes," I said, but I felt no better for having shared what I had learned. And even though Imony's chocolate pie was my favorite, it suddenly tasted like ash in my mouth. Phelan was home when I returned to his place later that night. I followed a trail of light into the library and found him sitting at his desk, his face buried in his hands, jacket thrown over the back of the chair. His cravat was untethered from his neck, his waistcoat unbuttoned down his chest, and he had cast off his boots. His socks were surprisingly mismatched. It was the most undone I had ever seen him. I stopped just within the threshold, uncertain if he wanted my company, until he raised his head and looked at me. "Long day?" I gently inquired. He reached for a teapot and poured 2 cups. I drew up a chair, keeping the desk between us, and I accepted the cup. I studied him in the candlelight, the lines on his brow, the pallor of his face. "I know this is none of my business," I began. "But if you tell me what's ailing you, perhaps I can be of assistance, Mr. Vesper." He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "I'm looking for someone." "Really? Who?" "A magician." "He must be an old friend of yours?" "She is not an old friend." A former lover, then?
He nearly choked on his tea.
No, not a lover. A rival would be a better term. She despises me.
Ah, I said, pleased as I realized he was talking about me.
Why are you seeking this rival, then?
She possesses knowledge of something that's very important.
And you think she would tell you as soon as you found her? I countered. Given that the two of you are not friends.
Phelan leveled his eyes at me. For a moment, I feared he had sensed my wicked amusement, savoring this humiliating moment of his. But he exhaled a long breath and said,
"You're probably right, Miss Nevin. Even if I found her, she wouldn't want to tell me anything."
"You could enchant her to tell you," I nonchalantly suggested, curious to know if he would do such a thing.
"No," he said swiftly. "That sort of magic is illegal and deplorable.
But perhaps there is another route I can take." I was wary as he stood and walked to his bookshelves. He pulled a leather-bound book with an illuminated spine and turned through its pages until he found a loose square of parchment tucked safely within the leaves. I watched, horrified, as he set that parchment on the desk. It was one of my charcoal drawings. I went hot and cold all at once. This little drawing of mine was about to expose me. How had he stolen it? And then I remembered. The day we had collided on the street, when I had been studying the knight's sword mark on the cobblestones. My portfolio had fallen open, my drawings scattered in the wind. Phelan had helped me collect them, but I hadn't noticed him pilfering one. I quelled my trembling and forced a calm mask over my face. I took the drawing in my hand, studying it as if I had never seen it before. My blood felt like molten gold simmering in my veins. My chest ached as rock scraped against bone, and I determined in that split moment that this was a game I must win. I detached all emotion from my artwork.
"Is she an artist?"
I asked, sounding as if I was only vaguely interested.
"Yes."
"She's not that accomplished. Why would you steal her artwork?"
What?"
Phelan frowned at me.
"No, I didn't steal it."
"She gave it to you, then?"
"Well, no."
"Then you stole it." I set the drawing on the desk and leaned back in my chair. I drank the tea, hoping it would ease my dread.
"I found it," Phelan said. "A few weeks ago, I bumped into her on the street, and some of her art came loose from the folder she was carrying. I helped her recover her pages, but it was not until after we parted ways that I found this one hung up on a bush farther down the road, carried by the wind."
"Why didn't you return it to her, then?" He was pensive. I was coming to learn that I didn't like it when he was so silent. "Never mind that." I stood so I could mirror him. "You have a way to find her now. Use this piece of her art to summon her to you."
"Yes, I was thinking to do such," he said, rubbing his chin.
His gaze remained on my drawing, transfixed. I needed him to do it now, while I was in the room with him. I couldn't afford to have him summon me when I was away. Perspiration began to dampen my dress. I prepared for anything to unfold, readying my protective spell in case his summoning broke my disguise and I needed to flee. The enchantment waited on the tip of my tongue like a drop of honey. I decided I should sit and settled into my chair.
"Do it now, while you still have a few days before the new moon comes again. Summoning her will undoubtedly require much of your reserves. Have you ever summoned someone before, Miss Nevin?"
"No. You?"
"Never. But perhaps you're right," he said. "I should summon her now while you're here with me."
"And why is that?" I asked.
"Do I need to protect you from her?"
He laughed. I realized I had never heard his laugh before. The sound was bewitching, even if it held a hint of scorn.
"Yes, you might. She'll probably set a curse upon me when she realizes I've summoned her in such a way. Then maybe you should practice on me before you cast." "Practice for what?"
"The words you will say to this magician when you summon her. How will you explain yourself? You're about to burn her artwork." Phelan groaned and paced the library. in and out of the firelight, the candle flames wavering with his apparent distress.
I don't know what to say to her. Well, that does present a problem, I said. You need to have that figured out. What have you done to this magician? Why does she hate you? Is it justified?
Phelan stopped, his back angled to me.
Yes, I stole her home, her territory. I disgraced her.
I rose and took a step closer to him, my blood singing.
Then you should start by apologizing to her, genuinely, and then by telling her why you did such a terrible thing to her, and then ask for her forgiveness, preferably on your knees, for burning her drawing. Perhaps she will grant it to you.
He was silent, but he turned and stared at me with a ferocity that made my breath hitch. He said,
That sounds a bit excessive, don't you think? I suppose it depends on how badly you want to win her over. I don't want to win her over. Then what do you want? I want to apologize, he said. And I want to change what she thinks of me. Then, hopefully, speak candidly with her about the information I need. Do you remember what you once said to me, Mr. Vesper? He was quiet, regarding me. So I continued. You told me that you are not a kind person, so why go through all the trouble of apologizing? Have you ever wanted to change someone's opinion of you, Miss Nevin? Not really, I replied. You care very much for what others think of you. Don't you? Does it look like I care? I said, opening my arms. His eyes searched mine, as if my secrets hid within them. If you don't, then I wish you would bestow such magic upon me. I would like to not care as much as I do. I approached him, ignoring how he tensed when I moved to face him, when only a slender space of air remained between us. Rain began to tap on the window panes. The night felt heavy and swollen with the storm. The shadows gathered knee-deep in the corners of the library. If you want to learn, I murmured, then it begins here. I laid my hand over his heart. It begins when you acknowledge and respect who you are, scars and mistakes and victories and accomplishments all accounted for. I let my hand slip away, fingertip by fingertip, and watched his deep inhale, as if I had left a scorch mark behind. Now, summon her. I returned to the safety of my chair. Phelan cleared off his desk. He set my drawing over the center of the wood, along with a silver bowl, a moonstone, a knife, a candlestick. He next selected a spell book, leaving its ancient crinkled pages open to a spell of summoning. I watched as he read it, once, twice, as he began to utter the rivers of incantations. He placed my drawing in the silver bowl and cut his palm with the knife. His blood dripped into the basin 3 times, marring the parchment, mingling with my art. Next, he held the moonstone over the wavering candle flame, until the stone seemed to come alive, a vein of light pulsing within it. He opened his bloodied palm, and the stone gently lowered itself into the bowl, as if gravity had thickened. The moonstone came to rest over his blood and over my drawing. Smoke rose, a dancing blue tendril. The air smelled like cloves, like the wind from the mountains. It was beginning. "Clementine!" I heard Phelan call. His voice echoed, resounded in my bones. "Clem, will you answer me? Will you meet with me?" He was making no sound with his lips. The conversation was in our spirits, silence in our ears, and yet thunder in our minds. His eyes were focused on the smoke as my drawing broke into flames, and my eyes were focused on him, the way the light washed over his face, his lambent eyes as he waited for me to materialize. I prayed he would not look at me in that anguished moment when I felt the magic tug in my chest. I waged war against the overwhelming urge to rise and answer him. Sweat beaded my brow, slipped down my back like a taunting fingertip. "Clem!" Phelan called to me again, his voice sharp and beautiful as glass in my mind, reflecting prisms of color in every direction. I forced my answer down,
down in the tangled vines of my lungs and the wild briars of my being. And yet the tug turned bright and painful. I discreetly braced my feet on the legs of the chair. I held to the armrests, my knuckles strained white. "Hold to the chair," I ordered myself. "Don't move, don't rise, don't utter a sound. Don't answer him." The flames rose with crackling intensity, but just as swiftly as they rose did they begin to die. Once my drawing turned into ash, when the spell had nothing more to devour, it would end. "Clem!" I closed my eyes, trembling. If he had only looked at me, he would have known. He would have realized that his magic could not summon me because I was already present. But his gaze remained on the fire, and I was nothing more than a distant constellation in that moment, gleaming at the edges of his sight. When the flames surrendered into cold smoke, he let out a tremulous breath, slamming his palm on the wood in defeat. I opened my eyes and looked at him. Phelan was ashen. Sweat dripped off his chin, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Where is she?" I asked. My voice felt like sand in my throat. He remembered me at last. His gaze found mine, and he sighed, lowering himself to his chair. "I don't know. I must have done something wrong." If there was ever a time for me to reveal myself to him, it was now. After this moment passed, things would change between us. I could feel it like the gradual shifting of a season, like autumn giving way to winter snow. But I was silent, unyielding. There was too much I knew. He and Lennox wanted to find Mazarine, and so much I didn't know. What did they plan to do with Mazarine? If I revealed myself to him now, I wasn't sure what would happen, and I couldn't take that risk. I left him in the library, my drawing burned into ashes, and my heart beating far too swiftly for my liking. 20. The day of the new moon arrived like any other, save for the fact that I slept in that morning until I was rudely awoken by Phelan knocking on my bedroom door. "Miss Nevin?" His voice melted through the wood as he knocked again. "Are you awake?" I groaned and blearily took note of the daylight that snuck in through a crack in the curtains. It couldn't be later than 9 o'clock, and I grumbled as I slipped from the bed, my hair a long, tangled mess down my back. I opened the door to glower at Phelan, who had claimed I could sleep as late as I desired the night before, in preparation for battle. To my immense annoyance, he had already showered and dressed. He smelled of soap and spicy aftershave and morning air. He had obviously taken a walk, and had probably already eaten breakfast as well. "Yes, what is it, Mr. Vesper?" I sighed, and watched as he took note of my dishevelment. He was speechless for a moment, but quickly recovered by remembering what he held in his hands. A rapier. "Are you sword-trained, Miss Nevin?" I stared at the rapier he proudly held and arched my brow. "This is why you have woken me from the sleep you promised me last night?" "I thought you would be up by now," he replied. "There's much to do to prepare for tonight." "Yes, and I will be useless to you if I'm tired," I snapped, and then remembered myself. "Forgive me, Mr. Vesper. I'm rather grouchy until I've had my tea." He smiled, a true, brilliant smile that warmed his eyes and made my stomach coil with warning. "As I've learned, Miss Nevin. Here, return to bed. I've brought breakfast to you, as well as your own rapier." I stepped back and watched, utterly astounded, as Phelan leaned the rapier against the doorframe and reached for a tray of gleaming breakfast platters, which had been waiting in the corridor, just out of my sight. "Will you please sit, Miss Nevin?" he said, taking the first cautious step into my room. "Before I drop this?" Wordlessly, I returned to bed, and Phelan set the breakfast tray down before me and proceeded to remove the lids, exposing a bountiful breakfast of poached eggs, buttered toast, sliced fruit, diced potatoes with herbs, and a teapot with plenty of cream and honey to suit my appetite. "Am I to expect this every new moon morning?" I asked as he poured me a cup. "Perhaps," he teased. "Although the last thing I want is to reward your decadence of late morning sleep."
I rolled my eyes and added a dash of cream to my tea. Well, then I suppose I shall soak in this grand gesture of yours now, since it may not come again. Do as you like, Miss Nevin, Phelan said, returning to the threshold where he had left the sword. And then, once you have eaten and dressed, meet me in the library for a lesson with your new rapier. I cannot wait, I said dryly, to which he only smiled again, as if exceedingly pleased with himself, and shut my door. I was halfway through breakfast when I remembered the mirror that hung on my wall, and how I had completely forgotten the threat it posed to me. Phelan obviously had not caught sight of my reflection, but it was a sobering reminder of my foolishness, how I had let his thoughtful gesture distract me. I finished eating and dressed, and I found Phelan in the library, sitting on the edge of his desk, leafing through a book. He closed it the moment he caught sight of me, and rose with his perfect posture, only a thread of his dark hair defiantly falling across his brow. I sensed the radiance about him, how his magic teemed in his hands. He was very anxious about this upcoming night, I realized, and I gave myself a moment to imagine what it would be like to fight alongside him instead of against him on a new moon. The image seemed natural, the two of us on the darkest of nights moving in tandem, and I thought back to our new moon battle in Hearswith only a month ago, and the ache in my stomach woke again, a flutter of warning. "You never answered my question from before," he said. I stopped halfway to him, a square of sunlight on the floor between us. "Oh? And what was that?" "If you've ever been sword-trained." "No," I lied. My father had taught me how to handle all manners of weapons. He held out a rapier for me to take. I closed the last of the space between us, and took hold of the hilt carefully. "You prefer to fight with weapons rather than spells on the new moon?" I asked. "Spells always come first," Phelan replied. "But I've learned it's good to be armed as well." I secretly agreed, remembering how I had once worn my weapon belt on new moon nights, how a blade had saved my life last time, when I had nearly drowned in a nest of lily pads and snakes. I listened as Phelan introduced me to the rapier, instructing me on how I should hold it in my hand. When he demonstrated a few stances and thrusts, I mimicked him with ease. "You have good form," he said with a hint of scrutiny. "I'm a swift learner," I replied, and then took a daring slash at him. Phelan was too slow in guarding himself. The tip of my rapier brushed his face, and he lurched back with a hiss. I watched a line of blood well on his right cheek before he dropped his weapon and turned away from me. "Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me see it." I followed him, setting my rapier down with a clatter. He continued to evade me, face averted. "It's fine. I'm fine. Don't bother." I didn't like him running from me. I reached out to snag his sleeve, guiding him to the desk. He surrendered, sitting on the edge of it, his palm pressed to the wound. Blood seeped through his fingers, and I had a moment of panic, thinking I had cut open his face, until he lowered his hand. It was only a nick, but it was profusely bleeding. "It's not as bad as it seems," I said. "Do you have a—" He reached into his waistcoat pocket, and only when I felt his knuckles brush against my bodice did I realize how close I was to him. But I remained where I was, standing between his legs, and he knew what I wanted. He found his handkerchief, offering it to me with a wry smile. "Don't smile," I scolded. "You're making the bleeding worse." He winced as I pressed the handkerchief against the cut. I moved my other hand to the back of his head, my fingers weaving into his hair. He stiffened, as if I had pierced him to the bone. When I met his gaze, I found that his eyes were dark and inscrutable, riveted to my own. "Is this punishment?" he whispered. "Yes," I wanted to say. Punishment for stealing my home, for burning my artwork, for not being as I expected. "For what?" I countered, pressing harder on his cheek. "For waking you too early?" I tried to hem my laughter, but it escaped in a rush. "No, of course not. This was nothing more than an accident." But I sensed that he struggled to believe me, and I realized that I hadn't laughed in a very long time, as a soft ache bloomed in my chest. "Who taught you how to handle a blade?"
he asked. When his hand slid over mine, I was the one to turn rigid. The heat of our skin meeting seemed to burn right through me, a spark of wildfire. "No one," I said, pulling away from him. "You should keep pressure on it until the bleeding eases." To my surprise, he was silent as I strode across the library. But I suppose he didn't like the thought of me running from him either, and his voice chased me just as I reached the doors. "Where are you going, Miss Nevin? Surely you are not conceding this spar to me." I tarried on the threshold and cast a languid glance his way. "I won this round, Mr. Vesper, and I'm going for a walk." Autumn hung golden in the air as I wandered. It was October 16th, and it felt as if a year had passed since I had lost Hearswith, not a mere month. I explored the street's winding bends and corners until I felt as if I could walk their paths with my eyes closed, and the sun was beginning to set. I paused on the curb of our territory line, watching as a slight breeze rustled the oaks, and people hurried home early, carrying parcels and packages from the market. Soon, this city would feel dead and empty, stricken with terror. I was lost in such thoughts when I recognized Olivette and Nura walking toward me, hand in hand. I reflexively turned away from them, wishing I had worn a hat or carried a parasol like some people of the city did, to hide beneath. I was surprised by the regret that suddenly welled within me. Regret that tasted bitter in my mouth, because I longed to befriend them, and yet I couldn't risk such a relationship. I started to walk away, but Olivette saw me, and it was impossible to act as if I had not heard her bellow. "Anna? Anna!" She frantically waved to catch my attention. "Hello," I greeted her, and approached them. "So good to see you both again." And then, all words fled when I saw what Olivette wore buckled around her waist. A leather weapon belt, with 2 sheathed daggers. The twin to the one my father had gifted to me years ago. Nura noticed my stare and said, "It's tradition. Ollie likes to walk our streets with her weapons before the new moon rises." "It's for good luck," Olivette added. "It's a very nice belt," I stammered. "Where did you get it?" "My father made it for me," Olivette replied. "If you like it, I can see if he can make one for you." The sad fact was, my own belt was at my mother's, tucked away in one of my trunks. Phelan would unfortunately recognize it. I remembered how he had studied my hips, the way my daggers had shone at the dinner table in Hearswith. "Oh, no," I said. "But thank you for the offer." "Would you like to join us?" Nura asked. I probably shouldn't. I was walking Phelan's streets to reacquaint myself before tonight. "They're your streets now, too," Olivette said. "And where is Phelan?" "He already had his walk this morning. I would have accompanied him, but I was still sleeping." "Ah, yes, we only just woke ourselves," Olivette confessed with a disarming smile. "New moons are the only morning Nura will let me sleep in so late." I returned the smile. "Yes, well, I only had until 9 until Phelan woke me for sword lessons." "He is very anxious about tonight," Nura said, exchanging a concerned glance with Olivette. "Is there a reason why he should be?" I asked. "Did he tell you about his first new moon here? How he was wounded?" said Olivette. "He briefly mentioned it." "I think that's why, although he refuses to tell us what exactly wounded him so badly. And we don't feel it right to press him about it," Nura added. "But it worries us. It's been a year since a warden was killed on the new moon in this part of the city, but it does happen occasionally." I chewed on my lip a moment, wondering. Phelan had mentioned his near death to me the first night I had shared dinner with him, when he had striven to win me over, but he had not further regaled me with details. It seemed everyone was anxious to know what had happened. Nura, Olivette, the Duke, me. "Don't worry," I reassured them. "I'll guard his back tonight." Olivette appeared relieved, but Nura appeared a bit doubtful. "Good luck tonight, Anna," Olivette said. "Same to you." I waved farewell to them. I hurried back to Phelan's townhouse, the temperature dropping with the sun. A shiver nipped at my bones as I closed the front door behind me. Mrs. Sterling was in the kitchen, preparing dinner. The fragrant aromas embraced me in the corridor, and for a staggering moment, I was back home in Hearswith, and Imini was cooking and setting the fine porcelain on the table. A place for me, and a place for my father. I laid my palm over the pain in my chest. I was learning how certain things were threats to the stone half of my heart. They were like swinging hammers, eager to form a crack within me, and I was struggling to know how to filter them into my life. Things such as memories of home, Deacon's smile, Nura's and Olivette's friendship, the way I sometimes caught Phelan looking at me. I forced the memories haunting me into dust until my homesickness was nothing more than a tiny trace, and I headed to the library. But Phelan wasn't there. I cast an inquisitive net of magic throughout the house, but I failed to sense his presence. He was gone, and I sat at his desk to read through the Book of Nightmares, only to discover the old tome was absent. He must have been summoned to fetch a last-minute dream, I thought, and leaned my head back in the chair, closing my eyes. Just for a moment, I told myself, and drifted off to sleep. I woke to the sound of Phelan speaking my name for the second time that day. "Miss Nevin?" I jerked awake, rubbing a crick in my neck. He stood before me, holding the Book of Nightmares, top hat perched slightly crooked on his head. His face was flushed from cool air, and the cut on his cheek had scabbed at last. Only a thread of sunset filtered through the library window. The rest of the room fell to shadows. "Dinner is ready," he said, gently setting the book on the desk. "I'm sorry," I croaked, my voice clogged from sleep. "For what?" I indicated the Book of Nightmares. "For being away. I should have accompanied you to fetch the dream." "You didn't miss much," he said, removing his hat and tossing it onto the desk. "A recurrent nightmare, and one that is more bizarre than it is frightening." I continued to rub the stiff muscles of my neck as I followed him into the dining room. Mrs. Sterling had set a feast of steaming platters on the table. I took my seat first, and then Phelan sat across from me. There were only 2 places set at the table, for me and for him, and when Mrs. Sterling bustled into the dining room with a pitcher of chilled cider, I asked, "Are you eating with us tonight, Mrs. Sterling?" "Oh, no, my dear," she replied, filling our goblets. "Deacon and I return home early on these nights." The nightmares wouldn't bloom until the clock struck 9, but I felt the anxious energy in the housekeeper as she set down the pitcher and smoothed the wrinkles from her apron. She was eager to be home with her shutters and doors locked against the night. "Is there anything else I can provide for you, Mr. Vesper? Deacon and I have tended to all the windows, as well as the back door." "No, Mrs. Sterling, you have outdone yourself, per usual. Thank you." She curtsied and gathered Deacon and her cloak. "Good fortune to both of you tonight," she said. "I hope it is an early and effortless night." "Don't worry, Mrs. Sterling," I said. "I'll take good care of Mr. Vesper." I felt Phelan's gaze on me, but I resisted meeting it, smiling at Mrs. Sterling and Deacon instead. "Good, very good," she murmured, scratching her eyebrow. "Don't worry about the plates after you eat. Just leave them on the table. I'll clean them in the morning." And she was gone, Deacon in her shadow. I returned to my meal, eating in companionable silence with Phelan. It took me a moment to rouse my courage, but I finally did. "Are you going to tell me what wounded you moons ago?" "I've thought many times on this," he said. "How to tell you of that night. But I can't find the words, Miss Nevin." "Oh." I was disappointed with his response, but I hid my feelings and finished my dinner. Silence frosted the table between us. "I want to prepare you, but I'm uncertain as to what we can expect tonight, Miss Nevin," Phelan said, breaking the quiet. "I apologize that I can't tell you more. Because of that, stay close to me tonight." "Stay close to me." "I have already promised 3 of your friends that I will keep you safe tonight, Mr. Vesper," I whispered. "I suppose that means I have no choice but to knit myself to you, to ensure I don't break my own word." That provoked a small smile from him. The scab on his cheek pulled, as if it wanted to break open again, and I wondered how long that mark would be there, reminding him of me every time he looked at it. He drank the rest of his cider, but he didn't touch his food again. I noticed his face grew wan as the hour progressed. that a sheen of perspiration had formed on his brow, and when he rose and carried his plate into the kitchen, I stood and followed him. We put away the food in the icebox and washed the dishes, which was sure to evoke Mrs. Sterling's wrath the next day, as we had disregarded her command. But the action of doing something so simple seemed to calm Phelan. We had another hour to burn. Phelan built a fire in the drawing-room hearth, and I made a pot of tea, and we shared it before the crackling dance of the flames, silent and pensive, waiting for the hands on the clock to tick their path to 9 o'clock. At 1:45, Phelan rose and left the room. I braided my hair out of my eyes and checked the buttons on my boots. I retethered the ribbon laces of my bodice until I felt a pinch when I breathed deeply. I missed my weapon belt and my daggers. Seeing Olivette's had stirred up emotions I'd thought I had buried. When Phelan returned to me, he had our 2 rapiers in hand. I accepted mine and belted it at my waist, a tremor of anticipation coursing through me. "Shall we?" he asked, with an elegant flourish of his hand, as if he were asking me to dance with him. I was calm until that moment, when my memories crept back over me. The firelight of a cozy cottage, the fragrance of cherry galettes warm from the oven, my father leading me out into a star-dusted night to the market green of Hearswith. My longing was keen. I wavered for a moment, thinking I might fracture. I missed those old days. I wanted to return to them, until I finally acknowledged that such a thing would be impossible. My life had changed seasons. I could never go back to how things had been. And when I met Phelan's dark gaze, my nostalgia melted away, leaving me standing in a world I had made. We walked to the foyer with 5 minutes to spare. I followed Phelan out into the moonless night, as if I had done it 100 times before. 21. Auberon Street felt cold and dead, like the crooked path of a graveyard. I walked beside Phelan, fog beginning to pool in low places, waiting for the clock to strike 9. I could feel the tension in him when our elbows accidentally brushed. His face looked ghostly pale in the lantern light. I reached out to touch his arm, and he stopped, as if I had burned him. "Mr. Vesper," I said, "it's going to be all right. This will be over and done with before we know it." He sighed and turned to regard me. We had 2 minutes remaining until the new moon unfolded. The wind was beginning to intensify. "You must be wondering why I'm so anxious," he stated. "It has to do with the truth that I don't deserve to be here." I frowned up at him, thinking now was not a good time for such dramatic statements. "Why not?" He reached into his jacket for his pocket watch. "Because I wasn't born with illumination. I wasn't born with the magical flame like my twin brother was. Everything I've accomplished I've had to learn. It took me many grueling years of lessons." I almost laughed at his ridiculous statement, but thought better of it, as that was something Clem would do. Anna, on the other hand, would be impressed. "Then that only solidifies your place and accomplishment, Mr. Vesper," I said. "You've earned the right to be warden here." His watch chirped, and I knew the time had come. He slipped the golden orb back into his pocket and looked at me, whispering, "We can talk more about this afterward." I wondered if he had even heard my compliment. He turned away from me so that our backs were aligned. We watched the street, my gaze fixed on the southern end, while his scanned the north. It was the sort of quiet that makes you fearful to breathe too loudly. The fog continued to gather, and my feet were cold in my boots as I strained to see through the mist. Was this the element of a nightmare? I racked my mind, trying to recall if I had read any entries in Phelan's book that were made of fog. "Look to your right, Miss Nevin," Phelan said, and while his voice was calm, I knew the nightmare had begun. I looked to see the row of townhouses, shuttered and bolted, with only stray beams of firelight slipping through the cracks. And then I saw it. A heraldic banner unrolling from the roof, covering the house's face with a proud bolt of blue. Silver moons were stitched upon it, and diamonds winked like stars in the fabric. "That's the Mountain Duchy's banner," I breathed, my memory surging. "So it is," Phelan agreed. And we watched as more banners and tapestries unrolled from the roofs of houses around us, flapping slightly in the breeze. The cobbles beneath me hummed, and I glanced down to watch them become large, smooth flagstones in shades of copper and gray, freshly swept. The air smelled of fresh sun and sweet red wine. I knew where this dream had taken us. Phelan and I were standing in the fortress in the clouds, in the hall of the mountain castle. "A dream of the Serenduchy," I said. "Did you ever read Knox Birch's most recent nightmare in my book, Miss Nevin?" Phelan asked. "Yes," I whispered, and I remembered it with a shudder. Mr. Birch had dreamt of the Seren throne, and had unknowingly cut down his wife and 2 daughters in his hunger to claim it. "Do you see the Duke's chair?" I asked, unwilling to take my eyes from the southern end of the street. "Yes," he said. "It's ahead of me." "Then Mr. Birch will be coming from my direction. Do you want to trade places?" "No," I said, but I drew my rapier. "I'll tell you when I see him approaching." I had yet to meet Knox Birch in the flesh. I had only read the account of his dreams, but I knew he lived 1 street over. I waited for him to appear, my palms slick with sweat. At last, a man emerged from the darkness, striding through swaths of fog. He reminded me of my father, middle-aged and tall, with hair the color of a faded penny. His eyes gleamed gold, as if he was haunted, and yet his face was cold and merciless, like nothing could break him from his ambitions. "He's coming," I said. Phelan turned, and I felt a swell of cold air wash over me as he put some distance between us. "He cuts down 3 shadows," he reminded me. "I suspect you and I are 2 of them." I thought the same, but I had no time to agree with him, as a woman with a pale, sorrowful face and long hair materialized from the shadows. Knox's wife, I realized, and she boldly intercepted him, pleading, "Please, Knox! Please don't do this! Choose us! Choose us!" A rapier bloomed in his hand. He cut her down quickly, his blade piercing her core. She fell with a sickening thud, crumpled as a rag doll on the flagstones, her blood spreading beneath her like a crimson cloak. I knew he saw only a sinister shadow. He didn't see her until the end, when he got what he thought he wanted, a place in the Duke's chair. I was the next barricade in his path. I drew in a deep breath and cast a spell net over him, one that would slow his movements. I sought the key of the dream, the crux to break the nightmare, and thrust my rapier at him, aiming at his heart. He blocked it, his movements like honey warming over fire, returning to their previous swiftness. We continued to circle each other, lunging and parrying until the crossguards of our blades met. I was in the throes of uttering another spontaneous charm to freeze him to the stones, but the force coming from him slung me back and away. My hand tingled from the jar of clashing steel, and I bit my tongue, my charm dissolving. I stumbled, but Phelan caught me, ushering me behind him while I regained my balance. I watched as he engaged Knox in a fraught spar, eager to rejoin the fight. A new spell was rising within me like a song. I took a step forward and winced when I felt a sudden blaze of pain. My belly stung with the movement, and I glanced down to see the bottom half of my bodice hung open, its ribbon laces sliced into dangling shreds. I laid my hand over the torn fabric and felt something warm and sticky. My blood, I realized with a pang of shock, staring at its red stain on my palm. Knox's rapier must have grazed me, but the cut wasn't deep, to my immense relief, although a few inches deeper, and he might have given me a mortal blow. I returned my focus to Phelan, sparks blazing along his rapier as he continued to fight. Knox wasn't slowing or wearying. He was like a storm, gathering strength, pushing us closer and closer to the dais and the throne. And when he nearly cut Phelan in half, I cast another charm to slow him down. As soon as Knox felt my enchantment hinder him, his face snapped toward me, furious. I met his gaze as steadily as I could, even as it intimidated me. Within his eyes, gold shone like 2 coins catching the light. "His eyes," I said to Phelan, my voice ragged. The gold in his eyes had become a film, preventing him from seeing through the veil of his greed. The dream's weakness is his eyes! Phelan heard. He had to lurch back to avoid being skewered by Nox's blade, but the momentum swung around in his favor. He aimed and thrust the point of his rapier into Nox's left eye, and the gold that covered his pupil burst and ran down his face like ichor. Nox went still, and then gasped, his moment of realization, before falling to the ground in the puddle of his wife's blood. Phelan withdrew his blade, watching the nightmare reach its harrowing end. I stood a few paces behind him, staring at the blue banners on the townhouses, the moon and stars and the promise of mountains, waiting for them to melt away, for the nightmare had been championed. But the banners remained as stubborn fixtures, and the flagstones and the Duke's chair refused to fade. The elements of the nightmare were firm and solid in the street. Something wasn't right. Phelan was breathing heavily behind me. When I glanced over my shoulder, I saw he was still staring at Nox and his wife, their bodies refusing to vanish on the stones, and I had a sickening thought that perhaps it had all been real, that Phelan and I had in some way been fooled. Had there been more to the dream, and Nox Birch had failed to divulge it to Phelan? Mr. Vesper. My voice died with the wind. The world around us became silent and still, as if we were trapped in a painting of a forgotten place. And then I heard it, the clink of armored feet approaching, a heavy, methodical gait that made the flagstones tremble beneath me. Silvered footsteps I had once heard before in a dream that didn't belong to me, but a dream I had divined. "My gods," I whispered. It felt like a bone was wedged in my throat as I waited for the night of L. Fielding's dream to appear. His footsteps growing louder, louder, the dream rippling around me like it was under duress. I forgot where I stood, where I was. I forgot about Phelan at my back, my entire being focused on this inevitable meeting. And then the night appeared, the fog swirling around him. I had only seen his legs and feet in Elle's dream, when she had been crouched beneath the wagon. Now I beheld his entire self, fully covered in steel-plated armor that was splashed with blood. He was tall and broad as he walked with purpose, striding toward us. But it was not the blood or the long sword that he unsheathed at his side that coaxed my horror. It was the helm he wore, a helmet forged with tapers at its brow. 7 sharp points crowned him. I couldn't see his eyes, but I felt his piercing gaze. Terror held me until I felt a warm hand take hold of my arm, drawing me back. "Get behind me, Miss Nevin," Phelan said. As soon as I felt his presence, his magic's illumination overlapped with mine and bolstered my courage. I inhaled a deep breath, flexing my hand. We walked backward in unison, to give ourselves more time to hammer a plan together. The night followed with his steady pace. He seemed fixed on that gait. He couldn't run, but neither could he slow. We were faster, but he was persistent, and I was uncertain about his weakness. "Who is this?" I whispered to Phelan as we continued to walk backward, our eyes trained on the night. "I don't know, but he's the one who wounded me months ago." "You fought him?" "Yes. Weapons are useless against him, as are any offensive spells." I didn't quite believe Phelan, and I cast a disarming spell on the night. My magic hissed into smoke when it met his breastplate, and he continued following us, undeterred. I tried again, desperate, to no avail. "Save your magic, Miss Nevin," Phelan said dryly. "He must have a weakness." I studied the knight's armor. "He can't be wholly invincible." Phelan was quiet, but then he said, "There are 2 of us, and 1 of him. I will slip behind while you engage him." I nodded and threw a blast of light at the knight's feet to cover Phelan's movements. But it was futile. The knight sensed Phelan's presence and turned with him, swinging his sword. Phelan ducked and rolled, barely missing the edge of the blade, and I surged forward, anger smoldering within me. I roused that fire and funneled it, and my magic streamed toward the knight, striking him in the spine and limbing his armor as if he had been electrified by lightning. He hesitated, and I took that moment to study the plates of steel and chainmail, searching for a golden scale or link that I could puncture and usher his demise. There was nothing, and he pivoted so swiftly he took me by surprise. I lurched back in response and saw his sword arcing for me. Everything suddenly slowed. My motions, my breath, my heart. A warning prickled at the nape of my neck, and this horrible encounter felt strangely peaceful. This moment before death. This moment before the knight beheaded me. I felt a hand on my ankle, a warm hand that pulsed with both life and terror. It yanked me so hard that I went down on the flagstones with a jar, my rapier tumbling from my hand. The knight's sword whistled harmlessly above me. Phelan, I thought, dazed from hitting the ground. His magic clung to my ankle, and he pulled me quickly to his side, over the stones. I scrambled to my feet, swallowing the tang of iron, and I wiped the blood from my lip, and watched as Phelan resorted to his rapier. The knight's blade broke Phelan's like it was made of glass. Phelan stumbled back, but his opponent followed. I roused my magic just as the tip of the sword caught the front of Phelan's waistcoat. I heard the fabric rip, heard his grunt of pain, and he was hurled up and away as if he'd been struck by a giant's hand. I kept my eyes on the knight, despite the nagging temptation to look at Phelan. I heard him hit the flagstones behind me, and I coaxed the light of my hands to flood the knight's helm. His focus shifted to me, and I suddenly became aware that I was too close to him. I was within his striking range, and I had no choice but to flee to where Phelan was sprawled in the center of the street, his blood blooming like a rose across his torn waistcoat. "Phelan," I breathed. "Phelan, can you stand?" We only had moments before the knight reached us. His heavy tread began to sound again, and I reached down to haul Phelan up to his feet. His eyes were glazed, but he responded as I supported his weight, his arm draped over my shoulders. "To the house, Miss Nevin," he said, his voice wispy as if he was about to faint. "If you please." I wildly searched for his house, my bearings lost in the fray. I knew it must be nearby. We hadn't strayed far from it when the nightmare manifested. And then I saw House 11, with its gray brick and climbing ivy, 3 doors away, and my relief nearly crushed me as I began to haul him to the front gate. The knight hounding us. "Don't look behind you," I ordered myself, even though I wanted to see how close the knight was to catching us. "Don't look down," even though I wanted to see how much blood Phelan was losing. My eyes on the door, Phelan limping at my side, the knight hounding us. This new moon was unraveling around me. I dragged us through the gate, up the path and porch steps, the lantern light flickering as if beckoning us to hurry, hurry, hurry. "The key," Phelan moaned. Of course, he had locked the front door when we had departed, and I frantically searched his pockets. He was steadily bleeding, and it coated my hands as my fingers darted from pocket to pocket. The front gate creaked behind us. The night was in the yard. Cold air washed over my back, like winter had arrived early. The ivy on the trellis withered. Frost spangled the shutters. At last, I found the iron key, tucked within the inner pocket of Phelan's jacket, and I struggled to unlock the door, my hands numb, trembling. "Miss Nevin," Phelan whispered into my hair. "Anna." He was begging me to rush, because the night was only steps away from cutting us both down. I kicked the door open and heaved Phelan inside. Every fiber within me burned from exertion. I had to let Phelan go. He slid to the hardwood floor, groaning, and I turned to see the knight ascending the porch stairs, 4 steps away from us. From me as I stood on the threshold, watching his approach. An unspoken challenge glimmered like an enchantment between us, waiting to be inhaled and spoken. "Who are you?" I wanted to ask, but my voice was a splinter in my throat. "Anna," Phelan panted. "Anna, lock the door." My ears roared. The floor seemed to tilt as the knight stared at me, as I stared at him. I thought I saw the sheen of his eyes in the slits of his helm, the sheen of something alive and angry and ravenous. The knight lifted his sword in one hand, but with the other, he reached for me. "Anna!" Phelan's desperation dashed my suspended thoughts. I didn't know when I would have this chance again, when I would encounter this knight and his mysteries face to face. And that uncertainty was a thorn in my pride. We couldn't beat him. We had lost this battle. I slammed the door shut. 22. I closed my eyes, sweat dripping down my temples, and I pressed my ear to the door. The knight hadn't moved. He stood at the threshold, unable to pass over it since the door was locked. I struggled with my desire to remain in safety, and my hunger to oppose the knight again. Someone wheezed behind me. I turned to behold Phelan, lying on the foyer floor. He was watching me, his face blanched and furrowed with pain. His hand was pressed over his abdomen, where his blood was pooling. A slender, cold part of me was satisfied to see him brought low, wounded and humbled. But then I knelt at his side, and I took hold of his hand, drawing his bloodied fingers away, and those jaded feelings in me were eclipsed by worry. "Can you help me up the stairs?" he rasped. "To my bedroom?" I nodded and pulled him up to his feet. With me supporting his weight, we laboriously ascended the stairs with the assistance of my magic. A lone candle burned in his bedroom. The fire in his hearth had died into embers, and I walked Phelan to his bed and eased him down on the mattress. I swiftly roused the fire back to a crackling dance, and lit a few more candelabras so I could examine him in better light. I inevitably glanced at the mirror that hung over his wash station. If he sat up in bed, the glass would catch his reflection, and I would have to walk past it to leave the room. I felt trapped and annoyed, and struggled with my temptation to shatter the mirror. A moan slipped from Phelan. It drew my attention to where he was lying in bed, his back slightly arched as he struggled to unbutton his waistcoat with one hand. I needed to leave now while he was preoccupied, to harvest an herb from the library and make a potent tonic that would render him unconscious. Then I would tend to his wound, and my own, which I had all but forgotten about in the cascade of adrenaline. I started for the door. "Where are you going?" I halted on the rug, just before the mirror, and met his gaze. "To the library, to make you an herbal tonic." "I don't want an herbal tonic. I need you to stitch me up." "Then you're going to want something for the pain. Lie back down. I'll return in a moment." Phelan stared at me. "I don't trust you." "What?" His words caught me by surprise. "Come here, Anna." I had no choice. He was watching me like a hawk, as if he could see through me, and I took a wide berth to his bedside, staying just out of reach of him and his mirror on the opposing wall. "Why don't you trust me?" I asked, my voice low and far rougher than I intended. "Because you want to slip away," he said. "You want to open the door and face the night again without me." I let out a huff of breath. "Fine. I was tempted to, yes." "I forbid it." "You forbid it?" I echoed, with a hint of laughter. "And how do you propose to do that, lying in bed, wounded like a fair nobleman in war?" "All right," he said. "I can't forbid you, but I ask that you stay here and help me. The night will no doubt challenge us another new moon, but in this moment, I need you. I need you." His candor softened the hard edges that hid within me. "Lie back down," I whispered, and he obeyed. I waited until his head rested on his pillow before I moved to stand at his bedside. Gently, I undressed him. I slid his arms from his jacket. I unbuttoned his tattered waistcoat, unknotted his cravat, and eased him out of his shirt. Once his chest was naked, I surveyed the damage. His wound wasn't deep, but it was long, cutting across his stomach. I saw another scar, one that ran from his heart down to his hip. as if he had once been sliced open, and I couldn't help myself. I traced it with my fingertips. "Did he do this?" I asked. "The knight?" "Yes," he whispered, and his blood continued to trickle out. I took his rumpled shirt and pressed against the wound, and Phelan winced. "How do you want me to stitch this?" I asked. "In my wardrobe," he said, his voice hoarse with pain. "In the bottom drawer. You'll find my medicine box." I hurried to fetch it, and Phelan remained still, staring up at the ceiling as I opened the wooden box. There was a pack of needles, dark thread, rolls of linen, a few small jars of healing salve, and antiseptic. I cleaned the wound first before threading my needle, planting stitches along his skin. I had done this once before, with a cut on my father's arm, and while this wasn't a new experience, it was one that still made my heart quicken, to see Phelan's wound close beneath my fingers, to watch a different sort of magic spill from my hands. "I've noticed something about you," he said, just as I was finishing. He was quiet until I looked at him. I was pleased to see some color had returned to his face. "Your name," he said. "Anna Nevin. You can spell both of your names forward as you can backward." I cut the thread and wiped the lingering traces of blood from my fingers. My mother was fond of palindrome names. I spread healing salve over my handiwork, and the fragrant smell of herbs began to drift in the air between us. I watched the steady rise and fall of Phelan's chest as he breathed. "It's not your real name, is it?" he said. I smiled as if he was ridiculous, finishing with my ministrations. "Of course it is. Why would you doubt me, Phelan?" "Because you have told me so little about yourself." "That doesn't make me a liar." "No, but it gives me moments of doubt, Anna, and I don't want to doubt who you are." I didn't know what to say. I couldn't afford to have him doubt or suspect me, and I did the only thing I could think of, the only thing that felt natural. I traced the hard-cut lines of his stomach, the contours of his bare skin. I traced his scar. "You doubt me in this moment, Phelan?" He made a low sound that seemed forged from both pleasure and irritation, and grabbed my hand with his, to halt my caress. "You wanted to leave me here, floundering on my bed." "I wanted to fetch you a tonic to dull your pain, you fool." I leaned down closer to him, so that our mouths were a breath apart. My braid had come partly unwound in the battle, and my hair fell around us. "Now, I'm going to the library to harvest some herbs and make you a tonic that will help you sleep. You will stay here and trust my word and not move, and when I return, you may ask me anything you want, and I'll answer you." He was silent, but he continued to hold my hand, pressed against his heart. I could feel the frantic beat pounding against my palm, a rhythm that made me realize things had started to shift between us. I didn't hate him as I had before. How could I, after this harrowing night had bound us together in fear and courage and wounds? And while his face had been difficult to read in the past, I saw the lines in his brow fade the longer he regarded me, our breaths mingling. I saw the shock of hope, tender and fragile and surprising as a flower breaking winter ground, rise within him. I was beginning to think he liked me, Anna, not Clem, more than he let on. When I stood, he released me. I took my time putting his medicine box away and gathering his clothes off the blood-speckled rug, because he was intently watching me, and I needed him to close his eyes before I passed the mirror. At last, his eyes drifted shut, and I hurried by the mirror and out the chamber, down the stairs to the library. It was dark and solemn as a tomb, the air thick with the musty fragrance of books and the loam of plants, and I took a moment to drop my guard, to gasp in relief and lower myself to my knees, to lie prostrate on the floor and sift through the events of that night, in the streets and in his bedroom. But all too soon, I made myself rise and light a candle. Every muscle in my body felt sore and tense, and I needed a knot in my shoulder as I approached the plant table. I gathered what I needed, a recipe that was similar to making a remedy, but without the fuss of draining plant pulp. I added a hearty dose of fiddlespark, an herb that brought on swift, deep slumber. There was no chance of Phelan drinking this and not succumbing to sleep within a few moments. I carried the tonic back up the stairs, pausing in the middle of the staircase to glance behind me at the front door, to the bronze handle that winked in the dim light. I wondered if the knight still stood on the threshold, waiting for me to answer the challenge he posed, but I forced myself to continue my ascent. Phelan was just as I'd left him, his eyes closed, until he heard me step into the room. I hastened past the mirror and set the cup of tonic on his bedside table. I realized I couldn't linger beside him, not with the glaring reflection of my secret, and I awkwardly stepped away, far from his and the mirror's reach.
"Thank you," Phelan said, but I detected a hint of mockery in his tone as he struggled to sit upright on his own. I pretended to be distracted by the piles of books he had on the floor, kneeling to study their titles, to touch their worn covers. "What did you put in this, Anna?" he asked after a moment, stifling a cough. I glanced up to see his lips pursed in disgust. "It'll aid your healing and sleep. Drink all of it, Phelan." I listened to him struggle to swallow my tonic, and I angled my face away so he wouldn't catch my smile. I eventually felt the sting in my skin, and I knew that I could not ignore my own wound any longer. Gingerly, I stood and turned to speak to Phelan, surprised to see his eyes were closed, his head slightly inclined back against the wooden headboard. Well then, my tonic had accomplished its purpose. I walked to his wardrobe to retrieve the medicine box again. A stool sat in the shadows beside the furniture, and I drew it into the candlelight and took a seat upon it, my back to Phelan. I slowly unlaced the last of my bodice's ribbons and let it fall to the ground with a whisper. Next, I eased my chemise off my shoulders, down to my waist, so I could examine my wound. A shallow scratch arced above my belly button, already forming a scab. I reached for the antiseptic and was cleaning it when Phelan spoke. "Are you wounded, Anna?" I paused, a hitch in my breath. Here I was sitting half-naked in his room, when my tonic should have dragged him into dreamless sleep. I glanced over my shoulder to look at him still propped up in bed, his eyes heavy-lidded, but regarding me with attentiveness. "No, just a scratch." I returned my focus to the cut, but I felt his gaze linger on me and the bare curve of my back. I was comfortable in my skin, and I didn't mind his attention, not as I probably would have if this had happened a month ago, or even a week ago. I drew my chemise up to my shoulders and knotted its drawstring tight. The bodice was ruined, so I left it in the pile with his bloodied clothes. "Ask your one question, Mr. Vesper," I said. "Unless you want to wait until tomorrow, when you have a clear head and will remember my answer." "I have a clear head," he said, but his words were slurred as he fought the cloying effects of the tonic. "Come, sit here, Anna." He patted the bed beside him, and I merely stared at it, the mirror still a threat. "Lie down, and perhaps I will." He heeded me, easing his head to his pillow, his boots close to dangling off the bed. I approached the other side and sank into the feather mattress beside him, a few generous hand-widths between us. "Ask your question, Phelan." His eyes were closed, but he smiled. "I want to know your real name." Very well. Although I think that's a sorry thing to waste your one question on." That prompted him to crack open his eyes and look up at me. "Which means I have asked a very good question, because you don't want to answer it." He was beginning to read me rather well, which stirred my apprehension. I resolved to be more careful around him, and I hadn't thought of myself as performing a role, but I should have, from the moment we'd had our interview. "Anna Bailey is my true name," I said. "I chose Nevin for myself after my mother died, to hide me from a few of her old acquaintances who might give me trouble. She had some old debts that she never paid before she passed away. That's why I haven't told you much about me." You could tell me who she owes a debt to, and I will pay it. I frowned. No, Phelan, I don't want you paying my mother's debts. Go to sleep, I thought with desperation, and listened as his breaths pulled deep, his eyes closing more and more with each stubborn blink. I delayed a minute more, just to be certain he was asleep this time, before I began to edge my way off the bed. Don't leave, Anna, he whispered. Stay here with me. I wondered if he truly wanted my company, or if he was worried about me slipping away into the night without him. But I lingered. Eventually, though, I couldn't deny my weariness. I found a dreamless remedy in Phelan's side table and drank it, surrendering to the soft embrace of the bed, and I fell asleep at his side. 23. Miss Nevin? Miss Nevin! I woke to the shock and horror of Mrs. Sterling. She stood at the foot of the bed, her face blanched as she stared at me. Why did she look so upset? I wondered, groggily wiping the drool from my lips. And then I realized this bed was unfamiliar, and Phelan was sleeping close beside me, his chest exposed and scarred and sewn up, his fingers entwined with mine. The memory of the new moon flooded through me and knocked away the last gossamer of sleep. Mrs. Sterling, don't worry, he's all right, I started to say. But my voice died when I saw another figure step forward, one that sparkled with diamonds and moved with terrible grace. I recognized her. We had crossed paths in the art shop last month. The Countess. Phelan's mother. Her blue eyes studied me with icy reserve, and I suddenly felt as if I were naked. Miss Nevin, this is the Countess of Amorous. Mrs. Sterling rushed to introduce us, but she couldn't smooth away the tension in the air. Lady Raven Vesper. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Miss Nevin, the Countess said with a smile, which only made her eyes burn colder. I noticed she cast no shadow on the floor. My son spoke very highly of you when I saw him last week. My mind went blank as I held her stare. I was acutely aware of the bloodstains on my chemise, the wrinkles in the gauzy fabric, the snarls in my hair. I knew I appeared like I had just risen from the gutter, and I swallowed, uncertain how to save this first impression of myself. Phelan, of course, blithely continued to sleep, and I regretted giving him such a strong tonic. My lady, I said, and slipped hastily from Phelan's bed, as if the coverlet had caught fire. Your son fought valiantly last night, but was wounded. I felt it best to stay beside him until morning. And I thank you for your diligence, Miss Nevin, said Lady Raven. I can handle it from here, and I would appreciate if you kept my son's wound a secret. I dropped a crooked curtsy, feeling as if every one of my bones had come out of socket. Mrs. Sterling hesitated before granting me a gentle nod, but I departed as swiftly as I could, retreating to the safety of my bedchamber. I sat in the shadows until my cheeks had cooled, and I opened my curtains and my shutters, basking in the morning light. I washed my face and shattered the mirror that hung on the wall because I was weary of seeing myself. I watched the cracks in the glass spread into a glittering web